yabba yabba dabba do time, a dabba do time. We'll have a gay old time.
Watch me trick Fred out of his pebbles.
Santa!
Merry Christmas! Got some fruity pebbles for old Saint Nick?
Sure.
Ho, ho, ho!
I've been a good boy. Santa!
Ho, ho! Merry Christmas, Fred and Barney.
Barney, my pebbles.
Careful, Fred. Santa's watching. Ho, ho, ho.
Happy holidays from Post Fruity and Cocoa Pebbles cereal, part of this nutritious breakfast.
Hey, you're late again. What's wrong with you? How come you can't follow the schedule? You said the show was going to start at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 4 o'clock Pacific Time, and you're late. Why?
I'm sorry, Al. I had to get some last-minute Christmas shopping done.
Well, you don't know what time it is, but I'm going to ask anyway. What time is it?
It's Podblast time!
Yeah!
That's right, it's Podblast time. This is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. How are you? How are you? How are you? Oh, man. Do you remember the Milton Bradley board game Life? I say this every week.
I was more of a Monopoly man myself.
But right now, we are reminiscing about life, specifically pop culture history and life experiences that we all have in common. That's what this show, The Nostalgic Podblast, is all about. This is the Nostalgia Show with a bite. Welcome, I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper, as anyone watching can see. If you're listening at any of my many audio platforms or on Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta, I would direct you to our YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, if you want to see the clips we're going to play. But it's still audio friendly for the listener, so no worries. But as always, as Steve Harvey says at the beginning of Family Feud, and I have a few of our weekly nostalgia features for you, but this really is going to be a celebration of Norman Lear TV comedy. And yes, there's going to be prizes, just like there are every week the last month. I'll show you what I'm going to give away tonight. Let me just pull that up right fast quick, and then I'll acknowledge some comments of anyone watching live. But let me just show you what the prizes are. There's going to be 2 DVD collections that are going to be distributed to winners based on our trivia game. There's going to be a trivia game of about a dozen questions pertaining to Norman Lear comedy shows. Here is one of the 2 prizes. You're going to get a season 1 set of the Jeffersons on DVD, and someone else is going to win season 2 of the Jeffersons on DVD tonight. And these questions are not that hard, and they're not that easy either. They're somewhat in the middle, but those are going to be the prizes tonight as we talk about great Norman Lear shows like this one,
Sanford Son.
And this one, One Day at a Time. And this one, Mary Hartman, which is a spinoff of Fernwood Tonight. And this one, you take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and there you have the facts of life. And then we're going to talk about a whole bunch of other stuff, but let me get back on track. And I guess I'll start with a little clip. And I hope this doesn't get me thrown off of YouTube. You never know. I just sort of roll the dice. But I know I'm good on the audio side. Let me just play play a classic theme, and then we'll get rolling. I am going to talk briefly about a little bit of the history of Norman Lear, and we'll get to our trivia game in about half an hour. I'm going to play a few clips before that. So if you're here just for the trivia, please be patient. As we're live, it is 7:45 Eastern, 4:45 Pacific time. So in about half an hour, we're going to start the trivia game. But for now, let's enjoy this classic TV theme, my favorite of all of the Norman Lear classic television sitcoms.
Well, we're moving on up to the side, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. We're moving on up to the side. We finally got a piece of the pie. Fish don't fry in the kitchen. Beans don't burn on the grill. Took a whole lot of trying just to get up that hill. Now we're up in the big leagues, getting our turn at bat. As long as we live, it's you and me, baby. There ain't nothing wrong with that. We're moving on up to the side, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. We're moving on up to the side. We finally got a piece of the pie. Yes, we're moving on up to the side, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. Oh yeah, yeah, we're moving on up to the side. Yeah, we finally got a piece of the pie. Moving on up there.
I love that theme. You know who sang that? That was Janet Dubois, who sadly passed away a couple years ago. And she was in the main cast of a show we're going to talk about tonight, Good Times. She had the pipes, did she not? That was awesome. So getting back to what I'd written and prepared, let me get back on track with my little script. As I said, we're going to play some of the regular weekly nostalgia features like my nostalgic character actor of the week, nostalgic treat of the week. It's a candy this time. It pertains to the holidays. By the way, at the very beginning, I played a little classic commercial from 1981. I have that on 16 millimeter film of Fred and Barney for Fruity Pebbles. Kind of a rare commercial. And friend of the show, Larry Wax, WACHS, formerly of the regular guys on 96 Rock, Atlanta Radio, WKLS, and Rock 100.5, WNNX. He converted that for me. He may not want that out there. He did. It's nothing illegal about it. And I have some other commercials, cigarette ads and things I've converted from my film vault digitally to share with you tonight. Now, some I have already put on my other YouTube channel. I have a personal YouTube channel called Chance Acting Demo. That's all one word, Chance Acting Demo. And I've uploaded some of this, but not everything. And I'm going to have some more exclusives in the weeks to come in terms of original old commercials with some actors that later became big stars from the 1960s. These commercials in 1970s, really rare stuff. So as I said, I'm giving away 2 DVD sets. You can see them in the background, anyone that's watching. By the way, listener, the thumbnail you want to look for is the one of Mike and Gloria, the meathead, and his fictional wife, Gloria, playing cards. And you see Maude at the top of the thumbnail image and Dynamite, JJ, and George Jefferson. That's the right show you want to see. Just click that. And how you find our channel, This channel is just simply Google The Nostalgic Podblast, and you'll see the YouTube channel right there in your Google search towards the top. If you want to call in or talk about anything nostalgic, the phone number is 770-438-1050, or simply leave a comment in the live chat, and I'll put your comment on the screen. Anything that you want to talk about that's nostalgia related, it can be on topic or off topic. It doesn't matter to me. So when we get to the trivia in about 25 minutes or so, I'll designate which question is a prize question, and there'll be 2 prize questions. So someone's going to get season 1 of the Jeffersons and someone to get season 2. And I only ask that you can play DVDs. I mean, they don't have a lot of monetary value. So if you're out there just wanting to win, to maybe just sell it on eBay or something like that, I would encourage you, please only claim it if you want it. And when we get to the game, I'll explain the rules, but it's very simple. The first person in chat that I see that answers the trivia question correctly and says claim, you put your answer in and then say claim if you want the DVD set, and it'll be yours. First come, first served. And I'll mail it out. Heck, I'll try to do it tomorrow. Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow for sure. Get it in the mail. You probably won't get it before Christmas as we're live, but you'll get it, in between Christmas and New Year's for sure, New Year's Eve. So I have some clips that are going to make you laugh out loud from these Norman Lear shows, but I must say this disclaimer. This doesn't mean that the stream on YouTube might not temporarily go down, but usually it comes back up if there's an issue. But I've been pretty careful with these clips not to anger the bots and the copyright gods. But here's my little disclaimer. I do not represent Sony or any of its entities or subsidiaries. This is just a fan presentation and a lecture for educational purposes for fellow fans, in which I earn no proceeds in any way from this presentation, except from a sponsor. I do not own any of these movie clips or musical cues. No rights are given or implied. And I encourage all to purchase the official DVD home video releases of shows like The Jeffersons on DVD by Shout Factory, which is in the background, and I'll show it up close and personal later. I took some pictures of some of these items on my collection, but Shout Factory did an incredible job. That's the entire series of The Jeffersons. We're talking 33 discs, 11 seasons, and 253 original episodes. All right, well, let's get this Norman Lear TV comedy party started in celebration. I'm just going to have a little historical information, and some of this will be in the trivia questions. Hint, hint. It's like a teacher, talking about what you'll be quizzed on later. So Norman Milton Lear was born on Saturday, July 27th, 1922 in New Haven, Connecticut, to Jeanette and Hyman Lear. And Hyman, his father, was also known as Herman Lear, and he was a traveling salesman. Norman Lear also had a younger sister, Claire Lear Brown, who lived from 1925 to 2015. And Norman Lear grew up in a Jewish household in Connecticut and had a bar mitzvah ceremony. Both parents of his were of Russian Jewish descent. When Lear was 9 years old and living with his family in Chelsea, Massachusetts, his father went to prison for selling fake bonds, like U.S. bonds. Not as in James Bond, U.S. bonds. Norman Lear thought of his father as a rascal, quote unquote, and said that the character of Archie Bunker, whom Norman Lear depicted as a white Protestant on the show, was in part inspired by his father. And the character of Edith Bunker was in part inspired by his mother. The Dingbat! However, Lear has said the moment which inspired his lifetime of advocacy was another event which he experienced at the age of 9, when he first heard anti-Semitic Catholic radio priest Father Charles Crowlin. Well, Charles Colin, spelled Coughlin, Cowlin, Charles Cowlin, I suppose, while he was tinkering with his crystal radio set. After hearing more of Cowlin's radio sermons, Norman Lear said he found Cowlin would promote anti-Semitism by targeting people whom Jews considered to be great heroes, such as U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR. Norman Lear attended Samuel J. Tilden High School in Brooklyn, New York, and graduated from Weaver High School in Hartford, Connecticut. Now, he was a hero. He fought for the USA, Norman Lear did. In 1940, he also attended Emerson College in Boston, but dropped out by 1942 to join the United States Army Air Force. Lear enlisted in the U.S. Air Force in September of 1942, after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor on that day of infamy, December 7th, 1941. He served in the Mediterranean theater as a radio operator and gunner on a Boeing B-17 Flying Fortress bomber with the 772nd Bomb Squadron, 463rd Bomb Group of the 15th Air Force. 15th Air Force. In a 2014 interview, Norman Lear talked about bombing Germany. He flew 52 combat missions and received the Air Medal with 4 oak leaf clusters. Norman Lear was discharged from the Army Air Forces in 1945. His World War II crew members are featured in the book Crew by Daniel P. Carroll. After World War II, Norman Lear had a career in public relations, and the career choice was inspired by his Uncle Jack. Quote, "My dad had a brother named Jack who flipped me a quarter every time he saw me. He was a press agent, so I wanted to be a press agent. That's the only role model I had. So all I wanted was to grow up to be a guy who could flip a quarter to a nephew," unquote. Norman Lear decided to move to California and restart his career in publicity, driving with his toddler daughter across the country. His first night in Los Angeles, Norman Lear stumbled upon a production of George Bernard Shaw's Major Barbara at the 90-seat theater in the Round Circle Theater off of Sunset Boulevard. One of the actors in the play was Sidney Chaplin, the son of actors Charlie Chaplin and Lita Gray. Charlie Chaplin, Alan Mowbray, and Dame Gladys Cooper sat in front of Norman Lear, and after the show was over, Charlie Chaplin performed. Now, Norman Lear had a first cousin in Los Angeles named Elaine, who was married to an aspiring comedy writer named Ed Simmons. Simmons and Norman Lear teamed up to sell home furnishings door to door for a company called the Gans Brothers, and later sold family photos door to door. Throughout the 1950s, Norman Lear and Simmons turned out comedy sketches for television appearances of Martin and Lewis, Rowan and Martin, as in Dan Rowan and Dick Martin on Laugh-In, and many others. And they frequently wrote for Martin and Lewis when they appeared on the Colgate Comedy Hour. And a 1953 article from Billboard magazine stated that Norman Lear and Simmons were guaranteed a record-breaking $52,000, which is equivalent to $570,000 in 2022, each to write for 5 additional Martin and Lewis, as in Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis, Martin and Lewis appearances on the Colgate Comedy Hour that year. In a 2015 interview with Variety, Norman Lear said that Jerry Lewis had hired him and Simmons as writers for Martin and Lewis 3 weeks before the comedy duo made their first appearance on the Colgate Comedy Hour in 1950. Norman Lear also acknowledged in 1986 that he and Simmons were the main writers for the Martin and Lewis show for 3 years. Bear with me, folks. Almost done with this biography, but I think, since Norman Lear passed away at the end of 2023, at the age of 101, and he made such an important mark in pop culture history, I think he deserves a little recognition. He was a hero at fighting during World War II, so he was part of the greatest generation, and I really admire and respect that aspect of his life. In 1954, Norman Lear was enlisted as a writer and asked to salvage the new CBS sitcom starring Celeste Holm titled Honestly, Celeste, but the program was canceled after 8 episodes. During this time, he became the producer of NBC's short-lived sitcom, The Martha Raye Show, which only lasted 26 episodes. After Nat Hiken left as the series director. Norman Lear also wrote some of the opening monologues for the Tennessee Ernie Ford show, which aired from 1956 to 1961. But in 1959, Norman Lear created his first television series, a half-hour Western for Review Studios called The Deputy, starring Henry Fonda. Starting out as a comedy writer, then a film director, he wrote and produced the 1967 film titled Divorce, American Style, and directed the 1971 film Cold Turkey, both starring Dick Van Dyke. Norman Lear tried to sell a concept for a television sitcom about a blue-collar American family to ABC. They rejected the show after 2 pilots were taped. One pilot titled Justice for All in 1968, and another pilot titled Those Were the Days in 1969. But after a 3rd pilot was taped, CBS picked up the show, known as All in the Family. It premiered on January 12th, 1971, which was a Tuesday night, to disappointing ratings. But it took home several Emmy Awards that year, including Outstanding Comedy Series. All in the Family did very well in the summer reruns, and it flourished in the 1971 to 1972 season, shooting right to the top, becoming the top-rated show, #1 on TV that year and for the next 5 years. After falling from the #1 spot in 1976, we'll talk about that later, and that's a trivia question, All in the Family still remained in the top 10. Well after it became known as Archie Bunker's Place on CBS, which lasted 4 years, ending in 1983. The show was based loosely on, this could be a question, the show was based loosely on the British sitcom titled Till Death Do Us Part, about a working class guy named Tory and his socialist son-in-law. Norman Lear's second big TV sitcom was Sanford Son, and it was also based on a British sitcom titled Steptoe and Son, about a West London junk dealer and his son. Lear changed the setting to the Watts section of Los Angeles, and the characters from white folks to black folks. And the NBC show Sanford and Son was an instant hit for NBC. And numerous hit shows followed thereafter, created and or produced by Norman Lear, including Maude, The Jeffersons, which were both spinoffs of All in the Family, One Day at a Time, and Good Times, which was a spinoff of Maude. Most of these Norman Lear sitcoms share 3 features. They were all shot on videotape instead of on film, and they used a live studio audience and dealt with current social and political issues. Maude is generally considered to be based on Norman Lear's wife, Frances, which she confirmed. Lear's longtime producing partner was Bud Yorkin, who also produced All in the Family, Sanford Son, What's Happening? I love that show, What's Happening, with Raj and Rerun and Dwayne and Little D. But Bud Yorkin produced that, and then also Maude and the Jeffersons. But Yorkin had a split with Norman Lear in 1975. He started working on a production company. No, he formed his own production company, rather, with writers and producers Saul Turteltaub and Bernie Orenstein. However, only 2 of their shows lasted longer than a year. What's Happening and a show called Carter Country. The Lear Yorkin Company was known as Tandem Productions and was founded in 1958. Lear and talent agent Jerry founded TAT Communications, T-A-T Communications, and T-A-T stood for the Yiddish phrase, Tukas Afantish. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. Anyone out there that speaks Hebrew or Yiddish, I know I butchered that, but T-A-T, I never knew this. TAT stood for the Yiddish phrase, Tukas Afantish, which means putting one's ass on the line, quote unquote. In 1974, Tandem Productions was often referred to in periodicals as Tandem/TAT, T-A-T. The Lear organization was one of the most successful independent TV producers of the 1970s. TAT produced influential and award-winning 1981 films like The Wave and Ron Jones's Social Experiment. Norman Lear also developed the cult favorite TV series Mary Hartman, which was turned down by the networks as being too controversial. So it was put into rerun syndication to various stations across the country. And it placed into that syndicated process with 128 stations in January 1976. A year later, he added another program into first run syndication, along with Mary Hartman, called All That Glitters. He planned in 1977 to offer 3 hours of primetime Saturday programming, directly having stations place his production company in the position of an occasional network. In 1977, African-American screenwriter Eric Monty filed a lawsuit accusing ABC and CBS producers Norman Lear, Bud Yorkin, and others of stealing his ideas for Good Times, The Jeffersons, and What's Happening. Monty received a $1 million settlement and a small percentage of the residuals from Good Times and 1% ownership of the show. Eric Monty, due to his lack of business knowledge and experience as well as legal representation, would not receive royalties for other shows which he created. However, Lear and other Hollywood producers, outraged over the lawsuit, blacklisted Monty and labeled him too difficult to work with. On a personal note, Norman Lear was married 3 times. His first marriage was to Charlotte Rawson in 1943. They divorced in 1956. He was married to Frances Loeb, publisher of Lear's magazine, from 1956 until 1985. They separated in 1983, with Loeb eventually receiving $112 million. $112 million from Norman Lear in their divorce settlement. Good Lord. In 1987, he married. Why would you marry again after that? Why would you marry again after getting cleaned out? This is Chance Bartels interjecting here. Oh, well, define love, right? Geez, Louise, I can't believe that. He gave up $112 million to that former wife. Man, maybe she helped him create some of these concepts. I don't understand. I mean, believe me, I'm not anti-woman, but you can't tell me that in just about every state in the USA, divorce favors the woman. It just does. You know, equal pay, right? Equal pay. Well, they're getting more than equal pay in the divorce settlements. My gosh. Woo! But in 1987, Norman Lear married producer Lynn Davis, who survived him in 2023 after his death at the age of 101. From Norman Lear's 3 marriages, he had 6 children. And he was a godparent to actress and singer Katie Siegel. For Married with Children. Katie Siegel. On July 27th, 2022. Never mind. I can't say it. On July 27th, 2022, Norman Lear became a centenarian. I need to look up what the hell that is. A centenarian. On December 5th, 2023, Norman Lear died peacefully at his home in Los Angeles from cardiac arrest after a complication of heart failure. He was 101 years of age. Now, I added the word peacefully. I guess nothing is peaceful about dying from a heart attack. So I scratched that from the record. God rest his soul. But his memory lives on. His work lives on. I mean, some of his TV productions, 704 Hauser, a.k.a. Pablo, All in the Family, All That Glitters, All's Fair, America Tonight, Apple Pie, that was a TV show, Archie Bunker's Place, which was basically All in the Family, Hanging In, Fernwood Tonight, starring the great Martin Mull, In the Beginning, which was a TV show, The Jeffersons, live in front of a studio audience, Maude, The Nancy Walker Show. Remember her, Nancy Walker? She was a big 70s face, and she played Rosie in the Bounty Quicker Picker Upper paper towel ads. So he did a show for her. It didn't last terribly long, but it's true. Palmerstown, USA, Sunday Dinner. And then also he produced shows like Different Strokes, which had a lot of spinoffs of its own, like Hello, Larry and The Facts of Life. And I always thought he was behind Chico and the Man, but when I was researching this celebration of Norman Lear sitcoms, I found out that was not the case. But did you know he also worked and produced movies like The Princess Bride because of his affiliation with Rob Reiner? He helped finance the movie when Rob Reiner was having financial difficulty back in 1986 when the film was being filmed and produced. But he also was behind Fried Green Tomatoes in 1991. But he was the producer of the big hits on television, All in the Family, Jeffersons, Good Times, Sanford and Son, One Day at a Time, and so many more. Lear set the tone for America in the 1970s with television that not only offered entertainment, but also provided much-needed social commentary for the time. To hilarious effect, Chance Bartels, your humble host, interjecting here. I really thought the writing was sharp. He had the best writers on his shows, and they didn't hit you over the head, you know, with their point of view. It was presented in a comical way, in a very dramatic way. I'm going to play some clips and a little bit of both aspects, the comedy and the serious on All in the Family. And man, I mean, they got away with a lot of language. Like I heard the word, I'm going to say a bad word here, but it was in Sanford Son, faggoty. Red Fox said that. Take this faggoty jacket with you. You heard the N word being said by the black performers primarily, but sometimes there'd be an episode about race where a white person would say that terrible word. And I remember watching in reruns on WTBS and WTCG, they would mute out that word sometimes. Sometimes they would, sometimes they wouldn't. But I have a great reel, by the way, of Red Fox on Sanford and Son, a highlight reel we're going to show, which you can hear. If you can't watch the show, that's cool. This is all audio friendly. I think you're going to be laughing. And you know a lot of these scenes. You've seen these shows run endlessly since they aired in prime time. I don't think they've ever been off the air. We're going to talk about this interesting show. Once upon a time, Norman Lear also took a sitcom that was being produced locally in Boston and put it on a national stage, although it didn't last long. It was called The Baxters. It was a very innovative program, but was perhaps a bit too far ahead of its time. The Baxters was created by Hubert Jessup, a Harvard Divinity School graduate. The program was produced in-house by Boston's WCVB TV Channel 5. And it was part of the station's late 70s initiative to produce its own programming rather than rely on first-run syndication and network reruns. Overseen by General Manager Bob Bennett, whom Norman Lear once told the New York Times was the best local broadcaster in the nation, quote unquote. I'll save this information about the Baxters when I get to it. I'll just play the opening credits later on down the line after we talk about the more familiar shows and show a little introduction by Norman Lear himself talking about the Baxters. So let me just skip that. And let's see here. Let's now, when we talk about the classic Norman Lear shows, of course, we've got to start with this.
Boy, the way Glenn Miller played.
Songs that made the hit parade.
Guys like us, we had it made.
Those were the days. And you knew where you were then.
Girls were girls and men were men. Mister, we could use a man like Herbert Hoover again. Didn't need no welfare states.
Everybody pulled his weight. Gee, our old LaSalle ran great. Those were the days.
Love it. I just love that classic opening. And of course, as the series went along, they changed the openings and did a different take of it. I must acknowledge everyone that's commented on chat. Forgive me. I put your comments on the screen, but I want to say hey to Danny Staten in South Carolina, Want to say hey to Derek Galloway. Let me put your comment on the screen. I want to say hey to the wonderful Sarah of My Flock YouTube channel, and she's on Twitch and a lot of other places. She has a hilarious show. I just love it. She had me on as a guest last week. Hello to Nocturnal Miss So. I made it evening all. I was late, man. I was supposed to start at 7 o'clock. Lance Chafin is there. Hey, Lance, I didn't see your email. I looked. Email me at goldr3@aol.com. I wanted to book you on tonight's show. I looked for the email. I just need some contact information so I can send you a link to be on the show. And I need to send Sarah a link if she wants to jump on tonight. I forgot to do that. But Lance, honest to goodness, I really appreciate the support. And I don't know. I've checked my spam folder. Make sure you're spelling out my email address correctly. It's letter G as in Gary, O is in orange, D is in David, A is in Apple, R is in Ralph, the number 3, not spelled out THREE, the number 3 at AOL.com. Send me an email. I will have you on right away. Who else is out there? Oh my gosh. Emily is out there. Let me just put this on. I'm sorry that I really wanted to give Ben Compton is out there. I wanted to give justice to Norman Lear. I know that little intro might have been a bit much, but I wanted to do it right for Norman Lear because he was great. Hey y'all, says Emily Miller. I wonder if I'm still on Facebook. I don't know. If here's a Facebook comment. Jerry Dobson. He has a great nostalgia group on Facebook called Nostalgia World. Hello, Jerry Dobson. Jerry with a G. I like that. That's like the British spelling. And Sarah says, thanks, Chance. You're very welcome. I have some awesome clips, Emily. She says, Emily Miller comments, I don't know why my phone keeps wanting to use it's instead of is. Okay, she's referring to, yes, it is Frogger in the background on an Atari 5200 console that I have. And Emily adds also, I like YouTube better than Facebook. Cool. Well, to each his or her own, I always say. So, let's talk brief. This is very brief, folks. I'm not going to drone on and on about All in the Family, but here's just the facts about All in the Family. And did you know, by the way, there was a 45 vinyl single release of that theme I just played, a different version of it, though. Those were the days. Released in 1971 by Atlantic Records. And get this, it reached number 43 on Billboard's top 60 charts. And it's got slightly different lyrics. And I played it before. I have a show that unfortunately got removed from YouTube where I counted down the top 55 TV themes that were released as single 45 records. Younger kids, this is before iTunes and YouTube. They had little records, little vinyl records. And of course, because they've come back. The albums have come back and they're outselling compact discs. Although I'm sure that the sales numbers aren't great because everyone's, pretty much streaming music these days. But still, it's a fact. I've talked about it on the show that vinyl is outselling compact discs in terms of the people that still buy that. And I encourage that. I love to own content of things that I love. Look at all these DVDs behind me, viewers. I'll talk about that in a minute. But getting back to All in the Family. All in the Family on CBS was a Nielsen ratings record breaker and ratings record setter, coming in at number 1 in the Nielsen ratings for television for 5 years in a row, from 1971 to 1975, with Happy Days over at ABC taking that number 1 ratings position from the bunkers in 1976. 203 half-hour episodes and 5 one-hour episodes and 1 90-minute episode were taped before a live studio audience. And by the way, that 90-minute episode was in the final season, and it was a best-of clip show. And there's a great episode. They did that earlier, I think, as a 1-hour special in the long run of All in the Family. And you saw Norman Lear with the microphone talking to the live studio audience. And it's really cool because the camera pulls away and you can see the All in the Family set. You see Archie's chair, yada, 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 the kitchen set. And it's really cool to see it from that perspective. And it's really neat. And I think MeTV and certainly streaming, you can find that episode. I should have pulled that title, but I love that, what they call a clip show, like a best of show where Norman Lear's talking to the audience, warming them up. It's just so neat and interesting. Kind of like those photos you see on Facebook or social media or on Instagram, where you see like the Honeymooner set from the studio audience point of view, or the Andy Griffith Show where they're filming the iconic opening, walking down to the lake to go fishing. And you see the crew, you see the boom operator, the microphone. I just think that's so interesting. So where did I leave off with my notes? Okay, so now, of course, the spin-off sitcoms, we're going to talk about all of them, began with Archie Bunker's Place, which is pretty much All in the Family repackaged, followed by Gloria after All in the Family ended, directly carrying on the Bunker family, if you will. I'm not talking about the Jeffersons here, but the Bunker spun off into Archie Bunker's Place and Gloria, starring Sally Struthers. The original All in the Family series ended its run of all new episodes on Sunday, April 8th, 1979, with the episode titled Too Good Edith. Two meaning too much, like T-O-O, like too good, like she's too good, a goody two shoes. In other words, Too Good Edith. That was the title of the very last All in the Family episode before it became Archie Bunker's Place the following fall of 1979. Now check out these ratings records for All in the Family. It was the number one show of the 1970 to 1971. All right, I screwed up my own notes. The number one television show, back up. Sorry, take two. The number one TV show of the 1970 to 1971 television season in all of TV was Marcus Welby, MD, the medical drama on ABC, with a 29.6 share in the Nielsen television ratings. Now, that was the same season All in the Family debuted. It came along as a winter replacement series on Tuesday, January 12th, 1971, in the middle of that 70 to 71 season, just to put things into perspective. The other shows in the top five that season, 1970 to 1971 television season, under Marcus Welby, MD, were The Flip Wilson Show, The Devil Made Me Wear This Dress, at number 2, Here's Lucy at number 3, Ironside, starring Raymond Burr, at number 4, and the long-running hit Western Gunsmoke at position number 5. But the very next season, out of nowhere, All in the Family on CBS shot to number 1 with its second season during the 1971 to 72 television season. The very next year, it only been on the air half a year. What happened was in the summer reruns, people discovered this controversial, crazy show that said so many things that were said privately, not on television, were finally being said thanks to Norman Lear. And it made you think. It was a show that really made you think. And unfortunately, Fred Silverman at CBS, he took out a lot of shows that were considered old hat by that point in time, even though they weren't doing terribly bad in the ratings, like the Beverly Hillbillies, a lot of the rural sitcoms, Hogan's Heroes, My Three Sons, all these shows. There was a huge, they call it the rural purge, but really shows like My Three Sons and Hogan's Heroes got lumped in to that. Those were all CBS shows that got canned when All in the Family started a new trend. And then came the spinoffs like Maude. But as I mentioned a moment ago, All in the Family, after it shot to number 1 during its second season, it would hold on to its number 1 ratings position for 5 consecutive years until 1976, when another sitcom I mentioned earlier, it might be a trivia question coming up for the prizes I'm giving away, the DVD sets of the Jeffersons season 1 and 2. Those are the prizes tonight. We're going to start trivia in just a little bit. I'll just tell you what it was. The show on ABC, and I know I've already said this earlier, but in case you tuned in late, that knocked All in the Family off its number 1 perch was Happy Days. Ironically, when Happy Days went to being taped and filmed, actually not on tape, it was filmed for a live studio audience. The first 2 seasons of Happy Days, where it had the Rock Around the Clock, Bill Haley and his Comets theme, those were filmed, but not before a live studio audience. They used a laugh track. But then I think it was because of the success of all the Norman Lear shows in front of a live audience. The Happy Days production company, starting with season 3, the 75 to 76 season, started implementing a live audience. And they changed the theme to what was basically the end credits theme, the Monday, Sunday, Monday, Happy Days. Okay, now I guess I'll play some clips and then we're going to get to the trivia game. I just have like a paragraph or two I wrote about the Jeffersons to talk about, but I have so many clips from the Jeffersons to share. Let's get a clip in. I'm running my damn mouth too much and I need to put some comments on the screen. Let me see. Let's watch a scene from All in the Family between Maude, the first spinoff. Who was Maude? Maude was related to Edith. And Maude hated Archie. She was very progressive. And Archie is very regressive. And so they butted heads. Now here's a scene between Maude and Archie. And if I go down on YouTubers, hopefully it'll be back up. Hopefully not. I think I've done a good job with these clips where it won't be an issue, but it could be. We'll see.
You're in my chair, Maud.
So?
I want to sit in my chair.
Oh?
You gonna get out of my chair?
No.
Oh, Maud, if you don't get out of that chair, you know, I got a way to make you very, very upset.
Archie, please.
Stay out of this now, Edith. Come on, Maud, last chance. You gonna get out of there?
Get lost.
Oh. Well, I got the secret weapon that can lay this little lady right away. Here we go. This country was ruined by Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
You're fat.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Archie, you promised never to say that name again in front of more.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Nothing. His whole family was for Roosevelt.
That was for 2 times, but that was it. We didn't know the guy was going to hang on to the job like a pope.
He hung on to save the country. The people adored him. He was a saint. That man had charisma.
I don't care if he was sick. He always had his big mouth open at them fireside chats.
Those fireside chats kept this country informed. And one, my friends, from Roosevelt, was worth a barrel full of, let me make this perfectly clear.
Oh. Now you're rapping my president, huh? Well, let me tell you one thing about Richard E. Nixon. He knows how to keep his wife at home. Roosevelt could never do that with Eleanor. She was always out on the loose, running around with the colors, telling them they was getting the short end of the stick. She was the one that discovered the colors in this country. We never knew they was there. And we've been having nothing but trouble with them ever since.
It was a question of civil rights or civil war.
We got civil war, Maud. We got riot in the streets.
Because of poverty and unemployment.
No, because of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the first creeping socialist.
He brought the country back from the Depression.
And dumped us right to the middle of World War II.
Which he won as our commander-in-chief.
No, that's a lie. General MacArthur won that war. And Roosevelt fired him first.
That was Truman.
Under secret sealed orders from FDR.
Come on.
That's a fact, Maud. Just like that other fact. That he sold us out to Joe Stalin at Gibraltar.
They met at Yalta.
He sold us out there, too. He handed all of Europe over to the Ruskies on a silver platter. I don't want to argue with you no more, Maud. And I got my chair back.
I just love it. That is absolutely classic. I've got to read from my TV Bible for you a little bit about Maude, but let me acknowledge some comments. Some really funny comments have come in while we're watching that clip, and interesting comments. I put them on the screen, but for the listener, My Flock YouTube channel, Sarah says Perry Mason. Love that too. Emily Miller says, I didn't watch much Ironside, but I love Perry Mason. Getting back to what I was talking about with the ratings. Emily also said, I remember when everyone thought Maureen had passed away because of Carol O'Connor's grief was so real. Yes, and I'm gonna show that clip later. Esmeralda, All in the Family, always made me laugh. It did me as well. Emily, I didn't care much for Gloria, one of the All in the Family spinoffs, the last All in the Family spinoff. And Emily says, I love the fact that Carol O'Connor played such a bigoted conservative voter and was the exact opposite in real life. And I liked him in the heat of the night. Facebook user says, Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas to you as well. And I'll get on Facebook in that stream and see if I can identify you. It just says Facebook user, my software. Now, Maud. Emily Miller says, Maud was who I wanted to be when I grew up. And then Emily also says, Archie was such an idiot and I loved him. Esmeralda says, Archie Bunker looked like a liberal compared to my father at the time. Sarah at My Flock YouTube channel, I love her in the Star Wars Christmas special. And yeah, and you're going to play that on your channel, aren't you? The Star Wars Holiday Special. That's really cool. All right, now let's get back to some information about Maud. Oh, and yes, In the Heat of the Night, man, that was a great show by Fred Silverman's production company. The guy I just talked about, who was a network executive before he got into the production side for all the major networks, all of them, CBS, then ABC, then NBC. He's the one that wiped out a lot of shows in the wake of All in the Family's overnight success. So I have some other clips to play, but I just want to talk about Maud a little bit and read from my TV Bible. Maud debuted on September 12th, 1972 on CBS, which was a Tuesday night at 8, from 8 until 8:30. And, of course, it starred Beatrice Arthur, known as B. Arthur, as Maud Findlay. And Bill Macy, you don't hear much about him. He was awesome as her husband, Walter. And, again, I talk about this channel all the time. I know, Sarah, you don't get this channel, unfortunately. It's called Buzzer. It's a classic game show network. And they play a show called Tattletales. And Bill Macy would be on all the time with his fiance, who later became his wife, because they appeared on the show before they were married and after. And it's just a funny show. I don't want to digress too much talking about it. Bert Convey hosted it, where three couples would try to answer questions and match. The object was to match. There would be a general question from the host, Bert Convey, and they had to match with their responses. And they're winning money for the audience members. And it was really it's more like a talk show than a game show. And I love the Buzzer Network. I can't get enough of it. But getting back to Maud, Adrienne Barbeau was in the cast of Maud as Carol. Oh my gosh, what a figure, huh? And what a great actress. Really, let's talk about her talent. I'm not trying to be sexist here, but you can't help but notice, right? I mean, the one was stacked. She just was. And is. Conrad Bain was in the cast. Now, most people know him as Mr. Drummond in Different Strokes, but he was in that show. And my God, I know somebody out there will remember the SCTV parodies. They had a guy they'd found that looked like Conrad Bain. They do a parody of Different Strokes on SCTV Second City Television, which was like, a Canadian troupe originally, and they had SCTV in Chicago as well. Bill Murray was a part of it for a while. Man, Andrea Martin, Catherine O'Hara, Eugene Levy, Rick Moranis. I'm totally digressing. And I've got to go find, I have the record album of Bob and Doug McKenzie, a great Christmas song. I should have pulled that. I have a Christmas music video of the week. I'm going to show in a little bit tonight, but I'm going to have to pull that up while we're live on the 12 Beers of Christmas or whatever. I have it on vinyl. I can't remember the actual title. But getting back to Maud, I'm all over the place. I got to get back on track. John Amos was in the cast for a while, and so was Esther Roll. And you know who they played, don't you? The Evans, Florida Evans and Henry Evans. This is going to come up in the trivia question. But Florida Evans played Maud's maid. And then Good Times came from Maud. A lot of people don't realize that. So it was a spinoff of All in the Family. Let me just read really quickly from here. Maud was the first spinoff from producer Norman Lear's enormously successful comedy All in the Family. Edith Bunker's cousin Maud was an upper middle class liberal and extremely outspoken, a perfect counterpart to Archie Bunker's blustering hard hat bigotry. The character became so popular that in the fall of 1972, Maud was given a series of her own. And it soon became almost as big a hit as All in the Family itself. Maud lived in suburban Tuckahoe, New York, with her fourth husband, Walter, owner of Finley's Friendly Appliances. Living with them was Carol, Maud's divorced 27-year-old daughter, and Carol's 9-year-old son, Philip. Even though much of the comedy centered on Maud's determination to represent the independent, even dominant woman, she herself always had a female servant in the house. In fact, during the course of the series, she ran through 3 of them, 3 servants. Maud's first maid was Florida, a bright, witty black woman who left in early 1974 to star in her own program, Good Times. Her husband, Henry, was renamed James in Good Times, even though the same actor played the role. Florida was succeeded by cynical, hard-drinking Englishwoman, Miss Naugatuck. Mrs. Naugatuck was never as popular with viewers as Florida was, and after marrying Bert Beasley in November 1976, she left the show entirely, ostensibly to return to the British Isles. Her replacement was Victoria Butterfield, who joined the Finley household in the fall of 1977. The Finleys' next-door neighbor and Walter's best friend was Dr. Arthur Harmon. When the series began, Arthur was a widower, but he eventually began dating Maud's best friend, Vivian, who had just been divorced. And in February 1974, they were married. Everyone on the show seemed to be either married or getting married, except for Maud's daughter, Carol. She came close with her boyfriend, Chris, in 1974, but that didn't work out, and he soon disappeared from the cast. Although this was a comedy show, the subject matter often was on the serious side. During the run, Maud became involved in politics, had a facelift, had an abortion, which drew a heavy viewer protests in the mail, and went through menopause. Walter went through a severe bout with alcoholism, saw his store go bankrupt, and had a nervous breakdown. Maud could be very funny, but in its efforts to be realistic, it could also be controversial and sometimes depressing. Yet, for several seasons, viewers made it one of the top programs on television. And finally, in 1977 to 1978, that television season, the audience began to decline, and some of the major cast changes were planned for the next season. The Harmons and Carol were to move out of town, and Walter was to retire from the appliance business. Maud would begin a career in politics with a new supporting cast, but in early 1978, B. Arthur announced that she was leaving the series. The producers candidly admitted that no one else could play the role as she had. So after 6 years, Maud ended its run on network television. The political career that had been planned for Maud was used as the basis for another proposed series, one that had a very rocky history, called Hanging In. Now let's watch the theme and the opening credits to Maud, and then we're going to move on and talk about another great show. And I'll put some of the comments on the screen. But that's why I was so late starting, folks. I was trying to arrange my clips in order so I'd flow. I'm trying to get used to this StreamYard software, and I think I'm starting to really get the hang of it. But let's now watch the opening to the Maud show.
Lady Godiva was a freedom rider. She didn't care if the whole world looked. Joan of Arc with the Lord to guide her. She was a sister who really cooked. Isadora was the first bra burner, and you're glad she showed up. Oh, yeah! And when the country was falling apart, Betsy Ross got it all sold up.
And then there's Maud.
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 And then there's Maud. That uncompromising, enterprising, anything but tranquilizing. Right on, Maud.
Yes, right when I say I'm getting good at the software, I drop the ball when the clip ends and it's just dead air for a couple seconds. I was just putting some comments on the screen. Yes, Emily Miller's correct. Of course, Maude was the first show to mention the A word, abortion. And she said, Vivian with a heart. She says, menopause sucks. Esmeralda. So Maude was like a regular woman from the 1970s. And then Emily Miller says, at least B and Rue got to work together again on Golden Girls. Absolutely. I meant to mention that. Thank you for saying that. Yes, starting in 1985 on NBC with the great Betty White and Estelle Getty. Okay, let me get back to what I prepared. We got to jump to another topic here. Oh, come on. There we go. I don't want to do this in order. Let's watch a clip. This is a rare clip that I found, staying with All in the Family a little bit longer. This is from 1976 with the great Dick Clark and Carol O'Connor on American Bandstand. I wanted to find some obscure clips for you guys and gals tonight. Let's watch this one together. It's about 5 minutes long. I need to get some more coffee anyway. Let's watch this.
You know what? That was the kind of music that I danced to when I was your age. That was the... Man. Anybody who was in the mood for returning to sentiment, that's what that album is called. This man has so many credits, it's unbelievable. He's not only a distinguished actor and a comedian, but he's become extraordinarily well known as one fictional character, and I've often wondered whether or not he's going to be able to live with that the rest of his personal and private career, and from what I learned about 10 minutes ago, it's not going to be any problem at all. A very interesting man, ladies and gentlemen. You know him as Archie Bunker, and we all know him as Mr. Carol O'Connor. Oh, yes. How are you, sir? Please sit down. Thank you, Dick. You know, somebody asked me once, how come it is you always sit on the albums? They take the albums out. I don't want anybody to realize it. That's the only place I have to store it at the most. Nothing personal, believe me.
Okay, I don't mind anyway.
You know, these kids look at you and they see you weekly on All in the Family, and they see you immediately as Archie Bunker, and they forget the fact that you had a long and illustrious career. Were you always a comedic actor?
No, as a matter of fact, there was a time when I played heavies.
Villains, real toughies?
A lot of villains. I played a lot of villains and toughies, and I've played things like, generals. They're not always villains.
I saw you.
They're on our side, you know.
Yeah. With a short cropped haircut.
Yes, generals and admirals and judges and lawyers and all of that, and not much comedy.
One time in your life, you weren't doing this sort of thing for a career. You were a teacher. How did you get into that?
Well, I taught in New York for about 3 years in high schools there when I couldn't get a job as an actor.
You know, a lot of these kids want to be dancers and some want to be actors. Would you discourage anybody from doing that?
No, not a bit, not a bit. But it is a thing that takes a while. I would recommend to anybody that he try to get very good professional advice as to whether he really has talent, and accept that advice too. If somebody says you don't have any, accept it.
Stop then.
But if you get the right kind of professional encouragement that you can really count on, then go ahead with it, and then don't let anybody stop you, and you've got to go through about 10, 12 years, maybe, without earning a dime, and you'll have all the pressure of people saying, oh, get out of that crazy business, get into something that is more stable, and something that's more secure and sure, but if you really feel you have it, and good people tell you you have it, then stay with it.
You don't have any regrets, do you?
No, not a bit.
I wouldn't think so. All right, now you've never had a press conference like this in your life. Maybe this will take you back to when you were a teacher now. Was it Jimmy had the first question? Where are you? Well, raise your hand so we can find you. Jim, what is the question? Would you kind of shout it out?
I would like to know, do you improvise while you're taping, or do you follow the script?
No, we improvise while we're rehearsing. We improvise a lot. We follow the script, but we deviate from it. We improvise. We have people taking down what we say, and then we sort it all out, and we use the best of it. But once we get on camera, we can't improvise, because if the camera's on Dick, and he says his line, then the other camera comes to me.
Well, if it comes to me and he's still talking because he feels like improvising, then his line is off camera, is probably out of mic too, because the mic comes over to me. See? So you've got
Well, that's
to.
right. It's all overhead,
Yeah,
hanging.
mic is on you, then it switches to me. And if you keep on talking, it's we don't hear it, but we do hear a sound, and we get a half a shot and a half a sound, and it's so.
That's what they call being a professional.
Once we go on mic, once we go on camera, we've got to say exactly what's laid out.
Who had the other question? I forgot.
Do you differ in your views from Archie Bunker?
Do you differ in your views from Archie Bunker?
Well,
Wait a minute, I have a way to do this. That's out of context. That wasn't the next question. I wanted to save that one for a minute, but as long as we're here,
yeah.
if I were to ask you a question as Carol O'Connor, for instance, let's do an answer from Carol O'Connor and an answer from Archie Bunker. How do you, Carol O'Connor, feel about conservation?
Well, I feel very strongly about conservation, and I think that our resources have been used very, very badly and carelessly, and I think we're suffering from it now, and we have to take into account everything we use.
Now,
be careful about replacing things.
Play the part that you're so well known for. How does Archie Bunker? Archie, how do you feel about conservation?
What do you mean, saving the trees? Well, what are you going to save the trees? You got to have houses, don't you? Huh? We got to have houses. The city people, the country people got to have their outhouses. You got to make them out of wood. What are you going to do, save the trees? And nobody have no outhouses to go. What would happen in there, huh?
All right. Who had the other one over here? Yes, ma'am.
Do you get along with Rob Reiner when you're off stage?
You and Rob Reiner friends?
Oh, yes, we're very close friends. Yes.
You'd never know it from watching him on television. I got to grab one last one over here, the blonde-haired lady.
Did the kids in school make fun of you with the name like Carol?
When you were a kid, did they make fun of the first name Carol?
They sure did. All the time. If they were my size, I could stop it. If they were bigger, I had to live with it.
I think that's an awesome clip there. Let's see what else I have for you now. I do want to play some more of All in the Family. I'm going to read from my TV Bible again. I read about Maude. I want to read about All in the Family. It kind of gives away some of the trivia questions, though. I'm sitting here live debating whether I should read this now or later and just play another clip. But that was a long clip, so I don't want to really go right into another one just so soon. Let me just look here. I've been so busy with the holidays. I mean, I've been running around like crazy this week. I didn't have time to prepare like I normally would and have this in front of me. So I'm literally reading from my TV Bible here. But as I said, All in the Family began January 12th, 1971. And really All in the Family, reading from the book now. And the authors, by the way, are Tim Brooks and Earl Marsh. And I'm reading from the complete directory to primetime network television shows, TV shows, actually abbreviates television to TV shows. And this is the 1988 edition. I've had this for years. I study it. I need to get an updated version. That's for sure. But All in the Family, reading from the book, changed the course of television comedy. It brought a sense of harsh reality to a TV world, which previously had been populated largely by homogenized, inoffensive characters and stories that seemed to have been laundered before they even got on the air. Its chief character, Archie Bunker, was anything but bland. A typical working-class Joe, he was uneducated, prejudiced, and blatantly outspoken. He was constantly lambasting virtually every minority group in existence. His views on blacks, or as he often called them, I shouldn't read this, jungle blanks or spades. He called the Puerto Ricans. I'm not going to read this because I just don't want to read. I mean, I'm a chicken. I'm being a chicken. He had names for the Chinese. I'm not going to say it. You can imagine what it is. And any other racial or religious group, not his own, were clear and consistent. His slams on minorities. Archie believed in every negative racial and ethnic stereotype he had ever heard. Unfortunately, he could never get away from the people he despised. Archie was a dock foreman for the Prendergast Tool and Die Company, and he had to work with a racially mixed group of people. Next door to a small house at 704 Hauser Street in the Corona section of Queens, New York, lived a black family, the Jeffersons. His daughter, Gloria, had married a Polak. I'm reading from the book. Had married a Pole. On top of it all, Archie, the bigoted arch conservative, even had to share his house with his egghead liberal son-in-law, Mike Stivic. Mike was studying for his degree in sociology, and so he was unemployed. Completing the Bunker household was Archie's slow-witted but honest and unprejudiced wife, Edith. The Jefferson family next door consisted of Louise, one of Edith's closest friends, her husband George, who ran a small dry cleaning store, and their son Lionel, who was a close friend of Mike's. Lionel loved to come to the Bunker house to tease Archie about his prejudices. Yeah, Mike was in the very first episode of All in the Family. He was the only Jefferson that you saw right out of the gate. And then Louise after that, early on in season 1. We'll talk about it later. I think I'll stop there because it gets into things we're going to talk about later, but I'll keep that page open. Let's transition, I guess. I want to do this in order, have this make sense to you and I. Yeah. Let's play a clip, or let's watch a clip of the time when George and Archie finally met. And it's one of the trivia questions is, well, I don't want to give it away. You'll look it up. I don't want to give it away, but let me just play a clip of George meeting Archie. Where is it? Here it is. Archie Bunker.
I got something to say. Gather around, everybody. I'm going to make a toast to Archie.
Hi, a toast for my daddy.
It's been a great experience living on this street and watching this wonderful family of Edith, Gloria, and Mike. I want to thank you, Bunker, for letting me know and letting me see that some white folks are better than other white folks.
I wish the whole world could learn that.
Archie, why don't you toast Henry now?
All right, I will.
Ain't nobody making no toast to my brother but me.
Who the hell is that?
That's Bob.
Oh, let me get that. Get away from the door, meathead. Get over there. Get over there.
Archie, let him in.
Eat it. Back. I'll handle this. Hey, Jefferson, are you asking to come into my house?
No, Bunker. I wouldn't come in there, not even if you got down on your hands and knees and sang Mammy.
Hey, Jefferson, I don't blame your kid brother for leaving home. If I was your brother, I'd leave home, too.
If you was my brother, I'd cut my throat.
If I was your brother, I'd give you the knife.
Oh, come on in, Bob. Save your breath, Lionel. I wouldn't come in there if he was the last white man on earth.
Watch this. Ha-ha, you're in.
No, I ain't. I'm out.
Look, you're on my stoop. That's the same as being in my house.
Stoops don't count.
Stoops always count.
Stoops never count. Don't turn your back on me.
Oh, there you are. Now you're in for sure. So finally, the great Jefferson, who always reclined across my threshold, is into the house. All duded up with a flower in his lapel there. Or is that one of them things that's squeaking your rod?
No, it's weird. I wear a fresh one every day.
Ah, you don't blow money on a fresh flower every day.
No, I steal one every day from a blind flower girl.
Oh, he's joking. George, they don't know you here. He's joking.
Louise, I'll tell them when I'm joking. I was joking. Bunker, I'm just going to say what I have to say to my brother and get out.
I'll gladly hold the door for you.
Henry, when I was a kid, I was always asking Mom for a brother. You know how poor we was. So all we could afford was you.
Oh,
George! Louise, never interrupt a man when he's toasting. Henry, all kidding aside, the trouble with being a brother is that sometimes you can't always say the things that you really feel. You know, like how good it is to have somebody around to rap to. Somebody to kind of pick you up, you know, when you're so low that you have to reach up to touch bottom. Well, you know, I'm not much of a talker. But there's one thing that needs to be said. I love you, brother.
Oh, man, you're always doing that, stealing everything that's mine.
Say what?
I was going to toast those very words to you myself.
Black families don't feel love, huh, Arch?
Why is it you can always remember everything except how to work?
Wasn't that a nice toast?
Yeah, it was all right.
You better believe it was all right.
I thought it was a nice toast. I'm just sorry it had to take place in a honky house.
That is absolutely classic. And gonna play a clip of why Sherman Hemsley was chosen by Norman Lear to play George Jefferson in just a moment. But I want to acknowledge the people watching on Facebook, which I haven't done. Basil Chesterman says, good clip. Jerry Dobson, who is the Dean of Nostalgia World on Facebook, says, God will get you for that chance. He was referring to something earlier. I think when I mentioned the A word. Mary Smith gives me the live long and prosper emoticon. Emily just said, uh-oh, stream's down on YouTube. It'll be back. It will be back. Doggone it. And let's see here. I knew that clip would do me in. It's too bad it's so good. Let's see here. Any other comments? Let me get to the other comments here. It'll be back. I'll be back. All right. So, where am I going to go now? I'm going to do this now. I think we should get to the trivia game. I'm just going to wait a minute longer for the stream to come back up. I had a feeling that clip might be too much for YouTube, but we're still on Facebook Live. Doggone it. This will give me an opportunity to talk about the prizes again. Yes, I'm going to remind what the prizes are going to be because we're going to start the clip in just a moment. But I'm going to talk about the Jeffersons. So my TV Bible says this about the Jeffersons, and I won't read too much into it, just like I'm not about All in the Family. The Jeffersons began in the middle of the 1974 to 1975 television season. So that would be 71. That would be during the fourth season of All in the Family. And obviously in the cast, the main cast was Sherman Hemsley as George Jefferson, Isabel Sanford as Louise, and then Mike Evans. We'll talk about him in just a moment. Mike Evans played Lionel in the beginning in the very first episode of All in the Family. And then you had Roxy Roker as Helen Willis on the Jeffersons. And you know her son is, most people know this, Lenny Kravitz, the rocker, the musician. That's Roxy Roker's son. And she was a real interracial, she was in an interracial marriage, married to a white man in real life. A white Jewish man, Roxy Roker was. Hence the name Lenny Kravitz. Tom Willis, the doorman. No, Tom Willis was Helen's husband, of course, played by Franklin Cover. My brain just did a brain fart. Berlinda Tolbert played Jenny, who was the daughter of Helen and Tom Willis, the interracial couple. Here was the guy I was talking about, or thinking about. Ralph the doorman, the guy who always had his hand out for a tip, played by character actor Ned Werdimer. And then the great Marla Gibbs played Florence Johnston, the maid. Hilarious. She stole the show in just about every episode she was in. And she had a crush on who? Among others, Billy D. Williams. Remember that episode of The Jeffersons? She loved Billy D. And let's see, I don't want to forget Now, this guy I know from Electric Company. Or what? No, Sesame Street. Sesame Street. Sesame Street. I remember Spider-Man from Electric Company. Sesame Street. The British Neighbor. The British Neighbor. Harry Bentley, played by the great Paul Benedict, who had been on Sesame Street at the same time as the Jeffersons. And there were other characters that came and went, but of course, he was basically, George Jefferson was the Black Archie Bunker, according to my book. And in fact, he had been Archie's next door neighbor, as we've talked about, in Queens for several years, a situation that created quite a turmoil between the two opinionated, blustery, and bigoted individuals of Archie Bunker and George Jefferson. George had started a small dry cleaning business, and his success resulted in expansion to a small chain. It was at that point that this spinoff from All in the Family began, with George, his level-headed wife Louise, and their college student son Lionel moving into a luxury high-rise apartment on Manhattan's East Side. They moved on up. One of the Jeffersons' neighbors was an Englishman, Harry Bentley. He worked at the UN, United Nations, as I recall. Another was Tom Willis, a white man with a black wife, Helen. Their daughter, Jenny, became Lionel's girlfriend and fiancée and eventually wife when they were married in the 1976 Christmas episode of The Jeffersons. I'll stop right there. I'm going to try to play another clip, and I need to acknowledge some comments. The YouTubers, all you missed, I went to Facebook to read comments of people watching live on Facebook. I know I'm back. I'm sure people were commenting on YouTube, and I appreciate you doing that. Emily Miller's back. She went to Facebook. Thank you, Emily, to let me know that the YouTube stream was down. Yes, I'm back. I am so sorry. You know, I thought this would be an okay clip, but I'm glad I made it in. Just between you and I, this show's being recorded. So what I do is after it's live, if anything goes down, comes back up, I try to upload it again on YouTube after the fact in its entirety. And sometimes it'll go up, or I'll have to do some minor editing. But anyway, so if it goes down, it'll come back up, as Sarah knows. And yes, Esmeralda, I am in Atlanta, the Atlanta, Georgia area. I'm in a suburb of Atlanta, Georgia, Vinings, which is technically Smyrna, Georgia, but I'm in Atlanta. Yes, I am. Oh, Jerry Dobson. Let me see. Was that Jerry made this comment on Facebook? I work with Marla Gibbs on more than one occasion at Turner. Nice person. Oh, that's probably Basil Chesterman, friend of the show and part-time fellow co-host of the Nostalgic Podblast. And let me go ahead and give him, I want to mention he has a really cool YouTube group about nostalgia. And so does Al Hardy, the other part-time host of the Nostalgic Podblast. I know Al Hardy's by heart. It's called Nostalgia Rewind. And Basil's is Basil's original nostalgic. Let me just find that real quick. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to derail from the topic, the main topic of Norman Lear and his shows, but let me get Basil a plug here. Hang on. I can't remember. Hang on. I'm sorry. Dead air. Basil, will you comment on what your group is? Because let me see here. He's got a really funny, he has more comedy nostalgia in his group than I tend to do. He's got some really funny stuff and some cool videos. He pulls stuff from TikTok, which I don't do. I don't mess with TikTok, but he does, and he finds some really incredible stuff. And so does Al Hardy too. But and we just interviewed, or Sarah called in to a show we all did together. We reviewed Godzilla, the new Godzilla movie, and I'll talk about that later. Briefly, my opinion of the Godzilla -1 movie. But why the heck won't his group pull up? Basil's original. Gosh darn it. Well, anyway, it's taking too long to find it here. Let me find something. Where is that now? Streaming just fine. Thank you, Basil. What is your group called? Basil's Nostalgic Podcast. That's it. You're on Facebook for the Facebookers. And it was Basil who said, I work with Marla Gibbs on more than one occasion to turn her a nice person. Yes. And when we were together recently, I mentioned the surviving members, which is a trivia question of the Jeffersons main cast. And I forgot to mention Marla. She's still with us. Knock on wood. God bless her soul. Here at the end of 2023. And we sure hope that she lives on many more years. Absolutely. Okay. So now I can get back on track now that I remembered the name of his group. I'm sorry, Basil. It slipped my mind, man. I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. Let me see. And we'll get to the trivia. Maybe I should just start the trivia. I'll try to stagger these clips since, yes. Oh, there it is. Let me put it on the screen. Basil's Nostalgic Podcast for anyone on Facebook. Okay. I'm going to play another clip with George and Archie. I think I can get away with this one. It's like I'm committing a crime. No, I'm just trying to educate with my educational program. Let's watch another clip of fireworks between George and Archie right before he moved to the upper Manhattan East Side.
George, that's your third drink.
I know that.
Well, put it down.
Mama, will you leave me alone, please?
I said put it down. You've had enough.
Look, Mama, I'm a big boy now. I don't need you to blow my nose for me. Now, will you leave me alone?
George.
Hey there, Jefferson. That ain't very nice, talking that way to your little mammy here.
Who you calling Mammy?
You.
Well, don't you dare call me Mammy. I'm nobody's Mammy. I'm his mother. Now, if you got anything to say to me, you call me Mrs. Jefferson.
Oh, she's Mrs. Jefferson.
Don't talk to me.
That's done.
And don't you try to make a big either.
Mother Jefferson, what's wrong?
No, I'm getting out here.
George, what's going on?
He called Mama Mammy.
I didn't think I was doing nothing wrong. I thought all colored people call their mothers Mammy. Well, I did, Jefferson. That's what I always heard. Geez, Al Jolson called his mother Mammy for years.
See that, Louise? You see? That's what you get for inviting white.
Oh, I see you met Mr. Bunker.
Oh, we met. Yeah.
Well, Lionel, shouldn't we introduce my parents to yours?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Now, wait a minute there, Lon. Hey, do you mean to tell me that your father ain't met that man?
No, I'm going to introduce him right now.
This I gotta see.
Could you come over here in a second? I got some people I want you to meet.
Hey, Jefferson, you're gonna love this.
Okay, Mom, Pop, this is Jenny's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Willis.
I'm very pleased to meet you. How do you do?
Mrs. Jefferson? Mr. Jefferson? You're white. And you're black. It's a kick in the head, ain't
it? Oh my gosh. I love that clip. And man, oh man, just what great talents these gentlemen were. Now, I know. I'm so sorry. Let me see if I'm on Facebook. I had an issue with that clip. Sony, I am sorry. Sony owns that material. No rights are given or implied. I did cut that clip short for what it's worth. But let me just find something here. All right, we're here. We here on Facebook. We're still on Facebook Live. Hopefully I'll be back on YouTube. I have another monitor up where I can hear when it comes back up, but also I monitor the comments. Be patient, folks. Oh, geez. So I'm just going to start the trivia when we come back up on YouTube. Forget the clips for now, but I'll get back to them because the bots are killing me on the stream. Let's see here. I'm going to read a little bit more about All in the Family from my book, continue where I left off. Usually when I have some audio material without clips, it'll come back up. Let's see here. Rather quickly, and then we'll start the trivia game. It's back. I hear it. Check. All right. Let me allow a moment for everyone on YouTube to come back. Because we're going to start the trivia game. I'm back on YouTube. So are you ready for some trivia? I know I said in half an hour, I probably made a lot of you wait that are just here for the trivia longer than I promised. Sorry about that. I didn't time it out right. My bad, but finally, are you ready for some trivia? I'm talking Norman Lear sitcom trivia. I've got a dozen questions for you. Normally I do 20 questions. We'll keep it to about a dozen. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give away these prizes. I know I talked about it, but let me show it. I only showed it once. Yeah, I know. We are back. Let me get to this. I want to show for anyone who tuned in late what the prizes are. If you can play DVDs, whoopsie, whoopsie, whoopsie. That's not the right one. Oopsie doopsie. That's not the right image I want. Here's one of the two prizes. One lucky winner will get the complete first season of the Jeffersons on DVD. All I ask is that you can play DVDs either on an Xbox or a DVD player. Here's the rules. All you have to do is be the first person to answer the prize question. There'll be two prize questions of the dozen questions I'm about to ask. And I'll let you know before I ask it, this is a prize question. Be the first person to answer correctly and then say claim if you want the DVD set. So that's one of the prizes season one. And I'm also going to give away season two, the complete second season of the Jeffersons. So, okay. So again, be the first person in chat to answer correctly. And if you're on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, no matter, because my software will show me the first person on either platform. We're on Twitter Live as well. I don't know if anyone can tweet me and it'll show up on the screen. I'm not sure about that. But the first comment I see with the correct answer in the word claim wins that prize. So let's get started. I think we're all about ready to go. Put some comments on the screen and we'll start the trivia game. Emily Miller asks or states, I hope these questions are easier than Bob's trivia questions. Well, I think they are. And you were here for a while. So I think a lot of the things that I'm asking, I've already talked about in my history of Norman Lear and history of All in the Family and history of Maude. So let's get started. Let's get started. Let me just make sure I have everything. Yes, because I am going to try to play a clip at un momento. Oh, my flock. Sarah says, what is Sarah saying? Yeah, Sarah, you are like loyalty number one. My gosh, you were here for the entire over 5 hours of my Superman the movie 45th anniversary special, live special. And then the next day, I did a 2.5 hour summary of that. And you were here for that too. And you told me at that time you stayed up all night. My gosh, I laid down for a little bit. But what happened was, as you saw, YouTubers, the stream sometimes goes down because bots automatically detect clips. It stays up on Facebook generally, Facebook Live. But I know most people, a lot of people, I shouldn't say most, a lot of people don't like Facebook. They prefer to watch on YouTube, and that's fine. What I tend to do, because this is being recorded, even if it goes down, I keep rolling. But if I see it's down on YouTube, I'll stall. But try to keep it somewhat interesting for the listener and for the Facebooker or the Twitter watcher while I wait for YouTube to come back up. So let's just start the game. This is round one of Norman Lear TV comedy trivia. Question one. We're going to start easy. This is a multiple choice question. In what season of All in the Family did we meet George Jefferson? A, season 1, B, season 2, C, season 3, or D, season 4? Question one, repeating, multiple choice. In what season of All in the Family did we meet George Jefferson on camera, played by Sherman Hemsley? Was it season 1, season 2, season 3, or season 4? And in fact, I'm going to play a clip of Norman Lear talking about why he cast Sherman Hemsley in that role. Okay. And Esmeralda says, I'm not on Facebook. That's cool. No worries. You know, a lot of people, Facebook's made a lot of interesting changes that have ticked off people. So Emily Miller guesses season 2. Sarah, my flock in California, Southern California, guessed season 3. Did I lose? Let's see who else here. Did I lose our friend in South Carolina? Danny, are you there? Do you have a guess? I'm going to just wait for the delay to catch up. That's another problem with these clips going down. is it's like anyone who's worked in radio, there's a system where if anyone calls in and says a swear word, there's like a delay. And I don't want to get too technical, but seconds build up for that delay. And it's the same thing with I've noticed on YouTube. Like every time it goes down, there's a longer delay for it to catch up to actual live. And I don't know if someone has to refresh or whatever. Let me just repeat question 1. In what season of All in the Family did we meet George Jefferson, played by Sherman Hemsley? A, season 1, B, season 2, C, season 3, or D, season 4? I'm going to check the comments again, just waiting for the delay to catch up. Esmeralda says to Emily Miller, I'm old, not very good with computers, but I do remember the shows he is talking about, and this is a fun channel. Well, thank you, Esmeralda. I really appreciate you being here. I'll just reveal the answer, and then we're going to play the clip of Norman Lear talking about why he cast Sherman Hemsley, the late, great Norman Lear, who passed away in early December 2023, December 5th, 2023, at the age of 101 from cardiac arrest. The answer was D, season 4. Season 4, George Jefferson started out, as we've said, as Archie Bunker's neighbor in Astoria, Queens, on All in the Family. In fact, we met George's brother Henry, whom we saw in a clip earlier tonight, very early on. And as I said earlier, Lionel Jefferson, George's son, in the very first episode of All in the Family, back in January 12th, 1971, a Tuesday night. He was right out of the gate, the first Jefferson to be introduced. Now, at first, George's name was mentioned many times before he made his first appearance on the show, which was during the season 4 episode titled Henry's Farewell, which aired on CBS on Saturday, October 20th, 1973. Now, I'm going to try to play this clip. So, well, that wasn't a prize question. Emily says, well, pluck a duck. No, it's cool. That wasn't one of the prize questions. I'll say this is for a prize. If you're playing for a prize. Let me now try to get to that clip of Norman Lear talking about the late, great Sherman Hemsley. And YouTubers, if it goes down, I'll end the clip early as I did the last time it went down. I just ducked out and started talking from my book, and it came back up again. So hopefully this will be clear. It's a 2-minute clip. Let me be clear. I sound like former President Obama. Let me be clear. I'm going to play this clip right now. Let's see. This is the great Norman Lear, late great, on Sherman Hemsley.
For the reason I mentioned 7 hours ago, and what happened after that. Well, we had a character, Florida, and I thought what was happening was, like a ball player grows up in the Bush League, and then somebody says, "Oh, candidate for the majors." We had candidates for the majors. We tried to cast that way, and so Esther Roll, playing the role of Florida, she's ready for the majors. On Maud, we introduced somebody we thought might be her husband. Let's see how they look together. Let's see how and we brought John Amos in to play that role. We in the network loved them, and we were committed then to do a pilot, now called a spin-off. But what we thought was happening were we were grooming people to see if we were right.
Same thing with the Jeffersons.
Same thing with the Jeffersons. The Jeffersons, we had Lionel Jefferson, Mike Evans, playing that role for, I don't know, a year maybe before we introduced his mother. And then we were trying to find, we had for, I don't know how much, what part of a year, we had an offstage voice representing his father. And then when we came to a script idea that called for delivering the father on screen, we didn't have the actor. We had a terrific actor, but he didn't feel like that should be. So we made him an uncle for the sake of the 1 or 2 shows. And then I remembered from Pearly Victorious.
A stage play.
A musical in which he sang and danced, and I remembered Sherman Hemsley, and knew in a flash we had the father.
often referred to as the Black Archie Bunker, the character.
Often referred to. Yeah, I remember reading that. But
Not
I
true.
never conceived of him that way. We never thought about him that way. For the reason I mentioned 7 hours ago.
So I would better get back to the game, because a lot of people get irritated when I play clip after clip during the game. I do have another clip pertaining to George Jefferson from Sherman Hemsley himself, talking about how he developed the character of George Jefferson. But let's just continue on. So the answer was season 4. Question 2. In what season of the Jeffersons did Mother Jefferson last appear in? And Emily Miller said, I never liked that character. Ooh, I love Mother Jefferson. She was one of my favorite characters. That's okay. Hey, opinions are like rear ends. Everybody's got one. So there's no right or wrong opinion. Certainly not when it comes to pop culture land. So question 2, in what season did the Jeffersons did Mother Jefferson last appear in? Was it A, season 1, B, season 2, 3, season 3, or D, season 4? The actress who played Mother Jefferson was named Zara Cully. I like that name. Zara. You say Zara, I say Zara. Zara Cully. Her last name was spelled C-U-L-L-Y. First name obviously spelled Z-A-R-A. Zara Cully. And I remember seeing her in a night gallery before the Jeffersons even launched. I think night gallery ended in 1973, but she was in a night gallery in a spooky role. But let me check the answers. I was just waiting for it to catch up, give people a shot. Question 2, in what season of the Jeffersons did Mother Jefferson last appear in? A, season 1, B, season 2, 3, season 3, or D, season 4? Let's see what you said. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Well, Esmeralda agrees with me. I also love Mother Jefferson. I thought she was a trip. She's like Marla Gibbs. She stole the show on more than one occasion. And My Flock Sarah says, Night Gallery, great show. I'm happy you've seen it. You're a youngin'. All right, My Flock Sarah guest season 3 was the last season to feature Mother Jefferson. Any other takers? Anyone else want to guess? I'm just waiting. All right, well, I'll just reveal the answer. I might play a clip while Emily Miller finishes that phone call. Question was, in what season of the Jeffersons did Mother Jefferson last appear in? Season 1, season 2, season 3, or season 4? The answer is season 4. And the actress Zara Cully's last credited performance was an appearance in the 9th episode of the 4th season titled The Last Leaf, which aired on November 12th, 1977, 3 months before her death. So Zara Frances Cully was born on Tuesday, January 26th, 1892. She passed away from lung cancer on Tuesday, February 28th, 1978. So Zara was born on a Tuesday, and she sadly passed on a Tuesday. And we saw her in a previous clip tonight. I just thought she was hilarious. And you could tell she got really thin towards the end of the run on the Jeffersons before she passed away. Is really sad. Just like if you like the original Bewitched show, the original Gladys Kravitz character died of cancer in 1966 before she was replaced. Talking about Pierce, before she was replaced by Sandra Gold. And she unfortunately got cancer, and she got really, really thin in the black and white Bewitched. She was in season 1 and 2 of Bewitched. Basically, the original Gladys Kravitz was only in the black and white episodes. And just a footnote, same with the actress who played Larry Tate's wife, Louise. There was a different actress in the black and white episodes for different reasons. She was a real estate person, real estate mogul, the actress who played the original Louise Tate. Hang on a second. Let me just look something up here. Alice Pierce was the original Gladys Kravitz. She always busted Samantha Stevens doing magic. Irene Vernon played the original Louise Tate on Bewitched, and then Casey Rogers took over that role. And as I said a moment ago, Sandra Gould took over the role of Gladys Kravitz for season 3, the first color episode after, sadly, Alice Pierce died of cancer. But she got so thin towards the end. She passed away on March 3rd, 1966, unfortunately. And Alice Pierce was born October 16th, 1917. But let's get back to the main topic, Norman Lear sitcoms. Yes, I love Bewitched too. I do. So let's reveal the answer. Or the next question, I mean. I'm getting all confused here. Question 3. Excuse me. All in the Family was based on the British show, multiple choice here. All in the Family was based on the British show titled A, George and Mildred, B, Till Death Do Us Part, C, The Grimleys, or D, Birds of a Feather. Question 3. All in the Family was based on the British show A, George and Mildred, B, Till Death Do Us Part, C, The Grimleys, or D, Birds of a Feather. What do you say? Sarah, My Flock YouTube channel, guesses D. Birds of a Feather. Again, we're talking about question 3 in our trivia game of the Norman Lear shows. All in the Family was based on which British show? A, George and Mildred, B, Till Death Do Us Part, C, The Grimleys, or D, Birds of a Feather. And Sarah guessed D, Birds of a Feather. Sarah adds, but B is probably right. And you know what? B is right. The answer is B, Till Death Do Us Part. All in the Family became one of the most successful sitcoms of its time. And the show was based on the popular British comedy Till Death Do Us Part, which was on the air between 1965 and 1975. Isn't that interesting? The original source material in England was on the air when All in the Family was on the air in America. Of course, All in the Family was far more successful than the British show Till Death Do Us Part. And of course, it was adapted for an American audience by producers Norman Lear and Alan Bud Yorkin. His nickname was Bud. Okay. Question 4. How many seasons did All in the Family air on CBS? Now, this does not include Archie Bunker's Place, so this is not a trick question where I'm going to lump those in. No, how many seasons did All in the Family air on CBS? A, 7, B, 8, C, 9, or D, 10? How many seasons did the original All in the Family, this does not include Archie Bunker's Place, air in prime time on CBS? A, 7, B, 8, C, 9, or D, 10? What do you say? Esmeralda said, I cheated off Sarah. Okay. Sarah guessed 9. 9 seasons. This is so bad for the listener because I'm trying to wait, in case there's a delay, in case anyone else wants to play. But I'll just go ahead and reveal it because this isn't for a prize for one of the DVDs. The answer, Sarah was correct, was C, 9 full seasons. 9 full seasons. These are mostly things that we've talked about tonight. If you were paying attention, I know I tend to drone on and it's boring listening to me, but I try to pick some questions that were designed on the information that I'm sharing in this educational program, the Nostalgic Podblast. And I want to thank Sony for the use of those clips. Again, I'm not earning any money off of your material. No rights are given or implied. The question 5 in our game of Norman Lear classic sitcom TV trivia is this. Florida Evans was the household hired maid on which sitcom before she was spun off in Good Times? Florida Evans was the household hired maid on which sitcom before she was spun off in Good Times? A, The Brady Bunch. B, The Jeffersons in the pilot show, meaning first episode. C, Maude. Or D, All in the Family. Question 5. Florida Evans was the household hired maid on which sitcom before she was spun off in the show Good Times? Was she in A, The Brady Bunch, B, The Jeffersons in the first episode pilot, C, Maude, or D, All in the Family? And while you're thinking about that, remember that beautiful scene in the first episode of The Jeffersons where there's that wonderful warm embrace between Louise Jefferson and Edith Bunker. It's so sad to me. I don't know. It's just good acting, good writing and acting, like where they both have a little share a little tear or whatever. I thought that was just great television. And then they moved on up. And I liked how in the early episodes of The Jeffersons, you saw more of that footage they shot on film of the Jeffersons moving to their high-rise digs. And then later as the show went on, they trimmed that out. That beginning, it just shows them pulling right on up. And George is all excited. He does his classic walk. I love his walk where he would literally, I always thought when he waved, he puts his hand behind his butt. It's like he's waving a fart, not to be crude. He walked like this. That was just a trademark walk. I love that. I love that. Now, let me see if anyone answered that question. Okay. Mod says Facebook user. Let me go into Facebook and see. Esmeralda's laughing. And see if anyone who guessed that on Facebook. I bet it was Basil. I bet it was Basil Chesterman. But it could have been Jerry Dobson. Or it could have been anyone else. Let me just go there real quick. Open that window up. And see. Right here. Who guessed Mod? Jerry Dobson, the Dean of Nostalgia World. And you're right. Of course, that was kind of an easy question. Of course. It was me. You don't need the prize. That's cool. Well, hey, if you do, this wasn't a prize question, but remember, you have to say claim. First person that answers correctly or answers it all and says claim wins the prize. Can you play DVDs, Jerry? Let me know, because I'm hoping someone wins that can actually enjoy these DVDs of the Jeffersons uncut, unedited. So yes, the correct answer was C, Mod. And we talked about that a lot tonight. So that's why that was so easy. And it's kind of an easy question in general. Why don't I play a quick clip of Florida Evans as Mod? And this is probably her most famous. I was going to save this for later in the show, but it's just a few seconds. This is a classic scene.
Damn!
Just the humanity of the show. That's just real. That was after, of course, her husband passed away. Sarah, how do I get my name off of here? My name is on the screen, Chance the Nostalgic Podblast, and I don't always want that up. I need to figure that out. That's one thing I still need to figure out. Now, coming up, we're going to talk about Sanford Son. I got a lot of material. That was a powerful scene, Esmeralda, wasn't it? I love that scene. Now let's get back to the game. Question 6. Both of the actors who played Lionel on The Jeffersons on CBS share the same last name. True or false? If you recall, there were 2 actors who played Lionel Jefferson. I'll explain why in a moment. But both actors who played Lionel on The Jeffersons on CBS share the same last name. True or false? What say you? And one of those two actors is still alive. That's one of the questions I have coming up. But do the two actors who played Lionel Jefferson in the Jeffersons share the same last name? True or false? They share the same last name. Do they or do they not? Anybody want to guess? Oh, we're live here. Totally guessing. False, says Esmeralda. The answer is true. It's true. The original Lionel Jefferson actor, Mike Evans, last name Evans, this is so bizarre. He left the Jeffersons after its first season in order to devote more time to writing for the Maude spinoff Good Times. Did you know that the actor who played Lionel Jefferson from the get-go in the very first episode of All in the Family also wrote episodes, and he helped create Good Times? I like that they had a real Black person or African-American person, if you will, writing the show. So it was literally real. It was real. Unlike there were controversies with Sanford Son, where you had white writers. I know Red Fox took issue on occasion with the authentic nature of some of the writing. But I like that. I like that Mike Evans wrote. So yes, so the answer is true. It's kind of bizarre that they had the same last name, but Mike Evans left the Jeffersons after the first year. So you'll see both. Well, I don't want one winner to win both DVD sets, but I'm offering to a winner season 1 of DVD, not for this question, but coming up, and season 2. So each one of these sets has each one of these actors who played Lionel Jefferson. So Mike Evans left Jeffersons, as I've said like 5 times now, to devote more time to writing for Good Times, which he helped create. And then Damon Evans, same last name. Isn't that strange? No relation to Mike Evans, was cast to play the role of Lionel from the fall of 1975 until early 1978, when Mike Evans returned. And the great Mike Evans, the original Lionel Jefferson actor, lived from Thursday, November 3rd, 1949, until Thursday, December 14th, 2006, when he passed away from throat cancer at the age of 57. And Mike Evans was born on a Thursday, and sadly, he also expired on a Thursday. Just like Zara Cully, she was born on the same day of the week and passed away in the same day of the week on a Tuesday. That's just bizarre when that happens. I mean, I'm sure it happens more often than we realize, but yeah, Zara was born on Tuesday, passed on a Tuesday, and same thing with Mike Evans, born on a Thursday and passed on a Thursday. Who was your favorite Lionel Jefferson? I like both of them, but I have to go with Mike because he was the original, the original. And hey, in the MCU, there's going to be some recasting. I have that story coming up after we wrap the topic of the great Norman Lear classic sitcoms. When we talk about what happened or what's happening, this drama behind the scenes with Disney and the MCU and Marvel Studios about the actor who plays Kang. A lot of terrible things going on with that situation. So who was your favorite Lionel Jefferson? Let me see if anything's going on with the comments. I don't want to neglect anybody. Oh, Sarah answered Brand. Go into Brand and I can take my name off. How the hell? I'm in Brand. No, let me go to Brand. Brand. I want to take my damn name off the screen. I don't want it there. It's probably at the very bottom, isn't it? Let me look here at my software. This is so boring for the listener and the viewer. Well, I'll investigate this further. Let me get back to the comments. Facebooker, the originals are always better. Couldn't have said it better myself. All right, let me see what we got here. Oh, Sarah says, I told you before to go to Brand in the StreamYard, scroll down and flip the switch with your name to off. Well, let me try that. Flip the screen with your name to off. Where the hell is it? Show display names. Boop. It works. Thank you, Sarah. I see it now. I know. Now I know. Okay, let's get back to the game. Good grief. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. I don't think this will be an issue. This clip here I want to play. And the next question is going to be a prize question. Finally, this will be for a prize. But I do need to take a little mini break. I want to play a little reunion from the late 90s of the Jefferson actors, Sherman Hemsley as George Jefferson and Wheezy, the original Louise Jefferson, with Rosie O'Donnell on the Rosie O'Donnell show. Let's watch some of this. I'm going to watch this and we'll get back to the next question. Will be a prize game. I just want to let people rejoin. I know Emily had a phone call. Let's watch this now.
Please welcome Isabel Sanford and Sherman Hemsley.
Great, thank you.
Would you like our little footstool there, Isabel? Here it comes.
Hey!
See that? I need it too.
That's marvelous.
Isn't it good?
Thank you. It's good for my feet. I had surgery on my feet.
Oh,
and it
did
feels
you?
Good. Yeah.
Yeah? You feeling okay?
Yeah, I feel great.
Yeah.
If I can dance, I feel great.
You can dance. It's so good to see you both.
Oh, thank you.
And I love watching you on Nick at Night.
No.
You're coming on, aren't you?
We're coming on in January.
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be unbelievable. What's so funny?
We're not on yet.
I know, Isabel, but you know, we will be soon.
Oh, we're supposed to go along with what?
Yeah, go along with what I said. Watch. I loved you in that movie that you did, Sound of Music.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. No, I saw the promos that it's coming on Nick at Night.
Yeah, coming on January.
That's going to be great.
Yeah, I'm glad that it's the second coming of the Jeffersons.
Yeah. First you were on All in the Family, and it spun off into huge success.
Yeah, I didn't want to do it.
You didn't?
No.
Why not?
She was
because All in the Family was a hit. I can answer. That's my question. Because All in the Family was a hit.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what the Jeffersons would do. You see, and I'm a Virgo. I want to stick with the sure thing.
Right. Now, you were on All in the Family before Sherman was, right?
Yes, I'm the first and everything.
Oh. Then you were cast as George, and how did that work out? You just came in and auditioned? Were you surprised?
Well, no, see, Norman saw me on Broadway.
Oh, really?
Way before the All in the Family started, and he just kept me in mind, which I figured, yeah, you're right. So then all of a sudden I'm in San Francisco doing another play, and I call down and say, hey, this is Sherman Hemsley. Hold it, we were looking for you.
They've been looking for him. They were looking for him high and low. Couldn't find him.
But you should have seen her reaction when she first found out that I was looking for her.
Well, I was thinking
the
of
husband?
Roy Glenn, someone like Roy, big
She was a big guy.
Yeah.
John Rich said, Isabel, this is your husband. All right. Wonder why he gets someone like that size. I can take him with my one hand.
Right. Now, when you were first cast as the role, did you know each other at all, or were you familiar? No.
I had seen her, I was new in New York. I came from Philadelphia. I knew of her work and everything.
And when you first got successful on the show, you were famous.
Yeah, she was a star. Really.
Yeah. People would come up to you and give you stuff in the street about treating her bad?
Oh, yeah. Texas, this lady said, she walks up to me and like, I should slap your face the way you treat your wife. And I thought she was going to do it. She said, but I love you, though. I love your show. Things like that.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know they
Yeah.
All the women on your side.
We got a clip of you guys, I believe it's when you were on All in the Family. Before
right. Yes, it was the spin-off episode, I guess.
Yeah, take a look.
How do you know?
Come over here a second. I got some people I want you to meet.
Hey, Jefferson, you're gonna love this.
Okay, Mom, Pop, this is Jenny's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Willis.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
Mrs. Jefferson? Mr. Jefferson?
It's a kick in the head, ain't it?
What a great show that was, huh?
Yes, it was. I really loved doing it.
How about you when you won the Emmy? Were you surprised?
Oh, was I ever? We were standing backstage because we were going to be presenters.
Yeah.
I mean, see, I had been nominated, what, 6, 7 times. This was just another time I'm nominated. When you hear this crap about...
You can say crap, it's okay.
Oh. Is crap all right?
Crap's all right.
It's an honor to be nominated.
That's crap, isn't it? That's crap. You like to win. It's nice, right?
Well, I mean, it's an honor the first time.
Yeah, yeah.
But the second and the third and the fourth.
Yeah.
Well, anyway. So I didn't think I'd be called. So they, you know, they had goodies around there. We were in the green room. So I picked up so that I will look real cool when they called someone else, the other name.
Yeah.
I was going to be chewing on cheese, you know. So they said, and the winner is, and I popped the cheese in my mouth. And Sherman said, Isabel, they called you. Oh, it's me. And the other cheese went up. And Lonnie Anderson caught it. And then here comes the stage manager. He called me, Isabel, come on. I had to go out there. And meanwhile, I'm chewing on this cheese. And I followed him out. And the way it was decorated, the stage was all white. He was blinding. And I didn't see the people out there that was going to give me my award. And I happened to look over there, and Greg Harrison, I think his name was.
Yeah.
He was saying,
this way.
Yeah. And I started to take over there, and I remember I had on my beautiful $500 gown. So I sauntered over.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm still chewing, they're still applauding, and I'm hoping they will continue until I got this cheese out of my mouth. And he presented me with the award, and he gave me a kiss. Now I'm standing there. At last. I meant at last, I don't know how I got the award.
Right, right.
That's what I meant.
Right.
I don't know, at last, I got the cheese down. But that was it. That's how I felt about my award. I was very happy.
And I was very happy you won it as well. Don't go away. Yes, we have more with Isabel Sherman after this break. Are you guys ever going to do a reunion show, you think? What do you think?
Well, we had one all ready and everything, and then didn't make it.
Didn't make it?
Our special.
Yeah.
I mean, still, it's
I
not
didn't
too
like
late.
it.
You didn't like it?
She didn't like it.
Why not?
If we can't come back as good as we were, or even better, I don't want to come back.
Yeah, well, that's, you know what? That's a very good philosophy.
Sure.
Would you like to do a little bit of the song, maybe?
Hey, why not?
Would you like to do it? Hit it, John! We're moving on now to the east side, to a sea like tomorrow in the sky. To the east side, we finally gotta be on the fire. Please don't fry in the kitchen, please don't burn on the grill. You know how I'm trying just to get up that hill. And now we're up in the big league, ain't no turning back. And I'm singing, you be baby, there ain't nothing wrong with that. To the east side, to a sea like the stars in the sky. We're moving on to the east side. We find. Who's on tomorrow's show?
Well, Regis Philbin, Julia Child, Paula Cole, and Rosie Scrap Corner.
Thank you both for being here. I really appreciate it. And watch Nick and Night in January for the Jeffersons. We'll be right back. No, we won't be back.
I love that clip. And I saw Rosie O'Donnell recently on Steve Harvey's Family Feud. I always preface my show by saying, we've got a good one for you today, as Steve Harvey says at the beginning of Family Feud, which he does. And I saw many, many tapings of Family Feud when it was taped in Atlanta at the Atlanta Civic Center, maybe 10 years ago. It's now in Los Angeles, California, but he put on a great show, Steve Harvey, as host. Whether you like him or not, he's a great showman. He had like this nice entourage. They bring him out, this nice chilled bottled water in glass in between segments. And the stage manager liked me, not to make this about me, but I would jump up and down at the beginning of the show. They put me in the front row because I was such a spaz. And this stage manager says, I've been doing this for decades, and you have the best energy of any audience member I've ever seen. Anyway, like when they go, and now it's time to play, and they point to the audience, and I'm spazzing out. Okay, that was crazy. I want to acknowledge some comments. Hello? I'm online. Okay, I'm just making sure I'm still on Facebook. What nice comments are coming in from Esmeralda and Sarah. Here's Danny in South Carolina. It sounds like what was that romper room where they hold up the the lollipop? I see Michael. I see Sarah. I see Danny. I see Esmeralda. Watching this and working on my page as well. Very cool. Very cool. I need to go on Facebook and say, I don't know why. It was showing me the identity of Facebookers in my software. Now it just says Facebook user. So when I put it on the screen, it says Facebook user, but I want to find out who said that. Who said that? I guess I'll do that right now. Not to slow down the show, but I do want to know who made that nice comment. Oh, where are you, my little friend? I just hit the wrong thing, but nothing to knock me off the air. Thank gosh. I have some awesome video clips I got to share. But Sony, I think Sony, gosh, I hope they don't have a problem with this. I beg them for forgiveness. Ask for it's a beg for forgiveness. Don't ask for permission. I would if I knew how to. Jerry Dobson said, watching this and working on my page as well. Nostalgia World, Facebook. Give that a thumb up. So it was Jerry Dobson making that remark. Let's see here. We got to get back to the trivia game. My gosh, the trivia game. And this is going to be the prize question. I remembered. This is the prize question. And I asked who was your favorite Lionel Jefferson. I guess no preference. Question 7, prize question. First person to answer this correctly and says the word claim will win season 1 of the Jeffersons on DVD. And again, I please ask that you can play DVDs if you want to claim this prize. Who are the only surviving cast members of the Jeffersons as we're live just before Christmas 2023? In case someone's listening in 2024, Lord forbid someone else passed away. Hopefully that won't be the case. But who are the only surviving cast members of the Jeffersons? A, Marla Gibbs and Damon Evans. B, Marla Gibbs. C, Damon Evans. Or D, Berlinda Tolbert, Marla Gibbs, and Damon Evans. So this prize question, again, is who are the only surviving cast members of the Jeffersons here at Christmas 2023? A, Marla Gibbs and Damon Evans. B, Marla Gibbs. C, Damon Evans. Or D, Berlinda Tolbert, Marla Gibbs, and Damon Evans. First person to answer that correctly and say claim gets a prize. Gets the DVD set. Sarah guessed claim. She guesses A. Esmeralda, by the way, said at Danny Staten. He's in South Carolina State. I'm in Georgia, so we're in neighboring states. Thank you for turning us on to this great channel. I hope you can catch that bird on camera, of course. Thank you, Danny, my brother. I thought, and Sarah too. Sarah has brought a lot of people this way, and I'm very, very grateful. So let me go back now in case Danny wants to play for the DVD set. And thank you, those that don't have the ability to play DVDs that aren't claiming the prize. I really appreciate that because I want this to go to a new home of someone who can enjoy this content that Sony owns. Question 7. Who are the only surviving cast members of the Jeffersons? This prize question. A. Is it A, Marla Gibbs and Damon Evans? B, Marla Gibbs, C, Damon Evans, or C, Berlinda Tolbert, Marla Gibbs, and Damon Evans? Just going to look at the comments one more time. Family. I agree, Sarah. Any other guesses? The correct answer is D, not A. Oh, Sarah. But I'll hook you up. With some other stuff, but D. And by the way, Sarah, in comments, did you get the last prize package yet of the Superman the movie 1978 Topps Card Series 2, the red border? I mailed those well over a week ago. No, I mailed them a week ago tomorrow. I mailed them on a Saturday. Let me know in the comments if you received that prize yet. I've mailed all the prizes. I mail things promptly. I don't just BS people and tempt them and tantalize them with prizes, even though these aren't trips, these aren't cars, these aren't expensive prizes, but they're fun prizes. And those Superman the movie cards will go up in value that are headed your way if you haven't gotten them already. But the correct answer was D. Berlinda Tolbert, who played Jenny Willis, is still alive. Marla Gibbs is still alive. God bless her. We want her to keep living. And I'm going to play a clip of her after this, after I say what I have to say. And Damon Evans, who is Lionel number 2, who started in season 2 when Mike Evans left to work on Good Times. So, gosh darn it, Sarah, I'm sorry. Berlinda's alive too. Thank goodness. She's from North Carolina, by the way. She was born in North Carolina. So those 3 original cast members are still alive. And when I was with Al and Tom on a thing we did together at Al's studio, I didn't mention that Marla Gibbs is still alive. Shame on me. I said the only surviving cast members are what you guessed. I said Damon Evans and Berlinda Tolbert. I forgot about Marla Gibbs. I don't know why, but I know she's still alive, and thank goodness she is. So the answer, I'll have to do another prize question when we come back from this clip. I want to play a clip that I think you'll like very much if you're into this show, and then I'll put comments on the screen. I've got to take a whiz. TMI. But I want to play Marla Gibbs talking about the 2-minute clip, so it's not long, of Marla Gibbs talking about her first day on the set of the Jeffersons.
When I went to the first day on the set, that's when I met them. And the funny thing was, we did the lines, and they had Norman there for the first time. And we get to the punchline at the end of mine, how come we overcame it, nobody told me. And I decided that it would be funnier if I said another way, so I said it another way. I don't remember what I said, and they were in, what happened? I said, what? You didn't say the line. They wanted Norman to hear this line, so of course the thrill was gone, but I redid it the way I was supposed to do it. And then we read the script, and everybody got up, all the actors got up from the table. So I kept sitting there, because I didn't know where they were going, but I wanted to hear what they had to say. So, and it was a new show, so they didn't ask me to get up. And then I started interrupting. Excuse me. I said, black people don't talk like that. See? And all this is coming to me while I'm talking, and they're just looking at me going like that. And then I'd interrupt again, and out of that came, all the actors stayed at the table, and they got all the actors' notes. And then you left. And so when they went to rewrite, they knew what you felt, and they knew what they thought, and they knew what network thought. So they had the whole picture, and that's how it ended. But when I got up from the table, finally, the actors came up to me and they said, they don't pay us to do that. If there's something wrong, they'll see it. I said, listen, well, I've never heard anybody say they can't write or they can't direct. They just say you can't act. So I want to make sure I got my part right. And that's how I felt then, and I didn't know any better. And sometimes when you don't know any better, it's a good thing. I never knew that the actors were supposed to get up and that the producers and the directors stayed there. I stayed there with the producers and directors. I want to know what they were talking about.
Thank you for the use of that clip, American Television Interviews. That's great, great, great stuff. And later I want to talk about the word honky. That was George Jefferson's slam on white people. And it never really took, I mean, over the generations, you know what I mean? Like, it just didn't sting like, say, the word, should I say it, cracker did? But anyway, we'll talk about the origin of that word, honky, in a little bit. But I just love Marla Gibbs. And she's talking about her first, well, how come we overcame and nobody told me? The way she said, I'm not trying to talk jive. I'm not trying to talk jive. But that's how she, somewhat how she delivered the line. That got a tremendous response from the studio audience of roaring laughter. Great moment. Great moment. She stole the show in those episodes, no doubt. Let's see here. I need to get back to the game. Holiday season mail will be slow. It will. You know, I should have made it look like a Christmas card. Maybe it'll get there tomorrow. I do know that our postal workers, as well as FedEx and UPS, are working very hard to get packages and mail delivered as quickly as possible. Yes, Esmeralda, I agree. That is a great clip. She's wonderful. And she's still around. She was on The Talk not too long ago on CBS. I like that show, The Talk on CBS. It airs at 2 o'clock in the Eastern time zone, maybe 2 o'clock out west too. And it's live Monday through Thursday. And then I think they work Monday through Thursday and they tape 2 shows on Thursday. So the Friday show wasn't live, but I like it because they don't get political, unlike, say, The View, you know, I for the most part. And I like that show. And I like Cheryl Underwood, who served this country. And she's a big sorority advocate. And I think she's funny. She's lost a lot of weight too. But I really, really like Cheryl Underwood on that show. I think she's hilarious. And she's been on it like the whole time. You know, they've had so many changeovers. Marie Osmond was on that show, The Talk, for a while. Sharon Osbourne was on there for a while. Been a lot of turnover. But Cheryl Underwood, she stayed with it. She's survived the knife, which is great. Let's see what we got now. The next question. I guess I'll make this a prize question since no one got the last one right. And I want to have a winner for season 1 of the Jeffersons on DVD. Question 8. All in the Family on CBS shot to #1 with its second season during the 1971 to 1972 television season. All in the Family would hold on to its #1 ratings position for 5 consecutive years until 1976, when another series took over that top spot of #1. What show took over from All in the Family at #1 in the Nielsen TV ratings in the 1976 to 1977 television season? Multiple choice. Was it A, Laverne and Shirley, B, MASH, C, Dallas, or D, Happy Days? Again, the question is, what show took over from All in the Family's #1 spot in the Nielsen ratings for television for the 1976 to 1977 television season? What show knocked All in the Family off its #1 perch it had for 5 consecutive years? Was it A, Laverne and Shirley, B, MASH, C, Dallas, or D, Happy Days? This is for a prize. First person that gets it right and says claim will get the season 1 Jefferson DVD set. So I'm going to wait and make sure people have a chance to guess. Sarah guesses MASH. Danny guesses MASH. And Danny also says, I live in the boondocks. Our post office is closed till Tuesday at noon. Oh my gosh. Esmeralda says, Danny, I grew up in the Americas, out back, the mountains of East Tennessee. Nothing was available most of the time, with a smiley face. So I have 2 MASH guesses. I'm going to ask the question one more time. I just want to be fair in case there's a delay out there. This is a prize question. You'll get season 1 of the Jeffersons. If you get this right and say claim, you got to say claim after the answer. Like I said, All in the Family on CBS shot to #1 in just its second season during the 71 to 72 television season. And All in the Family would hold on to its #1 ratings position for 5 consecutive years until 1976, when another series took over the top spot. What TV show took over from All in the Family at #1 in the Nielsen ratings in the 1976 to 1977 television season? Was it A, Laverne and Shirley, B, MASH, C, Dallas, or D, Happy Days? Any other guesses? It was MASH, says somebody. Yeah, but eggs are still $1.39 a dozen here in South Carolina, says Danny. Esmeralda guesses Dallas. Ooh. The correct answer, I said it 2 times. It was D, Happy Days. Happy Days. Now, let me explain why some were thinking Dallas and MASH. This is not a trick question. Straight up question. The Beatles on Ed Sullivan set a ratings record when they debuted on that show. And what beat that ratings record was the final episode of The Fugitive from August 29th, 1967 on ABC. That record for the final Fugitive, #1 for a single show, lasted all the way until November 21st, my birthday, 1980, with the resolution episode of Who Shot JR on Dallas, which was the 4th season episode. And then what beat that record, the Who Shot JR reveal, it was Kristen. It was Sue Ellen's younger sister, Kristen, played by Mary Crosby. Spoiler alert. Psst. The final MASH beat the record from Dallas. So, I know it's confusing, but I'm talking about who knocked it off #1. Looking for a show, not an episode, a series, and it absolutely was Happy Days. And we talked about it earlier, but I know I go long and long and long. You can't hear everything. Dang, so we'll have to do another prize question for the season 1 DVD set of the Jeffersons. Let me look at comments, though, before I ask that. No, I'll ask that question because I need time to delay. What am I doing? I'm not good. Let me go ahead and ask the next question. Prize question. This one is something you can't really Google. I guess a lot of you just have to guess. Here's a prize question again. How many episodes of Sanford Son was Red Fox replaced by Whitman Mayo's character Grady Wilson during a negotiation dispute between Red Fox and the producers? Multiple choice question. How many episodes of Sanford Son was Red Fox replaced by Whitman Mayo's character of Grady Wilson? Was it A6, B7, C8, or D9? Repeating, how many episodes of Sanford Son was Red Fox replaced by Whitman Mayo's character of Grady Wilson? Was it A6, B7, C8, or D9? Remember that when Grady was watching Lamont? Danny guesses 6. My Flock, Sarah guessed B. Let me see what Esmeralda's saying. I loved Red Fox. His comedy albums are so good. Yes, in Blue. And I recommend this one. I've played clips on the show. I should have pulled some for tonight. This on VHS. It's called Red Fox in a Plain Paper Wrapper. It's very blue. Very R-rated. Funny stuff. One of the funniest lines from that is this was taped in Las Vegas in 1983. Wash your ass. Go to bed damp. Wash your ass. And he did bits I don't dare repeat. Try to keep this somewhat family friendly. But, man, some funny comedy in that. I highly recommend it. It's on YouTube. Someone put the whole thing up. Red Fox in a Plain Paper Wrapper. If you want to laugh your ass off, watch this. And I got that from a video store that went out of business. That's a rental copy, as you can see. It's right. It's all beat to hell. But it's so funny. God, that is funny. Oh, my gosh. I love how both Red Fox and Richard Pryor could handle hecklers in the audience. They were so quick with those hecklers. Go to bed now. Wash your ass. Sarah's laughing. Okay. Danny. I watched, and we only had 3 stations back then. Yeah, you had like ABC, NBC, and CBS in terms of the networks. And then on the UHF, you had all those independent stations depending on where you lived. That's right, man. And we had to get the TV Guide or like the newspaper TV Week to know what was up in the listings. Richard Pryor was a bomb. So good. Hell yeah, Esmeralda. Couldn't say it better myself. And happy holidays to you and everybody, by the way. Okay, I'll reveal the answer now. I guess that's all the guesses I'm going to get. How many episodes of Sanford and Son was Red Fox replaced by Whitman Mayo's character Grady Wilson? A6, B7, C8, or D9? Prize question. The answer, I should have pulled my drum roll sound effect, and I've got to pee so bad. TMI, TMI. See if anyone else has got a guess. Yeah, I missed the TV Guide too, Danny. I have several of my collection. I'm sure you do. You have an awesome collection of autographs. Oh my gosh. When we were on with Sarah, that was so much fun on Sarah's channel, My Flock. That was great. I want to do that again. Esmeralda says, I have an excuse for missing all the questions. Wine. It's all good, man. It's the holidays. Cheers. Drink up. And by the way, if you're drinking this holiday season, please Uber or Lyft. Arrive alive. Arrive alive. Don't drink and drive. All right. Sermon over. So, the answer was 9. D. There were 9 episodes, and the network NBC aired them out of order of production so they could have some with Red Fox they held on to in the can while they were negotiating. Let me explain. And this article online has it absolutely wrong. I want to explain. I'll be brief. This is Get TV. This is an article from Get TV staff. Get TV is a cable channel that was running Sanford and Son. And let me just read this part, and I'll explain. They missed one of the episodes. They claim it's 8 episodes. It was 9. They left out a key, obvious one where Whitman Mayo is Grady was taking care of Lamont while Fred was out of town. Let me read this article from Get TV's staff. It doesn't mention names. It just says the credit is by Get TV staff. Producers Norman Lear and Bud Yorkin had the highest rated show on NBC in 1973. No, it did not. That's wrong, too. All in the Family was still #1 in 1973. So that's wrong. The staff got that wrong. Man, I just noticed that. That's wrong. It wasn't the highest rated show. Let me, I'm going to cross-reference with my book. I'll tell you exactly right now where Sanford and Son stood in the ratings in 1973. I have a list from the official Nielsen ratings. Let's just look here. Now, Sanford and Son for the 1972 to 1973 season was #2. Under All in the Family's 33.3 shares, Sanford and Son had 27.6 shares. So did it say the highest? It did say the highest. It should have said second highest. I'm sorry, I'm a stickler for details. And then since they mentioned 1973, in 73 to 74, All in the Family was still #1 and Sanford and Son was at #3, respectively. So get it right, will you? As Lex Luthor said to Otis in Superman the movie. Yes, Mr. Luthor. Let me read the article. I had to correct that. That's why I always use books, to cross-reference. There's so much crap online, and a lot of people that host shows will just read the article without using their brain and cross-referencing, and they just regurgitate the same internet crap over the air. Repeating, producers Norman Lear and Bud Yorkin had the highest rated show, not true, on NBC in 1973, Sanford and Son. They also had a cantankerous star, Red Fox, who was angling for a sweeter deal. So perhaps as an insurance policy, Lear and Yorkin added a new face to the cast as production began on the 3rd season of Sanford and Son. It's me, Fred Grady, Whitman Mayo said, as Grady Wilson knocked on the Sanford's door in the episode Lieber Rise and Oliver Lamont on September 21st, 1973. At first, the absent-minded widower Grady went toe-to-toe with Fred, literally throwing him a few harmless punches in a dispute over a stolen TV. But soon, Grady evolved into a charmingly goofy sidekick who always popped up in the same baggy blue blazer that was a little too long for him. I'm adding that in. The sleeves were a little too long whenever Fred Sanford needed a buddy. I liked his buddies. I like Bubba. Fred and Slappy White was one of Fred's buddies. But there's one big difference between this FOF, which stands for Friend of Fred, and others introduced in the sitcom's first few seasons. Many of Sanford and Son supporting players had long histories with Red Fox, from their earliest days as performers in African-American or integrated venues during a time of racial segregation in America. Comics like LaWanda Page, who played Aunt Esther, Slappy White, who played Melvin, Leroy Daniels, who played Lucky Leroy, Ernest Mahan, who played Slick Skillet, and others had known Red Fox for decades and had little or no prior experience acting on camera. Don't forget Della Reese now, and we'll hear from her in a little bit. She knew Red Fox for decades as well. Now, Whitman Mayo, on the other hand, was handpicked by Norman Lear and Bud Yorkin, the veteran actor, and he was a DC Cab too. I love DC Cab. Underrated comedy. Mayo, on the other hand, was handpicked by Norman Lear and Bud Yorkin. The veteran actor was hired straight from the New York stage, just like Sherman Hemsley and other Norman Lear favorites were, at the suggestion of a Sanford staff writer. And Grady came out of the gate at full speed, appearing in 11 of the season's first 20 episodes. He even had his own catchphrase, googly goo, and variations of it. Googly woobly. Tisket a tasket, I'm gonna fill my basket. Remember that one where there's wild marijuana growing in Fred Sanford's yard, and he goes, "I won't make me a salad." And he grabs the marijuana and puts it there, and he makes a salad out of the weed. And you know who was behind it, don't you? Rollo, of course, the thief. Anyway, he planted the weed in Fred Sanford's junkyard. So, and then the worst happened. The Emmy Award nominated star of the second highest rated program. They got that right. The second, at least in 1973, of the second highest rated program on American television, walked out on his own show. Red Fox did, with 6 episodes still to be produced in the 3rd season. Red Fox held out for a new contract. He initially cited quote unquote health issues, but the dispute was clearly over salary, profits, and ownership. Danny Thomas, Lucille Ball, Dick Van Dyke, and all those cats got a piece of their shows, Fox told People magazine in 1974. I'm fighting out for a whole lot of black people in show business who never had any doors open for them, unquote. While negotiations continued behind the scenes, Norman Lear and Bud Yorkin's insurance policy paid off on screen. Whitman Mayo became Damon Wilson's de facto co-star, with Grady moving into the Sanford house while Fred was at his cousin's funeral in St. Louis. Scripts were written and one was scrapped entirely. And for the next 8 produced episodes, Sanford Son unofficially became Grady and Lamont. It was 9 episodes total. I'll explain. They left one out, a key one that you'll remember just by the title. Happily, because they list the episodes where it was Grady and not Fred taking care of Lamont. Happily, Red Fox and Tandem Productions inked a new deal, and Red Fox returned in June of 1974 with a raise plus 25% of the net profits to begin taping episodes for season 4 of Sanford & Son. The network split up Mayo's 8 episodes. It was 9 episodes, airing the first 5 in February and March and the remaining 3 in December, after Fox's return had aired as the season 4 premiere. Ironically, Sanford & Son didn't skip a beat without its star. Ratings actually increased from season 3 to season 4, and NBC liked Mayo so much they gave Grady his own spin-off series in 1975 titled Grady. Grady, the show, became Bud Yorkin's first series after he split with longtime partner Norman Lear. Talked about that at the very beginning of the show. And when it was canceled after just 10 episodes, Mayo returned to Sanford & Son. He went to live with his daughter in the premise of Mayo. And that's online. You can find that on Tubi TV. Grady. Talking about Grady. Whitman Mayo went on to appear in 2 sequel series, Sanford Arms in 1977 and Sanford in 1981, which Damon Wilson did not return for, who played Lamont. In total, Grady appeared in 37 episodes of Sanford & Son, and Mayo played the character on 4 different shows. When Grady said goodbye in 1981, Mayo was just 50 years old, 2 decades younger than his character. He was supposed to be 70. Quote, I've always played older parts, he said in 1988. When I was 19, I played 60. From the article, here is a look at the 8, it's really 9 episodes of Sanford & Son where Whitman Mayo starred in during Red Fox's absence. Well, they've missed the first one. I added this. Lamont Goes Karate, which is the season 3 episode, the 19th episode of season 3, airing February 15th, 1974. And by the way, Happy Days ripped off this episode. I'll explain. Remember the episode of Happy Days where Richie's got to fight someone who's out of his league, and he asks the Fonz to coach him on how to beat the butt of this bully. And the Fonz just basically says, you don't even have to hit him. See what I did? You don't even hit him. You just basically act crazy. That's what Lamont did. Lamont studies karate to beat up this guy way bigger than him. Remember, he had a bald head and they're fighting in the alleyway, and Lamont's going, ah, ah, and he got, man, get out here, crazy, and the guy leaves the premises, the big bully who is bigger than him. That's what the Japanese do with judo and karate. If you notice, when they kick, they go, ah, yeah. And it's all psychological. I didn't mean to scream into your ear there, folks. But it's psychological to out-psych your opponent. That's part of it. And of course, you got to be able to back up. For those that still want to fight and that aren't scared of your craziness, you better be able to break some boards and break some bones. And again, it's for defense, never attack. Like Yoda said about the Force in The Empire Strikes Back. Anyway, it's the Force to defend, never attack. Anyway, but I can't believe this article forgot that episode. And Mayo, as Grady, is helping Lamont deal with that bully. That's the first friggin' one that aired and was taped. Lamont Goes Karate. Get TV. Man, that was a big blunder. That's why I'm around at the Nostalgic Podblast. Your host, Chance Bartels. I set the record straight. Don't believe this article on the internet. So let me just quickly finish this article and we'll get on with the game. And I have some other clips. Jeez, I've already gone well over 2 hours. Jeez, I don't want this to be another 5-hour show. Whoo. So that article missed Lamont Goes Karate, which aired on February 15th, 1974, which was the 19th episode of season 3 that Happy Days ripped off. Because Happy Days started in early 74. This aired in early 74. And that was an episode, I think, in season 3 of Happy Days in 75, 76 season, or it could have been season 4, 76, 77. Anyway, the point is the Happy Days absolutely ripped off this, and this was well before the Happy Days episode. And the plot of this episode, Lamont Goes Karate, Grady has been left in charge of the household while Fred is visiting family in St. Louis and has promised to look after Lamont, who comes home with a bloody nose, courtesy of JoJo Jackson, after a fight over a woman in a bar. After taking a couple of karate lessons, Lamont goes back to the bar to confront JoJo. However, a concerned Grady decides and tries to intervene. I can't believe that Get TV forgot that one. All right, but getting back to the list, they cite this as the first episode with Grady in charge of the household. Will the real Fred Sanford please do something? Season 3, episode 20, which aired February 22nd, 74. I promised your daddy I'd take good care of you while he was in St. Louis, Grady says to Lamont. Why a 31-year-old man needs a caretaker is one of Sanford & Son's great mysteries, but just go with it. In this episode, Grady is mistaken for Fred by an old flame who has ulterior motives. You may notice that he's meaner to Lamont than in previous shows. It's likely that writer-producer Aaron Rubin retrofitted Fred's dialogue for Grady, but it was a masterstroke to make Whitman Mayo's first episode. That's not the first episode, it's the second. First episode is a stand-in star, A Case of Mistaken Identity. Golly, where are the editors? No, it was Lamont Goes Karate the week before that one aired, man. All right, next, the third episode, Tyranny, Thy Name is Grady, season 3, episode 21 from March 1st, 74. This is from the article. This is a fun episode as writer Gene Farmer figures out a way to put Grady at odds with both Aunt Esther and Lamont. Esther wants to have a Bible meeting at the house, and Lamont wants to have some ladies over with his buddy Rollo, played by Nathaniel Taylor. Grady follows Fred's instructions for no Bible meetings or orgies in his absence. Remember the one where Aunt Esther's wig came off? That made me laugh out loud for 5 minutes. I rewound that, had on videotape from Superstation 17 WTBS here in Atlanta. At the end of the episode, I just love that. Like Aunt Esther just, oh God, she looks like buckwheat or something. It's just funny. I laughed so hard at that scene. So the fourth episode with Grady in charge is titled Aunt Esther and Uncle Woodrow, season 3, episode 22. From March 8th, 1974. After 27 years of marriage, Aunt Esther throws Uncle Woody, played by Raymond Allen, out of the house. It's fun to watch how the Sanford & Son writers expand Grady's character with more airtime. Here, he decries women's lib and gives Woody some unfortunate man-to-man advice about standing up to his wife. This is an aspect of Grady we haven't seen before, but it feels genuine. The 5th episode out of 9 was titled The Way to Lamont's Heart, season 3, episode 23 from March 15th, 1974. Lamont just wants to have some fun, but his girlfriend Judy, played by Judy Pace, wants to make it official. Finally, after 3 episodes without Red Fox, really 4 episodes, Damon Wilson gets something to do. It's very telling that Lear and Yorkin relied so heavily on Mayo and not Wilson to do the comedic heavy lifting during Red Fox's absence. It wasn't exactly a vote of confidence for the show's second billed star. The next episode, episode 6 out of 9, was titled Hello, Cousin Emma, Goodbye, Cousin Emma, season 3, episode 24 from March 22nd, 74, which was the season 3 finale in aired order. Grady's lazy cousin Emma, played by Clarice Taylor, comes to visit from Chicago, and Grady and Lamont are forced to share a bed. This episode gives viewers a pretty good indication of what Sanford and Son would have become if Red Fox had left permanently. It's different and sillier, with Whitman and Mayo as the star, but it works. And he got his shot and made the most of it. Now we're going on to season 4, episode 11. So they kept these in the can, the network did, and held on to them, because they had to get Red Fox on the screen for the season 4 premiere where he comes back from St. Louis. But wasn't that weird? If you watched him in aired order, all of a sudden Fred's gone. After he came back from St. Louis, he's gone again, like 2 months later. So this is why. The 7th of 9, episode titled Fred's Treasure Garden, season 4, episode 11, November 29th. 1974, the first produced episode of season 4. So see, it was filmed in season 4. So I'm wrong. It wasn't taped during season 3. Hell, it was taped. First one taped before a live audience for season 4. Finds Grady mistakenly growing pot in Fred's garden. This is one I talked about a moment ago, and serving it to officers Hoppy, played by Howard Platt, and Smitty, played by Hal Williams. And Howard Platt was the second white cop actor to play, the straight man, if you will, to the jokes. The first one went on to direct a lot of episodes. Let me find his name. It's in the back of my mind, but the original white cop on Sanford and Son. Hang on. And Son. Hang on a second. Sanford and Son. Bear with me, folks. The cop. Norm Pitlick as Swanhauser, Officer Swanhauser. Yeah, Swanhauser. That's right. So I just wanted to get that in there. Okay, now I'll get to the comments. I'm sorry, folks. I got to pee so bad. I got to play a clip. I've been dying here. This coffee's going right through me. I just love that one, though. Fred's Treasure Garden with the weed. It's so freaking funny. And there was something in an episode coming up. There was a really good line of dialogue that's so true about Social Security tax. We'll get to it in just a second, and then I'll move on, get on with the game. I'm really going off the rails, but I got to get this off my chest, and then I got to get back to the clips. That's one of my favorite episodes where Grady makes that marijuana salad. And he feeds it to the cops, and they get stoned. There's no doubt that Red Fox was a superstar, but Whitman Mayo does have a comedic range that's as good, if not better. That's their article. That's blasphemy, but I won't say better. I'll say as good, maybe. I'll give you that. Better than Red Fox? I never saw Whitman Mayo do stand-up comedy to a sold-out crowd in Las Vegas before. But that's besides the point. His Grady alternates from forgetful old coot to sharply sarcastic imp with broad physicality and Archie Bunker-style mannerisms are excellent. And like Red Fox, he squeezes every possible laugh out of every situation. His timing was great. I give him that. So the 8th of 9 episodes that featured Grady in charge is titled A Little Extra Security. Season 4, episode 13 from December 13th, 1974. So see what happened? They aired the one about the weed salad, and then Red was back the next week, and then back to Grady the following week after that. In this episode, Grady engages in a get-rich-quick scheme, ignores Lamont when he tries to talk him out of it, and calls Esther King Kong. Plus, there's absolutely no mention of Fred Sanford. Norman Lear and Bud Yorkin were sending a very obvious message to Red Fox that they were prepared to move on without him, and that Whitman Mayo was up to the challenge. Okay, now I love this line this isn't in the article, it's just from my memory, where in the plot, Grady gets 2 Social Security checks. So the government screws up. They send him 2 checks by mistake. And then his rationale is, look, when I put this money in, it was worth $1. When I get it back, it's worth $0.25. If you ask me, they owe me the money, you know, or words to that effect. And I thought that was a very astute observation. And a great little line. I got to look at who wrote that. A little extra security. So the final episode where Grady was in charge of Lamont, 9th, not 8th, 9th, Get TV, was titled Once a Thief. Season 4, episode 15. So just like the one previously, the Social Security episode aired, and then the next week, Red was back, and then it was back to Grady. Must have been so confusing for the audience, but the network aired them out of order for the obvious reasons I've already stated. Once a Thief, season 4, episode 15, from December 27th, 1974, 2 days after Christmas, obviously. Lamont's ex-con friend Herman, played by Ron Glass, who went on to star that very year, it just 2 weeks after this, in another show, not a Norman Lear show, called Barney Miller. Ron Glass, basically the black guy from Barney Miller, for the layman, just describing him. Lamont's ex-con friend Herman, played by Ron Glass, comes for a visit, and Grady doesn't like it. This was the last of the Grady and Lamont episodes aired by NBC, and it's clear to see why the network quickly gave him his own spinoff titled Grady. It's also clear that Whitman Mayo should be acknowledged for what he is, a classic TV icon. End of the article. Now, I did mention this. In All in the Family, in an early episode, Lamont himself, Damon Wilson, played a robber who broke into the bunker home. Probably that's where, and he auditioned very heavily to get the part of Lamont for Sanford Son, but he did appear, did you know? Before he was Lamont, he was on All in the Family playing a robber, one of 2 robbers, in an early All in the Family episode, Damon Wilson, who later became a man of the cloth. All right, so let's get back to the game. Is anyone still out there? That was a big mouthful of information. And a lot of comments have come in from Facebook. All of Norman Lear's shows were good. I believe he ran sitcom TV in the 70s. He sure has heck did with the ratings. That's for sure. He ran the rack, baby, like in a pool game. Buckwheat and Buckwheat. Yeah, with Aunt Esther without her wig on. My Flock Sarah in California, Southern California, says, you sound like me talking about Star Trek, Chance. Esmeralda says, Esther was such a great character. Esmeralda says, Chance, I am loving the show. Thank you for being here. Hey, I couldn't do it without you. And you and Sarah and everybody else, you make my day. You really do, in such a good way. Sarah says, Happy Days, best shown in Jumping the Shark. I know. That was the 77 to 78 season. Happy Days 74. Hang on. Season 5 premiere. It was a 1-hour episode, concluded the following week in a half-hour episode. So in syndication, it's a 3-parter, but in the original ABC air date, the first one was a 1-hour episode. That's where Fonzie jumps the shark. And in the story, Richie's going to write a script for Paramount Pictures. It was a Paramount sitcom, so they film things outside of Paramount Studios. And so they go from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to California and all sorts of and the Fonz is surfing in his leather jacket, man. Give me a break, man. That's where the phrase jumping the shark came from. Everybody knows that, but for those that don't, it came from that season 5 premiere of Crappy Days. I'm kidding, Happy Days. But all Happy Days was a ripoff of American Graffiti. I mean, let's be honest, but you gotta love Henry Winkler and all that cast. I mean, I liked it. And the little factoid I've mentioned before, in reruns, the first time Happy Days went into syndicated reruns, it was retitled Happy Days Again. Just like Chips with Eric Estrada and Larry Wilcox was titled Chips Patrol. I don't know why they did that. They retitled reruns back in those days. I better get back to a clip because I've got to go to the little boys' room there. We really haven't talked about, I don't want to get past. Listen, I'm going to play a clip now of George Jefferson saying the N-word. Warning, warning, warning. Danger, Will Robinson, warning. I'm just going to play it. I'm not glorifying this word. I'm just playing it to give an example of how cutting edge the Norman Lear shows were. And keep in mind, it's a black actor saying this and a black character saying this, actually a female black character No, he says, okay, let me just play this clip. You've been warned. Hang on, turn the radio down, turn the sound down, if you can't handle, you're going to hear the N-word.
George, why do we have to fight so much? If we have a problem, why can't we just talk it through like Tom and Helen? They don't fight.
They don't fight because they're scared to fight.
What's that supposed to mean?
You know damn well what it means. If you two ever really started going at one another, inside of 5 minutes, he'd be calling you...
Don't say it.
Nigga.
He said
Now, you listen to me. We have had lots of fights, and it's never happened.
Oh, and don't tell me it never crossed your mind.
no more than it ever crossed my mind to say the word hunky to Tom.
Ha! Well, how come you said it just then?
Come on, let's go.
That's the best idea.
I had to cut that short in case something happened. It's just TV history, cutting edge. Sarah says, yeah, the renaming thing was confusing. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. It must have been because of money that they had to rename all these shows, different names and rerun syndication. So, God, we still haven't talked about, I'm not going to go on and on about the other shows. I will cover them, but not as extensively as these early great shows by Norman Lear. I mean, I haven't even talked about One Day at a Time. I haven't talked really about Sanford Son except for the Grady thing. Oh, I don't think I could get away with this clip. I had pulled a beautiful clip from All in the Family. Let me see if I can get away with it. Esmeralda, a word only has power over us if we allow it to. Well said. I agree. And so does Sarah. Sarah agrees with you as well. Just a powerful show that really meant something. Let's see. I didn't talk about this. Did I play? I don't think I played the clip. Sarah, you're always so astute. I don't think I played Isabel Sanford talking about her castmates in the Jeffersons. This will allow me to go to the restroom. TMI. It's a 4-minute clip. I want to play this now real quick. Yeah, I don't think I played this shit. I played Marla, but I didn't play Isabel. And by the way, in the Love Boat, there was a great episode, a 90-minute episode with Sherman Hemsley and Isabel Sanford playing a couple entirely different characters from 1982. And Heather Thomas from The Fall Guy was in that one. And anyway, what it's worth. And Paramount Plus has all the Love Boats on demand to be streamed. And I think there's a Pluto TV channel for the Love Boat. But here we go. Let's listen to Isabel Sanford talking about her castmates in the Jeffersons.
Let's talk about the rest of your team, actors on the Jeffersons. A remarkable collection of people who brought some great work to television and to that show. I want to just go over some of them. And we'll straighten out the Lionel confusion with how many there were, too. Franklin Cover played Tom Willis. You tell me about Franklin.
Oh, Franklin and I had such fun. I mean, we joked a lot. I like what he said, I cannot work under these conditions. I mean, he was always saying that. You see, he and Roxy knew each other in New York.
Roxy Roker.
Roxy Roker, yes. But I didn't know him in New York. I knew Roxy in New York. Roxy Roker, we been plays together in New York. I knew her for years. But I didn't know him. Paul Benedict, was that his, I get his character name.
Well, Bentley and Benedict are kind of close.
Yeah, I get them mixed up. Well, I didn't know him. I didn't know him until we were doing the show together. I didn't know him. Of course, I knew neither one of the Lionels except when we worked together in All in the Family.
Now, the two Lionels were Michael Evans, who originated the role in All in the Family, and Damon Evans, correct? Were they related?
No, they were not. Just happened to have the same last names.
Tell me about Zara Cully. She played Mother Jefferson.
Dear Zara. I knew her a few years before she got into All in the Family. And she used to, whenever we run across each other, you know, actors for auditions and what have you, you run across each other. You know? And she used to say, Isabel, if ever you have to have a mother to play, someone to play your mother, call me. Please call me. I said, I certainly will. I certainly will. So we finally got her. She was my mother-in-law. That was close. That was close. She played my mother-in-law. I said, I don't think you could get any closer than that. When she get the script, when we get the script, let me see, Tuesday was what? That was tape night. Wednesday, she get this new script, and we read the script. And she said, oh, I have to be mean to you again this week. I said, if you want your job, you'll be mean to me this week and every other week.
Marla Gibbs, Florence the maid.
Oh, yeah, she was funny. She was very comical. She was an unusual maid. And
Did she ever clean, really?
She dusted about. She took a duster. But she and George were always at it. You know, he was always threatening to fire her. And they always have arguments. She make fun of his no hair. She has some very, very funny lines.
Her character.
And she
really
delivered it beautifully.
Ralph the doorman, he always had his hand out all the time looking for money.
Always.
He was a great
In
character.
fact, it was like a habit. I mean, the hand was out whether he was to get a tip or not. The hand was out. Yeah, he admitted that. That was his gimmick.
Thanks to the Archive of American Television for use of that clip. Good stuff. And, you know, the interviewer says Franklin Cover, not cover. You know, how would I know to pronounce? It's spelled C-O-V-E-R. How do you know? Anyway, comment coming in. Let's see some more comments here. Esmeralda. Oh, they're talking about Love Boat with each other. And Sarah says, Love Boat was something as a kid I didn't like, but I do as an adult. Yeah. And there was a show before that called Love American Style, which was the precursor to Love Boat, meaning it was an anthology show. It was a 1-hour show, didn't take place at sea, but it had different love stories, 2 to 3, sometimes even 4 stories in that hour. And only season 1 was released on DVD back in 2008 by Paramount, CBS Paramount. And I have them, and I wish I released the rest. It lasted for 5 seasons, Love American Style did. And it was the theme was based on the song by the Cowsills, Love American Style. Let me put my little name on the screen again, and then we're still doing a trivia game, right? Yeah. And yeah, I wasn't talking about what clips to Sarah. I was saying, did I play this clip? And I know I didn't. Now. Let me see here. She said to go take a deep breath. And I have some best of Fred Sanford I need to play. But let me do this. Let me just ask another question. Question 10 of the trivia. For those that just care about trivia. I know Danny, he gets irritated. He's like, save the clips for after the trivia. You know, why I'm just trying to stagger it out. And by the way, I have 2 final All in the Family clips I'll say for the very end of the show, because I'm sure it'll cause the stream to go down. I'm learning, you know, as I do this. One is when Meathead says goodbye to Archie when they move to California. They leave New York to California. Little Joey and the little girl, Sally Struthers' character, Gloria, and the Meathead, Mike Stivic, they are going to move. And there's a beautiful scene at the end. And also the scene where Archie reacts to Edith's passing in season 2 of Archie Bunker's Place. So question 10, which of these is not a catchphrase from a Norman Lear sitcom? I have 4 choices for you. Which of these is not a catchphrase from a Norman Lear sitcom? A, what you talking about, Willis? B, kiss my grits. C, Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you, honey. Or D, dynamite. Which of these is not a catchphrase from a Norman Lear sitcom? A, what you talking about, Willis? B, kiss my grits. C, Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you, honey. Or D, dynamite. Let's see what the comment says. And we'll make that a prize question. Because say claim, get it right, and you get the DVD season 1. Which of those is not a Norman Lear? Don't make me act it out again. Or say it again. Sarah guessed A. Danny adds, the Love Boat soon will be making another run. Netflix 2024. Really? You mean the classic Love Boat is leaving Paramount Plus for Netflix? Well, that friggin' sucks. I just renewed with Paramount Plus. But I do like Star Trek Strange New Worlds on Paramount Plus. That's pretty damn good. Any other guesses? My Flock Sarah guesses A with claim. But unfortunately, you're wrong, Sarah. The correct answer is B, Kiss My Grits. Kiss My Grits. What you talking about, Willis, was from Different Strokes, which was a Norman Lear produced show. And the question was, which of these is not a catchphrase from a Norman Lear sitcom? A, what you talking about, Willis? B, Kiss My Grits. C, Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you, honey. Or D, dynamite. The answer is B, Kiss My Grits. Uttered by actress Polly Holliday, who was born in Alabama, who played Flo in the early seasons of Alice. And Alice was a CBS sitcom, which was not a Norman Lear show, but it was a sitcom based on the Martin Scorsese directed movie titled Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. Sarah, I'm sorry, but I'll hook you up. But at least you're learning something about pop culture. I got to get to a clip, and then we'll get back to just a couple more questions. And then we're going to wrap on the topic of Norman Lear and talk about some other nostalgic stuff and some other clips and the music video of the week and the character actor of the week. How long have I gone? 3 hours, 6 minutes. Great. Oh, no. Danny, correct. No, it's new series reboot. Fine. Good. So good. Because CBS, Paramount owns The Love Boat. I would have been surprised if it went to Netflix in terms of the classic show. I first went on a cruise in 2016 twice. Because of Love Boat. We went to the Atlantis Resort. Okay, who cares? Let me I'm going too long. Let's get back to the program here. But Royal Caribbean, they do a great job with cruises. It was awesome. And went on to Majesty of the Seas, another ship. Anyway, it was so much fun. So much fun. Oh, wait, you did guess. Did you say claim, Danny? Do you want the DVD? Can you play DVD? You were right. Did I win anything? Okay, you can have. You didn't say claim. If I'm going by the rules, if this was a game show, I'd have to be strict by the rules. First person to answer correctly and says claim gets the DVD. But I'm not going to be an a-hole. Email me. See, you'll get season 1 of the Jeffersons. Email me at goldar3@aol.com, a mailing address, and I'll mail it out to you. Screw it. I still have season 2 of the Jeffersons to give away tonight. Danny, do you really want this, or are you just playing in chat? Let me know. You didn't say claim, but I like you. By the way, I'm now drinking Sun Kiss, which is loaded with caffeine, so I'm probably going to get even more far out. With the show here. All right, so just let me know. Goldar3, GOLDAR number 3 at AOL.com. Esmeralda just commented, life is calling. My husband is out of his man cave. Gotta go. Such a great show, Chance. Love your channel. Thank you for being here, Esmeralda. And if you want to watch the rest, just get back to it tomorrow. Pick up where you left off at here, I'll give you the mark. 3 hour, 8 minutes, 50 seconds. Fast forward to 3 hours. Write it down. 3 hours, 8 minutes, 50 seconds. All right. Good night. I watch DVDs. I have hundreds. Okay, Danny. Well, I'll send you season 1 of the Jeffersons if you don't have it. No problem. Later, Esmeralda, says Sarah. Okay, let me get back. Yeah, I know what that means. If he's out in the man cave, he may want to play with you, Esmeralda. All right. Let's play a clip. And let's show. This is a great interview from. This will crack you up. Let's talk about some people that work with Red Fox. But first, you know what? I'm going to do the best of Fred Sanford. If the stream goes down, I'll exit this clip. This is the best of Fred Sanford, and then I'm going to play a few brief clips of people who worked with Red Fox as Fred Sanford, and their comments of working with him on the show. Some guest stars and some regular players. Oh, Sarah's laughing, giggling. Where the heck? All right, here's the best of Fred Sanford. It's about 8 minutes, but I'll probably duck out early if the YouTube live goes down. Let's watch.
Oh, Mr. Malloy, I'd like you to meet our newest senior citizen, Mr. Sanford.
Hi. How'd you like a nice game or shuffleboard? How'd you like one across your lips? Can I believe her when she tells me so? Is she fooling? Is it just a game? Yeah, you know, that's my son Tim with the Oreos used to sing that number. Then they go, am I the fire or just another flame? I hit it one more time for you. Am I the fire or just another flame? What's that?
Oh. Sounds like the dude in the bed over there.
Hey, man, hey, will you shut up?
Now, do you like me? Come on, let me hear you say it.
I like it.
Do you love me?
You watch your mouth.
I find it hard to love midgets. That's the only thing I hate. It's a goddamn midget. All of them. I don't care what color they are. I hate them all. There's a standing order at the door there. Isn't it, Major League? No fucking midgets. I mean that. See, I don't know what about midgets riles me, but, you know, they look up at you like they won't sympathy. Get out of my way, you little short motherfucker.
You know, I was just talking to my father about how he can't express his true feelings.
I can. Toot you, I hate you. Welcome to my castle, your ugliness. I don't hate people. Don't get no rice on my clothes.
You're either insulting me or you're insulting my friends.
Like who?
Well, you never stop insulting Julio.
I tell you, you don't even listen to nobody.
What's the matter, Mr. Sanford? You got something against chickens?
Not really.
Maybe you got something against goats, huh?
No.
No? Well, then maybe, Mr. Sanford, you got something against Puerto Ricans, huh?
Now you got it.
I loaned the truck to our neighbor, Julio.
Julio, you loan that truck to a Puerto Rican?
Like a fool, I tried to be your friend, but you refuse. Está bien. You will not see me around here again, you sangano.
What?
You heard me. You are a big dummy.
Who you calling a dummy, you big dummy? Where I come from, them is fighting words.
No. Sigue. Yo no permito que nadie me insulte aquí. No. En esta casa yo no doy paso jamás ni nunca. I'm sorry, too, Lamont. I'm sorry that you are the son of a sangano.
You said it again, didn't you? Let me hear you say it. Well, back off.
Sangano.
Say it again. I dare you to say it. I dare you to say it.
Sangano.
Let me hear it. Let me hear it.
Sangano.
I just want to hear it one time. You say it again, and
And now I tell you the reason why I bought the truck. I got a big surprise, man.
You brought the truck back in one piece.
Sure, man. Oh, by the way, to show how much I appreciate, I filled the tank with gas.
Hey, Julio, you didn't have to do that.
Oh, yes, he did.
Oh, hey, con permiso. Excuse me. I'm coming right back with the surprise, man.
It ain't here on the headline.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to see if it was a riot yesterday. Because if it was a riot, that surprise could be a truckload of hot television.
Now listen, you. I want you to stop insulting Julio. You got that?
Either that or he's smuggling something into the country.
Aquí estamos, pa' dentro.
Buenos días.
Wetbacks.
Go ahead, Francine. I love you, Achu.
I love you, Francine.
I love you, Brenda. I love you too, Francine. I love you, mister.
Get back, fat stuff.
Hey, Pop, didn't you learn anything from the group? Now, I'm sure there's at least one thing that you can think of good to say about Aunt Esther. Now, think about it and say it.
Oh, Lord, Mr. Fred, you all right? Yeah, I'm all right. Take your hands off me. I ain't had my tetanus shot yet.
flesh of thy flesh, bones of thy bones,
and mouth of thy mouth. How'd you shut your face?
Fred, if you won't listen to me, you could at least heed the words of your late wife. She's up there right now looking down at all of this. She's saying, Fred, you miserable old snagger-tooth jackass.
Oh.
She had the nerve to call us witches.
And she was right. You three ugly witches. And you married your husbands and turned them into frogs. Get out of here. Get to jumping. Get out of here.
Fred Sanford, the wrath of God will strike you down.
This Louisville slugger will knock you out.
I really appreciate you coming over here helping me clean up like this, Aunt Esther.
I'm happy to do it. You're my favorite nephew. Lamont, you know I'd do anything for you.
Tell her to have her face fixed. that you're overly generous. Every time you open up your mouth, you give away your ignorance.
Hey, will you please hold it down? I'm trying to rest.
You better shut up, chump, or I'll jump over that screen.
Listen, I know that's not your true feelings, Mr. Sanford. I mean, I know that way down deep inside, you really love me.
Don't you touch me, egg rolls. I'll really close your eyes up for you. We're going to sing, roll, roll, roll your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, merrily, merry, merry lies but a dream. Everyone, please help on the downbeat. Roll, roll, roll your boat. Merrily, 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 merrily. All the good-looking people. Oh, fuck it, shut up. You know, goddamn well, some of y'all shouldn't have been singing.
The Great Red Fox, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm sorry about the language. I forgot. I didn't remember that there was some stand-up comedy in there. So I apologize about some of the language. Now, there's a lot of Facebook comments that are not showing up in my software that I must acknowledge here that I just noticed during that clip. Let me see here. Where are you, my little friend? Here you are. Going to the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, which is growing rapidly. I'm very grateful, grateful, grateful. Butch Conger says all of Norman Lear's shows were good. I believe he ran sitcom TV in the 1970s. Yes, he did. And Butch also adds, I used to love watching Sanford Son. So did I, brother. Jerry Dobson, the Dean of Nostalgia World on Facebook, the Facebook group, says, I'm drinking spiked eggnog. And earlier he had guessed MASH. Let me see if there's some other Facebook comments that I omitted by mistake. I'll have to get back at it. Oh, wait. Oh, they just populated when I clicked that off. Click off. It sounds nasty, doesn't it? Appreciate everyone hanging in. Sarah, my God, you're a trooper. Sarah, you've been here. God, I'm coming up on 3.5 hours now, and you've been here since the beginning, and I was late. You were even there for the pre-show. God bless you, ma'am. You're a great new friend. And I cherish your input. Let's see here. Let me just see if these comments populate that I might have missed. I guess Emily Miller fell asleep. Okay, so we can continue with the show. Here's another trivia question. I'll make this a prize question for season 2 on DVD of the Jeffersons, even though it's a Sanford Son question. Now, of course, Danny, if you want season 1, email me. You're not eligible for this set as well. It's one winner per show, but you could win something next week too. I don't have a policy where, you have to wait a certain period to win again. No, it's just one winner per show, per live edition of the Nostalgic Podblast, this very program. So here's the question. Sanford and Son was based on this British sitcom? Prize question. A, Junkman's Life. B, Frederick's Garbage. C, Steptoe and Son. Or D, Trash Empire. Repeating. Sanford and Son was based on this British sitcom. A, Junkman's Life. B, Frederick's Garbage. C, Steptoe and Son. Or D, Trash Empire. Let's see what you say. Esmeralda's back. I'm back. Husband is apparently like a groundhog. He sticks his nose out of his hole, then goes back in. Hey, you might want to rewind the tape because I played a pretty damn good 7-minute clip of the best of Fred Sanford, Red Fox on Sanford Son, and some stand-up comedy where he's really blue a couple times. Anyway, just that's all you missed. So I just started the trivia game back up. Sarah guessed D. Someone on Facebook guessed Junkman's Life. Again, the question is, Sanford and Son was based on this British sitcom. A, Junkman's Life. B, Frederick's Garbage. C, Steptoe and Son. Or D, Trash Empire. Any other guesses? It's for the season 2 set of the Jeffersons. So first person to answer correctly and says claim wins the prize. Yes, Esmeralda, please go if you want. It was very well edited. I didn't edit it, so no credit to me. And thanks to Sony, who owns the rights to Sanford and Son, let me use that clip. So any other guesses? And let me just see who said Junkman's Life on Facebook. Let's see here. That was A. Let me see who guessed that. I said the answer to this in the beginning, but I know you can't hear everything, and I'm a motor mouth. I talk way too much, so I know you couldn't possibly hear it, but I did give the answer to this early on. Butch Conger guessed Junkman's Life. Well, how we're playing Butch is the first person that answers correctly and says claim gets the DVD set. And I see all the comments in real time, whether it's from Facebook Live or Twitter or YouTube Live. So I'm going to give the answer now. Sanford and Son was based on this British sitcom. A, Junkman's Life. B, Frederick's Garbage. C, Steptoe and Son. Or D, Trash Empire. Correct answer is C, Steptoe and Son. Steptoe and Son. But it was a white father and son, not a black father and son. And now, here's another question for you. And I'll make it another prize question because no one got that one right. Okay. In One Day at a Time, we haven't talked about that one yet. Anne Romano, who was the single mom, had a boyfriend who was a lawyer when the show began. How many seasons did this character appear in One Day at a Time? A, 1, B, 2, 3, C, 3, or D, 4. How many seasons did Anne Romano's as a regular character appear in One Day at a Time? A1, B2, C3, or D4? Hang on a second. I want to allow people a chance to answer. And this is for the original One Day at a Time, not the remake, which wasn't terribly bad, the reboot of One Day at a Time, but of course nothing beats the original. You know what I'm saying? And there's a great part in One Day at a Time. Mark Hamill, right before Star Wars was released, before his accident in January 1977, he played Schneider's nephew who was a thief. Remember that episode? There were incredible guest stars. Suzanne Summers was in a One Day at a Time episode before Three's Company had begun. Hang on a second. Let me just... The boyfriend David is who I'm talking about. God dang it. I went to the wrong page. Bear with me. The question is, in One Day at a Time, Anne Romano dated a younger attorney early on in the show. How long was this character in the cast as a regular character? Consistently. A, 1 season, B, 2 seasons, C, 3 seasons, or 4, or D, 4 seasons. Now let me. Yes, one day at a time cast. You know, they pull up the stupid new version and not the classic one. God dang it. Hang on, let me put up classic. Richard Masur played this character. He played David Kane. How many seasons? Let me go see if the answers have come in yet. Butch says 1 season. Sarah guesses C, 3 seasons. She says never saw it. Neither did I till recently, thanks to this guy, Chad Poitier. He talked about Pat Harrington Jr. played Schneider, how great he was in the show. And I bought the entire series on DVD right here behind me, and I watched them all. I didn't make it to the final season 9, but I will eventually. But I really enjoyed it. I was watching them on Antenna TV, but they're edited, and they edit out the end credits, which I don't like. Like Antenna TV, during the end credits, it'll roll over to the beginning of the next show. They didn't used to do that. And really, really weird. Now, Sarah, you mentioned Burt Mustin. That's my character actor spotlight. I'm getting ahead of myself. I didn't want to reveal that, but I will just for you. Yes, and I have a clip of him to play. But yeah, that's funny. You know who Burt Mustin is. Well, I'll reveal the answer. The correct answer is he appeared in 2 seasons. He was only in the episode of season 2 that wrote him out of the story. They brought in a new character who did not take and the actress did not get along with Bonnie Franklin, who played Anne Romano. And so she was only in season 2. But the correct answer is 2 seasons. I said who was in it regularly, and that was David, the character of David, the attorney. He was in season 1 from the beginning, and then early season 2, and then they wrote him out of the show. And he did come back in a later episode, just as a guest star. So the correct answer is 2. We should play some clips now. I think I can stagger these. And again, at the very end, you're going to see some awesome, awesome clips from All in the Family. I better save to the end because it may make the stream go down on YouTube. Never played this yet. Here's a 4-minute clip of Damon Wilson from 1973 talking about acting on Sanford Son. And then I never got to those clips of actors who worked with Red Fox. You know what? Belay what I just said about Damon Wilson. I want to play some funny, brief clips of actors who worked with Red Fox and what they had to say about the great Red Fox. Let's start with this guy.
That terrible man whom I came to love. You know anything about comics? They will not rehearse. They will not rehearse. You have to go find them, and then you can't find them, because they won't rehearse. Why will they not rehearse? Because it'll take their spontaneity away or some crap like that. Jesus. Red was a very, very nice man. No rehearsal. I'm a rehearser. All actors are rehearsers. Not Red Fox. First of all, you have to go find him. And then it was awful. And then suddenly, there is an audience sitting in the stands, and you're ready to do it. Red shows up for that. He's marvelous at it. Wonderful at it. I don't know a word in my head because we didn't rehearse. Well, you want to kill him. You really do want to kill him. Anyway, we became sort of friends. Because I really rather liked Red. He made a party and invited me. He lived in Toluca Lake. I came to his house. It was a lovely house, by the way. I was the only white there. Everybody else was of a different color. He showed me around the house. It was a lovely house. I didn't want to say, Red, how does it happen that I'm the only white at your party? I didn't want to do that. I didn't have to. He said to me, guess who lives across the street? This is in Toluca Lake. I said, I'm a bad guesser. Tell me, who lives across the street? He said, Miss Whitey, Ann Blythe. It was true. Oh, dear. But I rather liked him. He was He was fun. He came to me one day and he said, "I respect you." I said, "Out of what? Where did that come from?" He said, "No, I got a question to ask you. I need a new agent." I said, "Why?" He said, "You see that man? He's my manager. He's all right. I want an agent because I'm a star now." I said, "Let me think about that." So I did. And quite honestly, I thought that William Morris would be the place for him. Because there's such crooks. So terrible. And I was with him 3 times, so I know. But for Red it would be very good. Because they operate. They're interested in getting more money, more money, more money, more. Red would like that. So I told him. And I told him why. I said, "I think William Morris is the place for you." And he said he was no fool. He said, "Why?" And I told him why. He said, "Thank you." And he went to William Morris.
Yes, Butch Conger in Facebook land. That was the actor Jonathan Harris, who played famously Dr. Zachary Smith in Lost in Space. You're absolutely right. And other comments from Butch and the Facebook side. Let's see. He said about Valerie Bertinelli. Valerie Bertinelli got her start right there on One Day at a Time before marrying Eddie Van Halen. Yes, she did. And she did a great performance of, I didn't finish my thought on it, the Nikki D hit with Elton John, Don't Go Breaking My Heart, in a Christmas episode. There were a few Christmas episodes of One Day at a Time where they would entertain at old folks' home for Christmas and Christmas Eve. And the first one they did in season 2, it was a great performance between Valerie Bertinelli as Elton John, because remember her character loved Elton John, and Mackenzie Phillips, that's what I was trying to think of, who actually got fired from the show for drug abuse a couple of times, and they gave her another chance. She came back, and then she got doped up again, but she's still with us. She's still with us, thank goodness. And by the way, I didn't mention how the end of the Jeffersons was a shock to everyone. A lot of people read about it in the trades. The network was very bad to the cast of the Jeffersons. Didn't even let them know the show was canceled. Did not even let them know. Sherman Hemsley, I think in an interview, a clip I'm going to play, he talks about how he found out about the cancellation of the show. And Isabel was upset. She felt the network was very disloyal considering the 11 years the Jeffersons was a rating success for CBS. Yeah, that's how they found out. They found out in the trades. Absolutely true, Sarah. I'm going to play another clip of another person who worked on the Sanford Son talking about Red Fox. Esmeralda says some people have a difficult time with fame. Yes, and she had terrible things happen, in her own words, by her own father. I'll leave it at that. Family show that contributed to her being a drug addict. I'm going to play. We need to talk a little bit about Good Times briefly. That was my least favorite because I like to see people succeed. It made me a little sad to see people in the ghetto, whether they're of color or white, no color, whatever, just anyone. I like to see, that's why I like these Jeffersons. I like seeing people excel and succeed. That's what I like. I mean, I like shows to be real, but I respect Good Times. I watched it, but it just wasn't my favorite because it made me a little sad. I like to see people picking themselves up by the bootstraps and kicking butt. Now let's listen to Della Reese talking about working with the Great Red Fox. She was on Sanford Son a couple times, but she also worked on another show, The Royal Family, she's going to talk about right here in the 80s with Red Fox before he passed.
The work just kept coming and coming and coming.
Yes, God has always been good to me.
And you did a series with Red Fox.
Yeah. It was called The Royal Family, and it was about this man and woman who were married, and their daughter was grown and had moved out and moved to another city and had 3 children. And she left her husband and came back to us with the 3 children. One was a boy going into teenage, and a girl just about teenage, and a little girl about 4 or 5, something like that.
And you and Red Fox had a really special relationship.
Oh, he was my friend. He was my friend for at least 40 years. We were hungry together. We were out of work together. We shared sandwiches together. We were friends, really friends.
And he was an extraordinarily funny man, too.
But he was more than anybody ever gave him credit for. The reason Red Fox was broke was because if you came and you asked him and he could see your need, he would run his hand in his pocket and give you something. Didn't have a job, and I went to see him. He was working some city in Pennsylvania. I don't remember where. But I went to see him, and I didn't have a job. He said, "What you doing, D?" I said, "I'm not doing anything. I'm looking for a job." He called the man who he was working for, and he said, "My back is out." He said, "I can't hardly straighten up." Ain't nothing wrong with his back. He said, "I don't think I'm going to be able to go on." I said, but Dee is here, and she's good, so she could do this show for me. I'd be all right tomorrow night. But I can't make it. I can't. And the man said, "Well, they're expecting to see you in there." He said, "My back is out." And he's standing there like he can't straighten up. Ain't nothing wrong with him. And the man don't want the people to go. And so Red goes on the stage like this. He said, "My back is out, but Delarice is here. And I'm going to go to the doctor, so I'll be all right tomorrow." Said, "Give her a warm welcome." Said, "She's good. You're going to like her." And left me there to work. And the man hired me.
He really was.
But it wasn't just me. It was people, period. He loved people. He wanted to help people. He wanted to do for people. And they have pictured him up to be this gross, dirty mouth human being, which he was not at all. He was inside a very gentle, loving person.
By all accounts, he was. I'm going to tell a personal story about Jonathan Harris, Dr. Smith, talking about Red Fox. 1992 here in Atlanta, Georgia, Jonathan Harris was appearing at a convention, and a friend of mine, Jack Townsend, who may no longer be with us, I don't know, not because we had a falling out, but because he's got communication issues. Long story, but this guy, Jack Townsend, was a huge Lost in Space fan. He lived in Lenore, North Carolina. He invited me to this hotel, the Century Center Marriott Hotel, to meet Jonathan Harris. It was at night. They just had dinner. They're having drinks at the bar. He's like, "Come on out, man. Come meet Jonathan Harris." And I did. And Jonathan Harris was talking about working on Sanford Son. And he said, "You wouldn't believe," I can't do an impression of Jonathan Harris, but he says, "You would not believe what he did to a production assistant." He said, "Come over here, honey. I've got half a hard. I have half a hard." I guess meaning hard on, but he said half a hard. And anyway, I didn't care about that, but just a personal weird thing that happened with Jonathan Harris. Afterwards, I didn't have any drinks. I was sober. I couldn't even drink yet legally at that point in time. But, Jonathan Harris is leaving to go to his room, and I'm leaving to go home. And he goes, "It's nice to meet you." He goes, "Night chance." And he pinched my butt. Jonathan Harris did. True story. Weird. I don't care, but that absolutely happened. Night chance. So strange. And he's a married man. I don't know. I guess he swung both ways or something. Or maybe it didn't even mean that he swung one way or the other. He's just an affectionate guy, I guess. Night chance. But yeah, he said, he did, Sarah. He said, "Come here. I've got half a hard." Anyway, that's what. And by the way, these shows, they would tape typically 2 versions in front of a studio audience of a sitcom. And I think that's still the process today. And then edit the best takes together. So sometimes you see continuity errors in old sitcoms. And God, I still have a sitcom director who directed. I want to have him on the Podblast, and he already agreed to do it. Then I got COVID at the end of June, but he was going to come on last summer. I don't want to say his name, but he's directed sitcoms from the 80s until I think he's still in the business. He's directed The Big Bang Theory. I don't want to drop names, but he's going to hopefully still agree to be on the show. I need to reach out to him. I keep forgetting. Esmeralda says, when someone says something like that, run. Yeah. Jonathan Harris has been gone, I think, for 20 years now. When did he pass? In 2004? But yeah, that was strange when he pinched my butt. Let me confirm that. I don't want to put any inaccurate information out there. I really have a lot of respect for Jonathan Harris as an actor. And I mean, no disrespect, but I'm just telling a funny personal story. Absolutely happened. Hang on. Jonathan Harris. I don't know why I can't type all of a sudden. Here it is, Jonathan. God dang it. No, not you, whoever you are. I want to tell you, was it 2003 or here it is? He passed in 2002. Jonathan Harris was born November 6, 1914, November 6, 1914 in New York, New York. Great stage actor, screen actor, and he passed away on November 3rd, 2002 at the age of 87. Okay. So let's see what else I have for you now. In terms of clips, I'm going to play a clip. I'm all over the place. I need to reel this back in and stick to one. I'm going to talk briefly about good times and one day at a time. And then I'm going to play my music video of the week. And then we're going to talk about a few other nostalgic things. And then we'll wrap the show. I'm trying not to go 5 hours again tonight because who has the time or the patience to listen or watch a show besides Sarah, my dear Sarah. Let's now watch this interview from 1973 with Damon Wilson, who played Lamont on Sanford Son, talking about the show.
It's great to be here in Hollywood to have this chance to talk with Damon Wilson. He is son of Sanford and Son. Damon, what changes has this made in your life now, being in this hit TV series?
I don't owe quite as many people. No. I don't know. It's I haven't really had a chance to think about it. I've just been working a lot. And people are beginning to know who I am when I walk down the street, you know. And I really didn't know the impact of the show until Red and I went on tour. And we went to the various cities all over the states, and we got to about maybe 25 different cities. And the people, you know, they mob you, and it's, I guess that's the difference. Here in Hollywood, it's a little different because people are more accustomed to seeing you. They say, hey, you're the guy on, but when you go outside of Los Angeles, it's really a gas. So it's, and I'm working, and I'm doing what I've always wanted to do. So it's, I guess that's what it's been.
So you're a happy man?
Yeah, I'm kind of happy now.
Did you know Red Fox before you started doing the series?
Everybody knows Red Fox. I didn't know him personally. I knew him, but I didn't know him personally. He's a fantastically talented man. And we have a gas. This show is a gas, doing the show, because it's taken Red such a long time to get recognition. And for people to know how talented he really is. And it's not like work. I mean, we work 6 days a week, and sometimes we're like 10 hours a day, but it's not like work. You know, we just have a ball doing it.
Yeah, is he funny on the set?
He's funny all the time. I was telling a couple of the other interviewers that I know a lot of comedians that are funny on stage, but when you meet them or you socialize with them, they kind of, you know...
Oh, and they're very serious.
Yeah, serious, intense people. And Red is funny all the time. I've seen him wake up in the morning and start where he left off when he went to sleep, you know, so...
He picks it with, and as I was telling you.
He's the same all the time.
Yeah.
Never changes. He's a funny man all the time.
Do you and Red resent the inevitable comparison to Archie Bunker and All in the Family?
No, because there is no comparison really. I guess we have the same producers, so that's probably the reason why people link the two shows together. But the two shows have nothing to do with each other. They're just, I think they're both bold shows, but they're entirely different. Red Fox, Fred Sanford is not a bigot. You know, he's just a cantankerous old man who will straighten anybody out if they're wrong, you know.
What kind of mail do you get, Damon? What kind of mail does this show get?
Mostly we get fan mail from, well, we get fan mail from everybody. We get fan mail from little kids in school. We get fan mail from teenagers. We get fan mail from older people. So it's a combination of, we get letters from everybody, mostly favorable. We don't get too many unfavorable letters.
Does anybody ever take exception to the relationship between you and your father? Because sometimes you come on, you know, you kind of put him down. And
yeah, but I don't know. I guess at first we had a lot of people were saying that I was too mean to the old man, but I play a 32-year-old loser who has nothing but my father, and he has nothing but the son. So it's like he doesn't want me to leave him, and I don't want to leave because I really don't have any place to go. But I'm 32 years old, and he's cantankerous, and I have to put up with this. So I don't think it's disrespect. If I were 17 or 18, I guess it would be. But being is that I'm 32 and I'm still there with him, that should show the people that I love him, you know. But that, and he plays the kind of character that you have to take into, you have to like be hard on him. Not really, but you have to let him know what you mean, because he'll just go totally bananas and just ruin the whole thing.
Damon, are you ever tempted to take some of those props just to have, because they're wild things?
No, not really. They're so, our set designer, the guy that designed all that stuff, it's all junk. It's just junky old junk. You know, you wouldn't want to take any of it.
But do you plow through it and think it's kind of groovy and fun?
At first we did, but now we're kind of used to it. You know, we know that we have tennis rackets and helmets and old tires and little, you know, most of it's little stuff from like Atlantic City and Coney Island, and you know, it's just.
I was thinking, you know, it could be kind of a repository. If you had something at home you wanted to get rid of, you know, you could just come and put it on the set. They might never know. Damon, thank you for talking with us today.
Thank you very much.
And continued good luck on
you.
Sanford and Son.
Thank you.
What a great piece of film. I thought that was awesome. God, still have some people watching. God, so grateful. Let me, I want to play something, and I just thought of something that he said, and it went in and out of my little mind. And I'm not even drinking. Let's play this now. It'll come back to me, whatever I was thinking about. I don't want to be all over the place. We got to touch on Good Times. Let me just talk about it briefly from my TV Bible. Damn. Let's talk about Good Times, which premiered on February 1st, 1974 on CBS, which was a Friday night at 8:30. And Good Times was obviously a spinoff from Maude, which in turn was a spinoff from All in the Family. Florida Evans was originally Maude Finley's maid until the spring of 1974, when she got a show of her own. Florida and James Evans were lower middle class blacks, that's what the book says, living with their 3 children in a high-rise ghetto on the south side of Chicago. JJ was the oldest. He was 17 when the series started. Thelma was a year younger than him at 16, and Michael was just 10 years old. Trying to make ends meet on the erratic income provided by James, who was always in and out of jobs, made life difficult. But there was plenty of love in the family. JJ was an accomplished amateur painter who, though going to trade school, was always looking for some get-rich-quick scheme that would help him and his family get out of the ghetto. He formed a rock group, managed a young comedian, and tried various other money-making ideas after he got out of school. And the real Jimmy Walker was a stand-up comic and still is. He did manage to earn money with his painting and was also quite popular with the girls, something his mother viewed with mixed emotions. His catchphrase, "Dynamite," became very popular in the mid-1970s. Florida's neighbor and best friend was Mrs. Woods. And Mrs. Woods, by the way, was played by Janet Dubois, I talked about earlier, who sang the theme to the Jeffersons. Can't do it. I'm not a singer, but clearly. But she did. She sang the Jeffersons theme song. At the start of the 1976 and 1977 season, there was a major change in the cast. I'm going to play an interview with this gentleman in just a moment. James had found a job working as a partner in a garage in Mississippi when he was killed in an auto accident. Damn. The entire family, which had been planning to move to their new home and start a new life, was now fatherless. JJ became the man of the house and was even more determined to find a way out of the ghetto for his family, whether by means that were entirely legal or not. Some of his schemes became decidedly shady. Meanwhile, Florida found a new man in her life in the spring of 1977 in the person of Carl Dixon, the owner of a small appliance repair shop. They were married during the summer of 77, though the wedding was not seen on camera, and in the fall were referred to on the show as being, quote, on their honeymoon, unquote. Series star Esther Roll had become disenchanted with the role model for young blacks provided by JJ's jive-talking, women-chasing, less-than-honest character, and on the pretense of illness, left the series prior to the start of the 77 to 78 season. In the storyline, Florida became ill and was living with Carl Dixon in a southern location that was better for her health. Friend and neighbor Walona became a surrogate mother to the Evans household. Little Penny Gordon, a victim of child abuse, became Walona's adopted daughter, played by Janet Jackson, Michael Jackson's little sister. The following fall, Esther Roll returned to the cast without Carl, with the promise that JJ would be a more respectable character. Okay, well, that's all I got to say about that, but I want to play a clip now. John Amos quit the show, and that's why they wrote him out as being killed in a car wreck. This is just a 2-minute clip. I want to play him in his own words, and I loved him, by the way, in Coming to America as the manager of McDowell's instead of McDonald's. I was glad to see him back in the limelight years after the end of Good Times. But let's listen to him talking about this debacle real quick. John Amos.
The differences we had on that show, and we had a number of differences, as evidenced by my early departure from the show, was I felt that with 2 other younger children, one of whom who aspired to become a Supreme Court justice, that would be Ralph Carter or Michael, and the other, Bernadette Stannis, I think, she aspired to become a surgeon. And the differences I had with the producers of the show was that I felt too much emphasis was being put on JJ and his chicken hat and saying dynamite every 3rd page, when just as much emphasis and mileage could have been gotten out of my other 2 children and the concomitant jokes and humor that could have come out of that. But I wasn't the most diplomatic guy, like I said, in those days, and they got tired of having their lives threatened over jokes. So they said, to tell you what, why don't we kill him off and we'll all get on with our lives. Life's too short. So that taught me a lesson that I wasn't as important as I thought I was to the show or to Norman Lear's plans. And he was not about to have a disruptive factor. That was me, a disruptive factor. I got the call, we were on hiatus, when I found that I was no longer to be a part of the show. And Norman's secretary at that time, a very nice young lady by the name of J.D. Joe, called and said, John, Norman would like to speak to you. And I thought that was kind of unusual as we were on hiatus. And so Norman got on the phone. He said, Big John. I said, yes, Norman. He said, I've got some good news and some bad news. What do you want first? I said, hey, it's your dime. You made the call. He said, well, the good news is we've been picked up for another season, which was a foregone conclusion because we'd never been out of it. Once we broke into the top 10, we never were out of it. And we stayed in the top 5 for quite a few weeks, if I remember correctly. One way or the other, I couldn't understand why he was calling me to tell me that we were renewed. And then he said, you want the bad news? I said, sure, how bad can it be? He said, you won't be with us. And I said, nothing. I didn't say a word. I let that register for a minute. He said, you still there? I said, yeah, I'm here, Norman. Well, don't you want to say something? He said, what can I say? It's your show. Have a good life. Click. And that was it. I was going to be, recalcitrant to the end. You won't get me to roll over and cry for the job. No, forget you, man. But I didn't curse or anything. I just hung up the phone. And he didn't call me back to see if I had anything else to say. I never heard from him again for months and months and months.
And now you have the rest of the story. And I'm sure some people were screaming at me, what about Bookman? You didn't mention Bookman, played by Johnny Brown as the super. He joined the cast in 1977 until the end in 79. Bookman. Let me see. I think I should just now briefly talk about One Day at a Time, and then we're going to wrap on the topic of Norman Lear sitcoms. CBS did a 1-hour special on Norman Lear, and it was pretty damn good, except a couple things I thought were odd. When they got to One Day at a Time, they mentioned the cast, not one word about Pat Harrington Jr. They did show one photo. Actually, it was a clip of a rehearsal shot, and you see him in the shot, but there was not one word about Pat Harrington Jr., who played Schneider. I thought that was strange. They emphasize, of course, the single mom aspect and the female cast, as they should. But why not talk about Pat Harrington Jr.? He was a huge draw to that show as the super. And he was just such a great actor. Thomas Joseph says Buffalo butt. LOL. Bookman. One Day at a Time by Norman Lear. Oh, and the other complaint or observation, they gave him 1 hour to Norman Lear. They should have done at least 2 hours, if not 3 hours on CBS, considering all of the countless, actually you could count them, but countless hours of entertainment and rating success that network enjoyed. All in the Family alone, #1 for 5 years straight back in the day. Man, I thought Norman Lear deserved more respect than 1 hour, but at least they did that. At least they slapped that together. But you're going to get a lot more here on the Nostalgic Podblast. And thanks again to Sony for use of these clips. Now, One Day at a Time premiered on December 16th, 1975 at 9:30, which is a Tuesday night on CBS. Bonnie Franklin played Anne Romano, single mom. And then Mackenzie Phillips played Julie. Of course, Valerie Bertinelli was Barbara Cooper. And Pat Harrington Jr. played Schneider. Remember Schneider's first name? It was Dwayne. And then Richard Masur played David Kane from 1975 to 76 in the first couple seasons of One Day at a Time as the love interest for Anne Romano, a younger lawyer. Now, Jenny was the character that came along I was talking about in season 2 of One Day at a Time who didn't take. And the actress, Mary Louise Wilson, did not get along with Bonnie Franklin reportedly. And so they got rid of that character at the end of season 2 of One Day at a Time. One Day at a Time ended on September 2nd, 1984. It lasted for 9 seasons. There's the complete season set on DVD in the background. Let me just read here from my TV Bible. After 17 years of marriage, Anne Romano found herself divorced and living with her 2 teenage daughters in an apartment building in her hometown of Indianapolis, Indiana. The problems of trying to keep a job and be an understanding mother to 2 headstrong girls provided the plots for most of the episodes of this series. Anne resumed use of her maiden name while both 17-year-old Julie and 15-year-old Barbara kept their father's last name. And you know who played the father? I should have done this as a trivia question. Joseph Campanella, who was in season 1 of Mannix. They wrote him out of Mannix. Gail Fisher replaced him, African-American actress on Mannix back in the day. But Joseph Campanella played the girl's father, and he appeared in several episodes throughout the series. Where did I leave off here? Yes. The building superintendent, who regarded himself as the Rudolph Valentino of Indianapolis, was Dwayne Schneider. His first name was virtually never used. All of the tenants referred to him only as Schneider. David Kane was Anne's romantic interest during the first 2 seasons, really first season, and just a key episode of season 2 where they got rid of him, wrote him off. And at one point, they did almost get married, but he departed early in the fall of 76. That's what I'm referring to in the season 2 episode. Not long after his departure, Anne acquired an outspoken, brassy new neighbor in the form of Jenny. Oh, yeah. And I didn't like her. Jenny spelled Ginny, like the character in Friday the 13th Part 2. I thought it was so interesting. I never met in real life someone named Jenny spelled Ginny. It's always Jenny. But anyway, I digress. Anyway, I don't need to go down. There's a whole lot here about the show, and I'm not saying it doesn't deserve respect, but I've got to do some self-editing here as I've gone so long already. But there was so many twists and turns in the show, like Nick dying, and she was going to marry this guy, Anne Romano, and then, a lot of changes. And I do want to mention, this is fun, if you like Sid and Marty Krofft, Michael Lembeck joined the cast in 1979 as Max, the man that Julie, played by Mackenzie Phillips, married. And he was Captain Cool and the Kongs lead singer for Sid and Marty Krofft in the Saturday Morning Krofft Super Show. So it was cool seeing him on the show. And then also, if you know Porky's, remember the scene in the first movie, Porky's, with the Howling Woman played by, from Sex and the City, played Samantha. Kim Cattrall. Well, the guy who porked Kim Cattrall's character in Porky's, excuse my innuendo there, played the guy that Valerie Bertinelli's character married. I mean, he had a good little thing going with his on-screen partners on film and in TV in those days. Man, oh man. Hello, Thomas Joseph. He's saying hi to Sarah, My Flock on YouTube. And Sarah adds about Mannix. I like Mannix. Every episode is an old army buddy who needed his help. That's true. Well, cool. Welcome aboard, Thomas. Let me get back. I'm going to play a clip. This is just a few seconds long from One Day at a Time. I love the audience interaction, like when characters kissed, you know, the studio audience will go, "Woo." I can't do it. Woo! And they also react when something shocking happened, like what I'm going to play right now. From One Day at a Time. I'll tell you exactly how long this clip is. If I can find it. 56 seconds. Okay. Watch this dramatic scene. It's the end of a part one of a multi-part episode. Let's watch.
You were right, Doctor. You said Toledo would be good experience for her.
Miss Romano.
It's all right, Paul. What are you going for? A blue ribbon and pick of the litter?
Miss Romano, I think we better have a little talk.
Oh, yes, I think we better have a little talk. You're damn right we better have a little talk. Shut up, Julie. If you have to prove your manhood, get somebody your own age. Shut up! Oh, what's the matter with you? What's the matter with you, Doctor? Ever try getting your kicks with a woman? Shut up, Mom! How about taking me on, or is that too frightening for you?
You lonely, Mom? You want him?
To be con-
Wow. That character that she almost married was a veterinarian, and that actor sadly passed in 1979, Hutton. But wow, that's some dramatic stuff. So that slap. That was before Will Smith. Years before Will Smith smacked Chris Rock. Was it real or was that staged? That's open to debate. But man, that was a dramatic ass scene that we just saw there. Here's something interesting. We talked about not going back to good times, but I meant to show this little sampling from a rap song. This might get me thrown off YouTube Live.
Well, that's that.
Ooh, this place is a mess. I better get started.
Hey, Ma, let us help you. Hey, Thelma, Michael!
No, that's all right, JJ. I don't need any help. JJ, I said I don't need any help.
Oh, no, Ma. We're not going to let you...
Thelma, I said no!
I thought that was pretty clever. Oh, that sampling there. Very dramatic scene. And that was, of course, after the funeral of James, when John Amos was written out of the show. That I meant to play that after the interview. Say I screwed up the order of that clip. So, well, we're almost done. Almost done with the Norman Lear topic. Believe it or not. Let's take a quick commercial break. Here's a rare commercial from my 16mm film collection that Larry Wax, W-A-C-H-S, from The Regular Guys on 96 Rock and Rock 100.5, converted for me from one of my films.
See you later, buddy.
Bye, Barney.
Yeah, Wilma, I'm going out, too.
Okay, Fred, but you're taking the baby.
Huh? Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no. You win, Wilma. We are.
Kids never give up.
Kids are kids. Kids are kids, it's true. Kids will do things only kids will do. And moms are moms. They know what's fun for kids.
Maybe Mom will make us some Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid unsweetened and my sugar gives them fruity flavors and vitamin C. Besides, soda's about 3 times the price. That hits the spot.
Moms know Kool-Aid is the one for kids.
Kool-Aid brand soft drink mix.
Fell asleep at the switch here. I'm going to play another commercial from my film print for a cigarette commercial. This is from an episode of The Fugitive. And then we'll get on to wrapping up the topic of the great Norman Lear and his sitcoms and talk about some other stuff. Check out this cigarette commercial. And this is from my film print of a Fugitive episode in black and white. Check out this jingle for these cigarettes. Viceroy. Pretty funny.
Come on, Nick. Let's get some work done.
They're riding and roping, working the range, yippee-I, yippee-oh-I. Then the Viceroy smoke for the taste that's right any time of the day. This is the good taste you always get when you smoke the Viceroy way. 'Cause the Viceroy smoke's got the taste that's right any time of the day.
Viceroy is the filter cigarette blended with natural flavor fresheners to enrich and improve true tobacco taste. That's why Viceroy tastes rich, good, rewarding any time you light up.
800 head home in the corral. Now is the time when you say, give me a Viceroy smoke, it's got the taste that's right any time of the day.
Pretty cool. I love old cigarette commercials. So let's get back now as we start to wrap. I did want to talk about this show, which all my life, practically, I thought was a Norman Lear show. Talk about Chico and the Man. It wasn't, but it had a great opening, and I hope I don't get, again, thrown. I'm always so paranoid. Now I'm like a scared child when it comes to YouTube Live. I'm like terrified that the stream will go down. Need not be that way. If it goes down, I'm recording it. No big deal. But let's just try to watch the opening to Chico and the Man. Sad fact about this, in case Sarah and others don't know, the star, Freddie Prinze, the father of Freddie Prinze Jr., committed suicide because he could not handle fame. The show lasted 4 seasons. And Albertson was his guest star, who had been in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory as the grandpa of Charlie. Remember, he was in bed for like 20 years or whatever. Let's watch the opening.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and. Chico, don't be discouraged. The man, he ain't so hard to understand. If you try now, I know that you can lend a helping hand, because it's good in everyone, and a new day has begun. You can see the morning sun if you try, and I know things will be better. Oh yes, they will, for Chico and the Man. Yes, they will, for Chico and the Man.
Chico and the Man was recorded live before a studio audience at NBC Studios, Burbank, California.
Spent much of his time in the street. His mind was craving for knowledge, his belly for something to eat. Times are hard. Chico and the Man. Times are hard. Chico and the Man. Hey, 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 hey. All right.
Awesome theme. Yeah, Sarah, you never see that show anymore. Chico and the Man. It was great. It was a great show. I don't know why it's not been on MeTV. It must be about money or Antenna TV or one of those diginets or streaming. Maybe it is streaming. I need to look on Tubi TV. They're always adding cool shows like this to Tubi TV. I love Tubi TV. TUBI TV. It's great. Get back to what I'd prepared. So the trivia is over. Any prize I don't give, like last time I didn't give away the 2 Blu-rays to Superman the movie extended 3-hour 8-minute cut official Warner Brothers Blu-ray because no one got the questions right. So what I'm going to do next time, I may take a break next week for the holidays. I don't know. I mean, this might be my last show of 2023, but if I do one, I'm going to bring those prizes back that never were claimed. And we're going to do some trivia or something, or just a straight up giveaway, a random giveaway. Because I'm not going to sit on these prizes. And I don't make the questions hard so no one can get them. So about that Chico and the Man, this is just a paragraph I wrote. Yeah, obviously it was a sitcom that aired on NBC for 4 seasons from September 13th, 1974 until July 21st, 1978. And it starred Jack Albertson as Ed Brown, the Man, the owner of a rundown garage in East Los Angeles, and also starred Freddie Prinze until Freddie Prinze's suicide during the 3rd season as Chico Rodriguez, an upbeat, optimistic young Mexican lad who comes in looking for a job. It was the first U.S. television series set in a Mexican-American neighborhood. So that's historically, pop culturally significant for sure. So I guess I'm going to wrap on... Well, there's one other thing I wanted to show. I just screamed into the mic. I don't think I showed this clip. Sarah, did I show Sherman Hemsley talking about creating the character of George Jefferson? I don't think I did. It's a 4-minute clip, but it's really good. If I did, tell me. I'm looking comments. While this is going, I'll duck out of it if I already played it. I don't think I did, but let's watch this just in case.
Well, it's just started out, like I said, started out with the pompous, feisty, and then it all came about with the writing. Like they give me an argument. Then when you're home, you could be more yourself, you know, than you are when you come out in public for the first time you show your face. So like I get down, what do you mean I could be more street? And I start throwing that into it. Before it was like this, like my brother, so I haven't really, I had just the words helped a lot. You know, what I'm saying helped a lot. And then, and then by yelling, it's just, things started happening and, experiences, friends that I grew up with in South Philly, walking the way we walk in South Philly when you think you're bad, or you gotta be important. It's like, what? You know, it's who you? So all this came about somewhere. I know the walk happened when we were just doing the scene where we kept going in the house, into the hotel, the apartment building. And we just kept doing it. We was walking, I was walking normal for a long time. And then all of a sudden we had done about 7 or 8 takes in and out. And we said, oh, how many times you got to do this? So then we start clowning around, you know. And I'm walking, Isabel, yeah, we working. She said, yes, honey, we work. You know, steady work. We were so happy. And so that's the one they kept with this walking like this and this strut. You know, and this was just as a joke, you know. But that's the way I felt because we were working, happy, an actor. You know, it's just amazing. And this is like a spin-off. It's just unheard of. So that's what was on my mind at that point. And then the next thing I know, everybody's talking about the walk. I said, what walk? I'm looking at it, I said, you mean I really did that on TV? And I'm sure my friends back home will laugh because we used to practice these walks in Philadelphia when I was growing up. Because you have to go through different neighborhoods, so you got to like your attitude, you know. What you looking at? Yeah, it's me. Mm-hmm. So the whole thing is that. So this fit right into the character. The first 5 years, I would hardly ever smile, you know. And then one day I just went to say, I gotta stop being so grumpy. You know, people are not gonna like me if I'm always mean. And I don't know. It must have worked or something, but they started giving me a little, you know, more relaxing type smiling, or just more of a prankster, you know. I don't know when it all happened. To be honest with you, it's just that's just the way it developed. My relationship with the Willises and so slamming the door in faces, you know, all that was really hard for me because it's just rude and I just don't like to be that way. But it was a character. I had to do it. I had to be true to the character. If I was to hold back something, then it just wouldn't work. So I go, But by me loving Louise, and just by Archie loving Edith, you can get away with being goofy and stupid because people say, well, at least you love something. At least you have that human feeling, human thing happening inside, you know. which is about love, which we all come from. And if you show that, then okay, we know he's not completely a fool, And we showed a lot of love and concern and compassion different times, and maybe a few serious bits, every once in a while, which was hard for us because we're so used to doing the crazy stuff, and we have to be real serious, like, trying to look at each other seriously, and never hardly like Frank and Culver and Marlowe. We used to just crack up a lot when we were supposed to be serious. Only in rehearsal stuff. Not that we weren't professional minded, but it was just we were a bunch of nuts is what it was. Paul Benedict. I think Paul was the big instigator. He used to, because he could keep a straight face longer than anybody else, So he saw these two things, and nobody would. He never got caught,
Another fine interview. And, I didn't pull any interviews of Red Fox. I thought the stand-up comedy would be enough in the clips. But I do remember one sad thing from the True Hollywood story about Red Fox. He got in trouble with the IRS, and they showed footage of him from the early 90s. And it was just so sad, where all of his belongings were being taken away in trucks. And he looks in the camera and goes, they're taking everything. And it just broke my heart. But you should pay your taxes. Look, Wesley Snipes, that was a long time ago. And I don't know why I mentioned Wesley. I'm not picking on or trying to single out people of color. Don't misunderstand. That just popped into my head because it's happened with white folks too. Pay your tax. I don't know. Damn. Anyway, they're taking everything. It was terrible. Oh, he wasn't crying, but it looked like he was about to start crying. You see like all these belongings being put into a truck. It just broke my heart. Yeah, I agree. Butch Conger on Facebook, he says that Sherman Hemsley doesn't sound anything like his character. That's right. And, he got his break on stage. Norman Lear saw him on Broadway. He was a stage actor, Sherman Hemsley. Man. Willie Nelson, that's a great example, Sarah, of someone who's white who got in trouble with the IRS. Absolutely. Thank you. And I know that. It slipped my mind. I don't know why I thought Wesley Snipes. That was weird. But let me talk quickly. And we're going to talk about something else, but I want to talk about or mention to you when Sherman Hemsley passed away and how old he was. I got to give respect to the great Sherman Hemsley. He was so humble, and so talented. And I thought I don't know why he didn't become a bigger film star and do more movies and stuff. He passed away on July 24th, 2012 in El Paso, Texas. He was born February 1st, 1938 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. What a tremendous talent. And he was 74 years of age when he passed away. What a loss. But he's immortal thanks to video. And the cause of death was a complication associated with lung and bronchial issues. Very, very sad. I just loved him. I loved him as an actor. Now, Butch Conger on Facebook land says Willie Nelson paid his taxes, but they wanted more. Oh, yeah. That's the government for you. God, makes me sick. Yeah, because they put all these penalties in there and interest and not that I know from experience, but I've read, and it's just make it impossible for it to be paid back. I mean, good Lord. All right, let's move on to something else. Let's see. Any other comments coming in? That's right. Esmeralda says the only thing we cannot escape, death and taxes. So very true. Unfortunately. All right, man. Let me see. Oh, we got another comment right when I was trying to get to one other clip. Peter says, Peter Grimshaw, the only two shows watching was Hogan's Heroes, All in the Family, and the Jeffersons. The only two shows watching, I'm just reading verbatim. The only two shows watching was Hogan's Heroes, All in the Family, and the Jeffersons. The only three shows. Okay, the only three shows worth watching is what he's trying to say. Are Hogan's Heroes, All in the Family, and the Jeffersons. Cool. And well, welcome aboard, Peter. We've been talking about Norman Lear, the great Norman Lear, who passed away in December 2023 at the age of 101 in his movie. So I guess we can move on now past that. I just want to give due diligence and I'm going to scan and make sure and I'm going to show two key All in the Family and Archie Bunker moments at the end of the show. What I'll do is do a sign off, a quote unquote sign off in case the stream goes down for the audio listeners and everything else. And then I'll come back and play those two beautiful clips from All in the Family and Archie Bunker's Place, respectively. Yes. Gotcha, Peter. All right. So, item. Now, this is more modern news. Rest in peace, Norman Lear. Fellow Marvel fans know that this actor, Jonathan Majors, no relation to Lee Majors, is in trouble with the law. A Manhattan jury found Majors, aged 34, guilty of one misdemeanor, thank God it wasn't a felony, assault charge, and one harassment violation stemming from his March confrontation with his then-girlfriend, Grace. She said he attacked her in a car and left her in excruciating pain. His lawyer said, his lawyer said that she was the aggressor. Major's sentencing was set for February 6th, 2024. He faces the possibility of up to a year in jail for the assault conviction, though probation or other non-jail sentences also are possible. Yeah, typically with a misdemeanor, the maximum could be a year in jail. Not that I know from experience. I just know because I know. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg said in a statement that the trial, quote, illustrated a cycle of psychological and emotional abuse and escalating patterns of coercion, unquote. The dispute between actor Jonathan Majors and his girlfriend, his white girlfriend, began. He's an African-American. She's white. I don't know if that's a component in the minds of the jury. I don't know. That's just the facts. The dispute between the two began in the backseat of a chauffeured car and spilled into the streets of Manhattan in New York. The girlfriend, a 30-year-old British dancer, Jabari, spelled Jabbari, that's her last name. 30-year-old British dancer accused Majors of hitting her in the head with his open hand, twisting her arm behind her back and squeezing her middle finger until it fractured. Before his arrest, Majors had been on track to become a central figure throughout the Marvel Cinematic Universe, playing the antagonist role of Kang in Loki seasons 1 and 2 on the streaming service Disney Plus, and in the movies, including Ant-Man 3 Quantumania. Sounds like a wrestling match to me. Ant-Man 3 Quantumania. But he was also supposed to be, and this was already promoted, it's in pre-production now, in the movie Avengers, The Kang Dynasty, stated for release in May of 2026. Now, Jonathan Majors, whose credits include The Last Black Man in San Francisco, Devotion, The Five Bloods, and he was in the sequel to Creed, the Rocky movie. He had been one of the fastest rising stars in Hollywood. The Yale School of Drama graduate also starred as a troubled amateur bodybuilder in Magazine Dreams, which made an acclaimed debut at the Sundance Film Festival in January 2023 and was set to open in theaters in December 2023. Ahead of Major's trial, Disney-owned distributor Searchlight Pictures removed Magazine Dreams from its release calendar. Now, the Associated Press has reported that Marvel and Disney drop actor Jonathan Majors after he's convicted of assaulting his former girlfriend. Now, I suppose that they're thinking, meaning Disney, is that because they abhor distractions like this with their talent that tarnish their good image. I can see it now in the boardroom. This is me, Chance Bartels, just paraphrasing, and I can see it now. They probably said, hey, if we can have 3 Bruce Banners, 3 different actors playing Bruce Banner as the Hulk, we can replace this guy. No problem. The current Bruce Banner / Hulk actor, going back to the first Avengers movie, of course, is Mark Ruffalo. And yes, I realize that Ang Lee's Hulk from 2003, starring Eric Bana as the Hulk and Bruce Banner, and the Ed Norton starring movie from 2008, The Incredible Hulk, were Universal projects and not Disney, but you get my point. My point still remains. As in, he who remains, Kang. He who remains. Well, unfortunately, not you, buddy. And I wasn't there. I'm not celebrating. I'm not doing anything because I wasn't there. I do not condone violence against anybody. Man, woman, you don't put your hands on someone else. You don't assault somebody. I have not read the transcripts of the trial. I'm just going to step off this subject, but I can just see it now. They probably say, look, we've had 3 different actors playing the Hulk. You know, this is an easy fix. They'll probably just recast him. If it's true that he was let go, as the AP Associated Press has now reported. They got a problem in their hands, don't they, in the MCU? Item. This is where I do the correction corner, but this is more of a clarification corner. Last time in the live show, we did a tribute to Superman, the movie's 45th anniversary. This is just one sentence, folks. I know I had a 5-hour stream, over 5 hours, and then 2.5 hours the next day on the actual anniversary of Superman, the movie, which is which was December 15th, 2023. That marked the 45th anniversary of the release of Superman, the movie, on December 15th, 1978, and wide release in the USA. But here's the correction and the clarification based on someone who'd written me. I asked a trivia question. I asked if anyone was killed in Superman, the movie. Yes or no. That was a trivia question, true or false. And then the answer was true. And I mentioned the guard Harry that got pushed in front of the train by Lex Luthor. And then that they mentioned that Lex Luthor murdered guards when he stole the kryptonite in Addis Ababa in Africa. Well, someone wrote me and said, well, what about all the people on Krypton? And also, oh, by the way, in the next day version, I forgot to mention, I mentioned Lois Lane. She was killed herself before Superman turned back time and brought her back from the dead. But someone wrote me and said, well, wait a minute, man. What about the Kryptonians when Krypton blew up? Well, that's the difference. In the question, I said, who is killed? I didn't say who died. Killed means murdered, a la Lex Luthor's victims, including Lois Lane, because it was his missile he hijacked that caused her death before Superman brought her back to life in the fictional movie. Now, Krypton, that was a matter of a sun going supernova and engulfing the planet Krypton. So that's not killed, that's died. So I just want to clarify that. I wasn't wrong. I'll admit when I'm wrong. I make plenty of mistakes. And I'm not going to single out who wrote me and said that. But anyway, and it's no one you know. I'm just, you know, I don't want to be a dick, a jerk, excuse my French. All right. So finally, time for the music video of the week. This is a holiday themed video, and I'm going to play it right here. And we're starting to turn the corner on the show. I'm going to talk about the nostalgic treat of the week. It's a holiday themed treat. Esmeralda, good night. Yeah, I know. And I agree with Facebook. Bill Bixby was the only Bruce Banner for me. Correction, that was David Banner, because the network did not want the name Bruce. They thought it was too feminine back in 1977. November 77 is when the Incredible Hulk first television movie was released. But just for you, check out this quick clip. This is what I usually play at the beginning of my fake rant of the week segment. I don't really have a rant, I don't think, this week. So let's just watch this.
You want to fight? I'll give you a fight. Come on, punk. Come on. You want some more?
God, keep your shirt on. Or don't. If you're David Banner, kick that punk's ass, that bully. Wow. Okay. Let's see what else. Oh, the nostalgic music video of the week. Let's watch this. I hope this is cool with the bots on YouTube Live. Let's watch a music video together. This is going way back. This is my favorite Christmas song. It's kind of offbeat. My favorite Christmas song. Let's watch it together as we start to wind down the show. And then I'll get to the character actor of the week. Sarah, you know who I'm talking about, but anyone who tuned in late doesn't know yet. I haven't revealed it. Where the F is my music video? And then we'll finally show 2 final clips from All in the Family. Oh, and I have to use the restroom and take a whiz. TMI, TMI. Hang on, everyone's falling asleep. Maybe it's a sign I shouldn't play it. Maybe it's a sign I shouldn't play it, and it'll throw me off the thing, but it's just a quick music video. Hold on, I gotta find it. It's here. Here it is. Remember this? And what's cool, when you hear this, it's a tribute to a great song from The Sound of Music, but also you hear hints of all things, the James Bond theme. Let's watch this together. Exactly so, Butch. That was Herb Albert and the Tijuana Band. And the first time I heard that was way back in 1991 when I was a kid listening to AM radio, driving around. I said to myself, what the heck is that? Oh, my God. You can hear a little bit of the James Bond theme. Da-na-na-na. In the background, I'm off key, along with my favorite things. I just think that's a cool version. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. So, let's see. Let me try to find my bit on. Well, I've got to talk about our friends here and show some pictures from Remind Magazine. Oh my gosh, do they have an offer? Now, it's not too late to give a last minute gift. You can give a gift that'll last all year long for just $12 out the door, including tax. I just burped into the mic. Forgive me. Including postage, including everything. And this magazine, talking about Remind Magazine, is normally $5 per issue. and it comes in the mail to your gift recipient or to you yourself each and every month. And there it is. Now, I just want to quickly tell you how you can get this offer. You can redeem this introductory offer by going to remindmagazine.com. Now, what is Remind Magazine? Well, if you're here in the Nostalgic Podblast audio show or video show, the chances are you like nostalgia. Well, this monthly magazine I want to tell you about is loaded with interesting articles, games, full color photos, interviews with your favorite stars, creators, and personalities, and lots more. Remind Magazine offers fresh takes on popular entertainment from days gone by. Each issue has dozens of brain-teasing puzzles, trivia quizzes, classic comics, and monthly theme features from the 1950s through the 1990s. Nothing after the 1990s. So that's the wheelhouse, 50s through the 90s. And it's just like the old days when we were younger, when you would get magazines in the mail, whether it's Sports Illustrated magazine, Boys Life magazine, National Geographic's World magazine, Mad magazine, whatever, you get the point. But Remind is not written for kids like those magazines were, including Sports Illustrated. Remind, no, it's written for adults while gently tapping your inner child. Your entire family will love it, and the person you give it to will think you spent a hell of a lot more than just $12 out the door. You can also call when you order. Instead of going online to their secure website at remindmagazine.com, you could order with a kind order specialist at this number, toll free, 855-773-6463. And please mention the Nostalgic Podblast when you order. Again, that phone number is 855-773-6463, or go to remindmagazine.com, and this introductory offer will go away soon. And it makes a great birthday gift. If you're listening to this after the holidays, there's birthdays year round. Give it to someone whom you love, and the puzzles will keep their mind active. That's for sure, no matter what their age is. And now back to this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. We're finally going to talk about the character actor feature, character actor of the week. Let me do that, and let me do this, because I want to cue up a clip. And this clip will feature the great Johnny Carson. All right, here we go. Our character actor of the week is this gentleman. I'll just go straight to the clip. Here we go.
Mustin is with us tonight. He is a lovely gentleman. He's a nonogenarian.
What's no-no?
That's 90 years and over, in your 90s, a nonogenarian. And he'll be appearing in a weekly comedy series called Love Nest, beginning in January. Would you welcome Burt Mustin? Nice to see you again. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good for a nonogenarian.
Nonogenarian, right.
Been on that before.
You're really going to be in a series called Love Nest.
Yeah.
What part do you play?
I'm a swinging pal of the main gentleman who is not married, and he and his wife are not allowed to be married because they lose too much of their income tax. You know, that whole story.
I opened the show tonight with doing some jokes about the World Series. Mm-hmm. Somebody said, what was the first World Series you ever saw?
Well,
what year?
I said 1903.
Oh, my God. The 1903 World Series.
That was the first World Series when Boston came to Pittsburgh in 1903. From Boston or Pittsburgh? 1903, yes. They came down there with it was the very first World Series. They took it very seriously up in Boston, and they sent 2 or 3 trainloads of fans down there with a great big brass band. And they had a theme song, and I have always wondered why on earth it was ever chosen, because it had nothing to do with baseball, nothing to do with Boston, nothing to do with anything in a World Series. Did you ever hear of a song called Tessie? I don't suppose so.
Tessie.
Oh, that was it.
How's it go? Can you remember?
Tessie, you make me feel so badly. Why don't you turn around? Tessie, you know I love you madly. My heart is on the ground. Now, can you imagine anything less likely to... The story was that they had played it up there with the band for some of their final games, and they thought it was a good theme song, a fetish.
Then they just kept it.
They kept it, and when the series, they came to Pittsburgh. We took the first 2 games. Then they went back to Boston. We split even there, and that made it 3-1 Pittsburgh. Then they came to Pittsburgh, and we never won another game. And they played that Tessie, Tessie thing every inning. And in Pittsburgh, for 10 years after that, the song Tessie was outlawed. You weren't allowed to play it in the city limits.
1903.
1903.
That's strange.
That was the very first one.
Very first one.
First one.
Are you a football fan?
Oh, yes. I played football. I wasn't quite good enough to make the varsity at Pennsylvania Military College, where I did make baseball and the hockey team.
What year was that
won the
now?
tennis championship. But I couldn't quite, I was only a scrub on the football team. But those were the days of guards back. And if you were to have an argument back around the turn of the century as to who would be the greatest guard in football history, Walter Camp said that the greatest guard in the world was from Yale by the name of Pud Heffelfinger. But there was another man later on that came from Swarthmore, Tiny Maxwell. Tiny Maxwell weighed 270 pounds, could do the 100 yards in 11 seconds, and with him lined up as a protective guard, all the halfback and fullback had to do was just fill in behind him, and he'd sweep the whole team right on over to the goal line. A magnificent player. After he'd finished as All-American, of course, and after he had finished his career, he was in great demand as a referee, an umpire at the great big ball games, and he refereed in the big college games and in the early years of the professional games. I remember seeing him one time in Pittsburgh when it was a very muddy day, and the ball was slippery, so the halfback, he was wearing a beautiful white sweater, and the halfback said, "Tiny, let me this perfectly all right." He rubbed his dirt all over Tiny's Mac. But Tiny had a bit of an impediment in his speech when can you imagine that tonight? He had a bit of a stammer, and when he would be a little bit flustered, he would be inclined to stammer a bit. So he was refereeing a very important game. It was the championship, the Catholic Championship of the United States. Now, this was before the days of Notre Dame and Fordham. This was the 2 great big teams then were Georgetown and Holy Cross. And when they went at each other, it was like a bunch of Kilkenny cats. It was all for blood. So they had gone along for a few minutes, and one of the Georgetown men came up and said, "Hey, ref, look at here, look at this thumb. That Holy Cross man bit me on the thumb. Does that go in this game?" Tiny said, "Oh, go on back and play football." A couple of minutes later, Holy Cross man came up to him and said, "Hey, look at this ear, ref. That Georgetown guy bit me on the ear. Does that go in this football game?" He said, "Oh, hey, come here, you guys. Now, listen. Next year, you mix play this game on a Friday."
Let me take a break here, Bert. We'll be right back after this. Stay with us.
He certainly had his mental faculties, did he not? That is just amazing. So that gentleman is Burt Mustin, and I have an Outer Limits on 16mm film he was in called The Guests from season 1 of the classic Outer Limits, which is streaming, by the way, the classic Outer Limits out there for free. So he's my character actor highlight of the week, and Burt Mustin was born as Burton Hill Mustin on Friday, February 8th, 1884. And he appeared in over 150 film and television productions. He also worked in radio and appeared on the stage. Mustin began his professional acting career at the age of 67 after director William Wyler cast him in the 1951 film noir Detective Story. Known for his dependability and versatility, Burt Mustin established a career as a well-known character actor who worked extensively in film and television from the 1950s through the 1970s. During the 1970s, Burt Mustin continued with guest roles on All in the Family, The Brady Bunch, The Mary Tyler Moore Show, Love American Style, Adam 12, Emergency, and Sanford Son in the episode titled Home Sweet Home for the Aged. Known for his quick wit, as you saw in that clip on The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson, and song and dance abilities, Burt Mustin was a frequent guest on The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson during the 70s. From 1971 till 1976, he appeared in 5 episodes of All in the Family, his first appearance as a night watchman, and an additional 4 appearances in a reoccurring role as Justin Quigley. In 1971, Burt Mustin co-starred in the sketch comedy show titled The Funny Side. Hosted by Gene Kelly, the series The Funny Side featured an ensemble cast of 5 married couples that dealt with various issues through comedy sketches and song and dance routines. Burt Mustin was cast opposite Queenie Smith as the elderly couple. The series debuted on NBC in September 1971, but was canceled a few weeks later in January 1972. Mustin and Smith reprised their roles as the elderly couple on a 1972 episode of Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In. Mustin guest starred as Jethro Collins, the son of a victim of Jesse James, who dissuaded Bobby's idolization of the outlaw in the Bobby's Hero episode of The Brady Bunch during the 1972 to 1973 TV season. That was one of the years when All in the Family was #1 in the ratings, one of the 5 years. The next year, Burt Mustin co-starred in the television film version of Miracle on 34th Street starring Sebastian Cabot, whom most of you know from Family Affair as the butler, Mr. French. And he had an uncredited role in the Disney TV film titled Now You See Him, Now You Don't. Burt Mustin's last continuing role was on the television series Phyllis, which is a spinoff of the Mary Tyler Moore Show, in which he played the suitor and later husband of Sally Mother Dexter, a role he played until shortly before his death in 1977. In addition to his extensive work in television, Burt Mustin also appeared in numerous films. He appeared in his film debut at the age of 67 in Detective Story, talked about that, the film noir piece, in 1951. Wow. He followed this with roles in Talk About a Stranger in 1952, The Sellout 1952, The Silver Whip in 1953, Half a Hero 1953, She Couldn't Say No in 1954, The Desperate Hours in 55, Man with the Gun, not Man with the Golden Gun, Man with the Gun in 1955, Storm Center in 1956, and The Sheep Man in 1958. In the 1960s and 1970s, Burt Mustin appeared in The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn in 1960, Hemingway's Adventures of a Young Man in 1962, Twilight of Honor in 1963, What a Way to Go in 1964, The Misadventures of Merlin Jones also in 1964, Sex and the Single Girl in 64, and then The Cincinnati Kid a year later in 65, Cat Ballou in 1965, uncredited as a former gunfighter. Old. He's also in The Ghost and Mr. Chicken in 1965. He was in The Adventures of Bullwhip Griffin in 1967, Speedway, the Elvis movie, on Speedway, and that had Bill Bixby in it, by the way, in 1968. He was uncredited in that film. And that goes to Mr. Chicken. I really like Don Knotts in that movie. That was kind of a funny, goofy little movie. But Burt Mustin also appeared in the film The Shakiest Gun in the West in 1968, The Great Bank Robbery in 1969, Hail Hero also in 1969, and Skin Game in 1971. In 1974, Burt Mustin portrayed Uncle Jeff in the musical film Mommy, starring Lucille Ball and B. Arthur. He also had a small role in Herbie Rides Again, also released in 1974, which Loki season 2 screwed up in the year 1977 in a scene in the second episode of Loki season 2, where they should have shown the poster for Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo, which was released in 77, the year that fictional story took place in, but they showed the poster of Herbie Rides Again. That was the first movie I ever saw in the theater when I was a toddler at the Plaza Theater in the Atlanta, Georgia area. But the next year, Burt Mustin appeared in The Strongest Man in the World. His final movie role came in 1976 in the Western film Baker's Hawk, starring Clint Walker and Burl Ives. His last major role, I already said this, was as Arthur Lanson on the CBS sitcom Phyllis, appearing on the show till shortly before his death on Friday, January 28th, 1977, at the age of 92. Burt Mustin was born on a Friday, and sadly, he passed on a Friday. And then the last thing I'll say about good old Burt is he was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to William and Sadie Mustin. His father was a stockbroker, and Mustin graduated from Pennsylvania Military College with a degree in civil engineering in 1903. And he played first trombone in the band and also played goaltender for the school's ice hockey team in 1902. He was the last surviving member of his 1903 class when he passed in 1977. And he worked as an engineer, but later decided to enter sales. In 1916, Mustin began working as a salesman, selling Oakland Sensible Sixes, and he later sold luxury Franklins. After the Franklin Company folded, Mustin sold Mercurys and Lincolns until civilian car production was halted during World War II. He then worked as a fiscal agent for the Better Business Bureau and the local Chamber of Commerce. God bless him. And he's immortal on film. That Outer Limits is cool. He's not in it long, but he plays like this guy's like, that's the oldest man I've ever seen. And then he turns to dust. It's about this house, and it's really like the form of an alien looking brain. And once you enter the house, it must have been the basis for the Eagles' Hotel California song. Once you enter this house, you can never leave. There's a grotesque jellyfish looking alien that mind locks with everyone that enters, and they literally can't leave. And if they do, because there's people that have been there for hundreds of years and decades, it just depends on when they entered the house, they turn to dust. And Burt Mustin played a guy who escaped, who was a young man at the time when he escaped the house, the brain house, called The Guest, The Outer Limits. And then right at the beginning of the episode, this young guy who looks like a knockoff on Rebel Without a Cause, like one of the punks, like he's just a drifter. He sees Burt Mustin, and what he doesn't see when he turns his back and heads towards the house, Burt Mustin trying to warn him, holds up his hand, and then he just turns to dust. I love The Outer Limits, especially season 1 with that music by Dominique Frontier, who left The Outer Limits after season 1 to work on the then new show 12 O'Clock High, based on the movie of the same name by Quinn Martin that was about the World War II conflict. So I have something just for those who didn't. I don't think Sarah has heard this. This is a brief, just a few seconds of a feature I started. I need to get back to it. I only did it the one time. It's called the Out of Context Unfortunate Classic TV Scene of the Week, but it's just an audio clip. Listen to this. And let me see if you're still there, Sarah. Let me look at the comments. Someone on Facebook said, didn't Burt Mustin play the fire chief on Leave It to Beaver? Yep. Yes, he did. I didn't mention that. I should have. And someone else on Facebook said, probably our friend Butch Conger said, I miss old Johnny Carson, Ed McMahon, Doc Severinsen, and the king of late night television. Yep. Johnny Carson sure was that. Okay, so Sarah's still out there. I'm here. Okay, well then I'm going to play. This is the unfortunate out of context clip of the week, but it's one I've already featured. Let me cue it up. Just listen to it, and I'll explain. Okay. I sound like the Riddler there. That was a little psychotic sounding. All right. It's right here. I got to get my little fancy clip machine out. Okay, listen to this.
No.
Hey, why did you touch it?
Can I tell you even if I promise not to?
Whom did you promise, dear?
Dr. Smith, when I helped him.
Well, Smith, you're really at bottom on that.
Did that come through clearly? Let me make sure I knocked out my cancellation, but didn't that sound like something really nasty? Oh, and Danny says, I'm kind of here. Let me just check one little thing. Uh-oh. Cancellation was on. I'm taking it off. I'm going to replay the clip. It's just a few seconds. Okay. That audio. Yes, it was from Lost in Space. I'm going to replay it because I bet the audio was goofed up for the listener. and for you.
I touched that thing, that knob.
Penny, why did you touch it?
Can I tell you even if I promise not to?
Whom did you promise, dear?
Dr. Smith, when I helped him.
Well, Smith, you really hit bottom on that one.
I just thought, I touched that thing, that knob, and they really, I know, Danny, it's been over 4 hours, and I'm going to wrap the show. Yes, that was unfortunate. What happened was in the episode, it was the second color episode of Lost in Space. Dr. Smith asked Penny to mess with the astrogator, the navigation system of the Jupiter 2, to put the course of the ship back towards Earth, because they actually, Smith and the robot had located the location of Earth once they got back into space. But I thought that sounded like some sort of, like a purpose, you know, I didn't want to put it out there. You know, it just sounded like I touched that thing, that knob. And they dumbed her down in the beginning. Penny Robinson was like a zoologist. These were the smartest, like the Robinson family was the smartest family on Earth. That's why they were chosen over millions of volunteers to go to Alpha Centauri. But by season 2, the writing got really weak. And so they make her sound like a moron. I touched that thing, that knob. But it sounded like she's talking about a penis or something. Who did you promise, Dr. Smith, when I helped him? Helped him what, at Jack? It's just gross. Well, I think I'm about out of material that I prepared, thank gosh, right? But I do have one other thing. I'm going to play those final clips from All in the Family, and we will sign off. I did mention at the beginning of the show, this show, The Baxters, that Norman Lear helped launch, and it was from local Boston. 30-second clip, and then I'll play the opening to The Baxters. I'm not going to rehash everything I said about The Baxters in the very beginning of the show. But listen to Norman Lear in this 30-second clip talking about the show, The Baxters.
Inviting you to participate in an exciting new television experience. It's called The Baxters. Each week, the Baxter family will face the humor and heartache of everyday life, exploring the problems that beset us all. This will be followed by an audience discussion produced by this station, giving you the opportunity to speak your mind. Share the laughter and tears with us, and whether at home or in the studio, exercise your right to respond. On The Baxters, Thursday nights at 6:30 on KSTP Channel 5.
Have problems. Oh, and how's it all gonna work out? Watch, we'll show you what happens, yeah, when talking turns to push and shout. Don't you know we're family people with family problems? Love is gonna see us through. Yes, we're family people with family feelings. Love is gonna see us.
It looks like a parody of a show. Anyway, it didn't make it. I know it was. I talked about it at the beginning of the show, and I want to talk about the nostalgic treat of the week, which will be brief, and then we'll sign off. I promise. Let me just go to the beginning and just quickly see if there's anything I didn't mention, because I know I cut it short about that weird show. Yeah, The Baxters was created by Herbert Jessup, a Harvard Divinity School graduate, premiered on WCVB in 1977 and aired there until the first half of 1979. The program caught the attention of Norman Lear, who at the time had at least half a dozen shows on network television and syndicated. Didn't even talk about Mary Hartman and Fernwood Tonight. Norman Lear took over The Baxters and sold it into first-run syndication for the 1979 to 1980 television season, bringing its unique format to a national audience. While he kept the split sitcom talk show format, he did bring in a new cast and changed the characters. After one season, Norman Lear sold the show to a Canadian production company, which again recast the show but kept the format. It only lasted one more season before the plug was pulled entirely. Lear changed the landscape of television and what TV could be. And although the Baxters were never as big as the Bunkers, the Jeffersons, or the Evans family, it's nice to know that Lear, a New Haven, Connecticut native, was able to recognize when a local Boston station was doing the same. Okay, so there you have it. Oh, yeah. The old-fashioned ties into what we're talking about. The old-fashioned expression of the week, which also could fall into the TV cliche of the week, is the word hunky, which George Jefferson said a lot. Before on the show, I did talk about the origin of the word honky, and it referred to something that's not so nice. Basically, when people would honk at people with little horns. So the people who were people of color called them honkies. Quit honking at me! But where was the other one? I thought I wrote it down. I found another origin to honky. Hang on. Of the word, and that is so old hat, and it didn't catch, like Cracker did. Origin of the word honky. It was, what did I find? Here, I've never seen this until today, and I didn't see it when I researched it the first time I mentioned the word honky. Honky may have come from coal miners in Oak Hill, West Virginia. The miners were segregated, blacks in one section, English-speaking whites in another. Foreigners who could not speak English, mostly whites, were separated from both groups into an area known as Hunk Hill. These male laborers were known as hunkies. I don't know if I buy that. I'm going to leave that right there. But anyway, that's what I found is the origin of the outdated expression hunky, which Sherman Hemsley, playing George Jefferson, would say all the time to insult white folks. And I have one other thing. I always say one more thing, and then I'm not going to go for, let me see if any comment. Here's some comments. Okay. That didn't make me want to see it, Danny said. Yeah, I know. The Baxters you're talking about? Now, let me just show some photos I'd pulled, and I swear we're going to wrap the show. I really appreciate everyone being here so long. It's just insane to go for hours and hours on end. I just prepared too much. Here's a record album I have. The Sanford Son soundtrack. I couldn't play the theme because the bots will definitely shut me down. And I didn't mention who did, of course, Quincy Jones composed that great classic theme song. I like this cover. These are all in the background. I have all the DVDs of Sanford and Son. There's the second season. That's my favorite of the 6-season DVD set covers. I just love that photo. It just captures their personalities great. Danny Staten says, when a white horse mates with a white mule, you get, wait for it, honky donkey. I love it. Oh, you're a funny man. I love that. And this is the complete series of the Jeffersons that I bought from Shout Factory. They did a fantastic job. This is one of the prizes that I did. That's the one I did give away. If you sent in the information of where to mail it to, you know who you are. This is the one I did not give away that I will in a future show, along with the 2 Blu-rays of Superman the movie, the 3-hour 8-minute cut, and the Superman the movie special edition. There's 2 versions of the film on that Blu-ray and extras. That will be given away next time because no one got the question right. There's the One Day at a Time complete series by Shout Factory. Now, we didn't talk about this. I'm not going to get into it now. It's a syndicated show. Mary Hartman. I had a crush on the actress Louise Lasser, who played Mary Hartman when I was a kid. Now, that's not a good photo. It doesn't do her justice. That's a very unflattering photo. But I thought she was cute, and she was on Love American Style before Mary Hartman in a skit I saw in a rerun marathon on Decades Channel, which is now folded. It became Catchy Comedy, owned by Weigel Media, who own MeTV and a lot of other media properties. Here's another spinoff of Different Strokes. The Facts of Life. In the first season, the theme was partially sung by Charlotte Rae in the center, who played Mrs. Garrett, who was originally the housekeeper on Different Strokes, right? Then she got a job with the Eastland Private School for Girls. And that theme song was written by Alan Thicke and his wife, Gloria Loring, at the time, or his wife at the time. And I think they also did the theme to Different Strokes, but they definitely did the Facts of Life theme song. I guess now I'll just get into my nostalgic rant of the week. I've already played this video, but I got to play it again. Whenever I talk about and it's also, this is a combo. So I'm, in the interest of time, this is a combo of my nostalgic rant of the week and nostalgic treat of the week. So I've got to play, since there's a rant in it, I got to play this again.
You want to fight? I'll give you a fight. some more?
You want some more? You want some more? All right. Well, here it is. I'll do this really, really quickly. It pertains to my nostalgic treat of the week. I'm getting punchy. This. Now, let me show you the original ad for this product. If you're on the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, you've probably seen this. I need to tweet this out too. Talking about this. Remember the Lifesavers book of candies? I have one here in the background. This was a holiday. We're in the holidays as we're live. I love this. Just one more thing, Sarah says. Well, I have a bit of a beef with this product here the way it is today. But I didn't prepare because I was already late and I didn't say. Let me just quickly look up the origin of when these things, the Lifesavers books, holiday storybooks, they're called, the storybooks, were first introduced to the public. Storybook. And I'll get to my rant, and I swear we're almost done. And then I'm going to play this 2 All in the Family clips, and then that'll be it. Oh, gosh, let me put the word origin. I'm literally Google searching, Google cheating. Okay. Well, Lifesavers were founded in 1891 by Clarence Crane, with a C, Crane, in Cleveland, Ohio. And it moved to New York in 1920. Okay. Well, let me find out. The storybook dates from 1935. Hang on, guys and gals. Let me just go to this website, Brandland USA, as we're live. The original storybook, now a collector's item, it seems, had 12 Lifesavers rolls in them and a variety of flavors: peppermint, spearmint, butterscotch, later called butter rum, orange, lemon, wild cherry, wintergreen, clove, yuck, stick o' pep. Then there was butter rum. Wow, there's butterscotch and butter rum, Cristo mint, and 5 flavor. Then they went to a 10-pack, but still had a great variety. Eventually, they went to an 8-pack, then to the dreaded, get this, 6-pack. Even the 6-pack was mildly okay, with 2 wild cherry, 2 tropical fruits, and 2 5 flavors. Well, now, here's my rant. Now, all you get in the storybook is this. Comment from Facebook. I like the wintergreen, wild cherry, and butter rum. Cool. But now, here's what it looks like. Here's the one in the background, up close and personal. You only get half the book. It used to be you'd get rolls on each side, and here's the kicker. They only give you the 5 flavor rolls. They still make in roll format the butter rum, which you can see upper right. And I have a roll. I found at a CVS pharmacy near my home. And they still make in the roll form the 5 flavors. But what a ripoff. I mean, the price has gone up. And not accounting for inflation, basically the price is the same, if not more. Of course, it's gone up with like everything else with inflation. But you get less than 60% of what originally was. Plus, you don't have the same variety. I love the wild cherry, the butter rum, the 5 flavor, and the peppermint. The wintergreen were okay. My grandpa liked those. But anyway, isn't that just so freaking lame? Man, I think that is just ridiculous. Now, I want to quickly plug some other shows that I like that are nostalgia related. I do that towards the end of the show, but first I'm going to show this while I have this screen up. There's one of them, Retro Zest Podcast. That's the latest edition as we're live. Curtis Lanclow does an awesome job. RetroZest.com is Retro Zest on Facebook. Lots of great guests, lots of exclusive. It's an audio-only show, but the audio is phenomenal. Recommend that. And then, my last couple weeks of rants have been about the skipping of the Beverly Hillbillies episodes of Shorty, the dude on the left, and his affinity for younger women, 30 and younger. And MeTV actually did air this episode, Annul That Marriage, where he not accidentally, but he winds up sort of accidentally marrying one of the secretaries of Drysdale at the bank. This character, and she's much taller than he is. But I just took these shots. I thought she was really pretty. And she's still alive, this actress. But anyway, I just thought
I don't know. I like Old Shorty. He's my favorite character on the Beverly Hillbillies. I guess that's all the photos I had. So now I can get back to comments. Let's see what Sarah's saying. Walmart sometimes has a big bag of butter rum. Yes, they do. Really, in California, it must be a California thing. I know Amazon, you could probably get more varieties. Hang on, let me get out of here and get back to. Geez, Louise, I'm starting to mess up. There we go. Get back to here. Get back to there. There. Now I'll show you. Look what I found, Sarah and Butch and Danny. My video's messing up. I thought I brought it in this room. Well, there's the storybook the way it is today, and I was gifted one, and I'm grateful for the gift. Back on my birthday, November 21st, from a family member, but it just kind of stinks the way they've done. There's the I already showed it on camera, but there's the butter rum roll, which are basically butterscotch discs. Yeah, here's one of those bags. I love these orange mint bag of Lifesavers, and these come from the state of Maine. My mom was up there with my niece and nephew visiting my aunt and uncle who live in Boston. They own property in Maine, like on a lake, a lot of great land. Anyway, and I got COVID. I couldn't go. I got damn COVID at the end of June, early July. I had the worst 4th of July ever, but Mom brought these back. And these are orange mint Lifesavers, and they're so good because they remind me of the Certs assorted fruit, which Certs have been discontinued since 2018 thanks to the Congress. U.S. Congress banned Certs. Did you know this? Because of cottonseed oil content. Unbelievable. Now, the last thing I want to say about, I keep saying the last thing and then I go for another hour. I saw the Godzilla movie. If you want to see a review of it, I reviewed it with the fellas, Al Hardy and Tom Williams. And it's in the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. I didn't put it in the audio platforms. It's just a video only thing. I may run it on Fistful. I don't know. But it was, I thought it was a good movie, but I'm telling you, it's overrated. When you look at Rotten Tomatoes, in my opinion, the subtitle, that's not my beef with it. And I love Japanese stuff like Ultraman, Spectreman, the Space Giants, Godzilla, of course, himself. I mean, hell, Al and Tom and I saw the original Godzilla at the Plaza Theater not too long ago, maybe over a year ago. But so this new movie is kind of a throwback to the first movie, but it's just got some hokey moments. There's not enough action in it. I don't want to rehash. Okay, run out of time. There's my movie ticket. Big whoop. And if you can see it, I saw it at Phipps Plaza AMC movie theater in the Atlanta, Georgia area, in a ritzy mall, Phipps Plaza. It's kind of like the Rodeo Drive or Beverly Hills of Atlanta, if you will. Shopping districts with a big mall. A big movie theater in the middle of the mall. Did I get to everything? Okay, we're going to start to wrap. I do want to do my plugs. I want to plug Sarah's YouTube channel, which I've done all night. She's such a sweetheart. My Flock on YouTube. Check it out, man. Especially if you like to laugh, because her material is hilarious. Funny stuff. Else do I want to plug? I talked about Curtis, Retrozest show. It's actually called Retrozest. The Retrozest podcast, retrozest.com. Geek to Me Radio, which is a live 1-hour show live on the radio in St. Louis Sunday nights on KTRS. And he's on YouTube as well and Facebook Live. And he airs Sunday nights for 1 hour starting at 7 Pacific, 9 Central, and 10 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday nights. A 1-hour show. He has great interviews. Check out Thrash Pondo Ponds on YouTube Sunday nights at 7:30. After supper, he does live trivia, and he's not as long as me, which is good, right? I have marathon shows. He goes on for about an hour to 90 minutes, interacting with people like only he can. His real name, first name only, is Bob. He's very nice. He's in the Cape Cod area. And he just does nostalgia chat in the beginning and then a trivia contest. And I really like him. He's a very nice guy. I want to recommend Open by Chance Toys on YouTube. If you're into collecting classic toys. Superman homepage. They're a live show on YouTube Monday night at 10:30 Eastern time, 7:30 Pacific. And they're 1 hour, hard stop, 1 hour always. K-Pop Junkie out of Michigan. She interviews artists, and she's really into arts and crafts. Letter K, Pop Junkie out of Michigan. Katie's her real first name, and hosting creative guests is her game. So her YouTube channel is spelled letter K, letter P, letter O, letter P _ JUNKI. I like it. She goes live all the time. If you haven't already, check out Dave Sundstrom on YouTube. He has a big pop culture related live show and some pre-recorded content. He did a great piece a while ago about Tops and Flair TV and movie cards. You can see him on YouTube. Check out Pat McCormack, Golden Rage of TV on YouTube. He interviews a lot of classic celebrities in terms of classic TV. Television is what he focuses on. But he said recently on Dave Sundstrom's live stream that he's going to reconfigure his show in some way. He didn't elaborate, but I really like him. And BK on the Air is a radio show, audio only, Saturdays 10 a.m. to noon on WBHF Radio in Cartersville, Georgia. Sometimes I call in there. Again, there's no video, but they have great audio. No big deal. I'm not saying you need video, but I'm not saying that as a deterrent. But I'm just saying both Retrozest and BK and they are audio only, and just describing what these shows are. But it's 2 hours Saturdays, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern time, and then it's on after the fact on YouTube. Usually about a month after the fact, the shows wind up on YouTube. On the YouTube channel, BK on the Air, guy's name is Barry King, who hosts that. And, of course, my buddies Al and Tom. I've already talked about their Facebook groups. Basil's Nostalgia podcast. And Al Hardy's is Nostalgia Rewind. And, of course, mine is The Nostalgic Podblast, where you're at here. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the geeks shall inherit the earth. In case you haven't noticed what Elon Musk and Bill Gates are up to. So there you go. And I wish everyone happy holidays. I'm going to play this final clips of All in the Family. Facebook, I listen to Retrozest on your Fistful of Radio. Yeah, how could I forget to plug my own music show? And this show airs in audio form at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Pacific Time on fistfulofradio.com. I'm airing best of Christmas specials on Fistful. That's what's going to air Saturday and Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. Some really good Christmas specials I did with Al Hardy and Danny Cochran and Tom Williams. And so we're going to run those. Then this one I will air. I'll find it somewhere on the schedule. This very show that you participated in right now. Danny Staten says, Merry Christmas to all. Sarah in Southern California says, great show. Thank you, Sarah, my flock. Merry Christmas, Dan. Sarah says to Dan, great guy. We will meet face to face. But yeah, check out all those shows that I mentioned if you can. And I always forget somebody. Oh, Jerry Dobson, who was in earlier in terms of a Facebook group, Nostalgia World. Check him out. Classic television shows, a huge Facebook group about classic TV. I like that too. So now I'm going to do my fake sign off in case the stream on YouTube goes down when I play these All in the Family clips. I'll keep rolling them. They'll still be recorded. I'll try to re-upload them later. But that's the logic of a phony sign off now. So I'll just say, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, everybody. Thanks for watching. And now for two more clips from All in the Family. This is where the Stivicks say goodbye to the Bunkers before they move to California. And I bet this gets me dinged. And then I'm going to play Archie mourning the death of Edith Bunker, which was from the season 2 premiere of Archie Bunker's Place. And unfortunately, not unfortunately, but just so you know, on camera, those that don't know, they never showed Edith's death. Spoiler alert. But boy, Carol O'Connor's acting was just amazing. Let's watch this now. The Bunkers say goodbye. And there's a tender moment between, in case this gets dinged, between the meathead, Mike Stivic, and Archie Bunker. Man, get you right here. Let's watch it.
Well, I guess this is it. wouldn't be trying to make me feel good, would you?
Arch, I want to thank you.
Well, go ahead.
I want to thank you for all the years you let me live here and for all the free meals and for all the nice times we had together. I know there was a lot of arguing and fighting, but we did have some nice times.
Yeah, there was nice times.
You've been like a father to me.
Well, hey, you've been just like your son to me. You never did nothing I ever told you to do.
Hey, Arch, we want you and Ma to come visit us out there.
Oh, well, maybe your mother-in-law can do that, but, you know.
Well, I think you'd like it out there.
Nah, I don't think so.
Sure, fresh juice every morning.
Well, you know me, I always take the can.
Lots of sunshine.
Yeah, well, I burn these.
Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, well, I don't like an ocean where the sun goes down. I like an ocean where the sun comes up.
I'm gonna miss you.
Well, listen, I'm gonna, hey, listen. You just take very good care of Gloria and Joseph.
Those are two things you never have to worry about, Arch, I promise.
I think Joey's hungry. Would you get him a glass of milk and a cookie or something?
Yeah, sure. Come on, pal. You know, I think I can use a snack myself.
Yeah, eat something. I read in the papers where millions of Americans stopped at death on the way to airports.
Ma? Gloria. Oh, Ma. Oh, Gloria.
Edie, come on now, huh? Don't start slobbering now, please.
I love you, Ma.
I love you, Gloria.
Hey.
I love you, Daddy.
Well, your daddy certainly loves you, little girl. Yeah, the taxi meter's running out there, you know. You better call them two out of the kitchen, huh? Yeah, you better do that.
Michael, the cab driver's honking.
Okay, honey. You want to take Joey?
Joey. Goodbye. Say goodbye to Grandma. Yes, quick, say goodbye to Grandma.
So long, Joe. So long, Joe.
Goodbye.
So long, Joe.
Grandma loves you.
wasn't supposed to be like this, you know. I was supposed to be the first one to go. You know, I always used to kid you. Are you going first? You know I never meant none of that. And that morning when you was laying there, I was shaking you and yelling at you to go down and fix my breakfast. I didn't know. You had no right to leave me that way. Without giving me just one more chance to say I love you. She was the one who was supposed to stay down here with you, you know. Not me. 'Cause I ain't no good at none of this. I'll tell you what we do. On Saturday, you know. I'll borrow Murray's car. And you and me would take a little ride to the cemetery.
Can we bring flowers?
Yeah, sure. What kind?
Carnations.
Oh, yeah, carnations. And she was always crazy about carnations. Are you all right now?
I'm all right. Should I start cooking dinner?
Yeah, you can do that. But first, I think you better go to the linen chest out there and get some stuff for the bed here. Jeez, who the hell stripped this bed?
Aunt Mabel from Hackensack.
Oh, Mabel from Hackensack. How did she think I was ever going to use my bed without no sheets and blankets and pillowcases here? Oh, God, them people from Jersey is brutes.
Whew, very emotional scene, very well acted and presented. I gotta shift gears and then I'll really say goodnight. Here's a little commercial I showed at the beginning of the show, a little Christmas ad of Fred and Barney. I don't want to end on a sad note like that, inspirational note though, but let's watch this and then one final little thing.
Yabba yabba dabba do time, a dabba do time, we'll have a gay old time.
Watch me trick Fred out of his pebbles.
Santa!
Merry Christmas! Got some fruity pebbles for old Saint Nick?
Sure.
Ho, ho, ho!
I've been a good boy. Santa!
Ho, ho! Merry Christmas, Fred and Barney.
Barney, my pebbles.
Careful, Fred. Santa's watching. Ho, ho, ho.
Happy holidays from Post Fruity and Cocoa Pebbles cereal, part of this nutritious breakfast.
That's from a 16 millimeter film print in my collection. Now, here's the very final thing. I don't know if this will be cool or not. This is a rare song from the cartoon Chilly Willy. For some reason, it's not on YouTube. That probably means the bots will strike it from existence. This is just like maybe 10 seconds, and this will be the final last thing. But I just love this little jingle. Let's watch it.
I'm Chilly Willy the penguin. No wonder I'm so chilly all the time. I stand around and freeze and cough and wheeze and sneeze. That's why I'm Chilly Willy all the time. Poor me, I quiver and I quake. Poor me, oh my, for goodness sake, I'm Chilly Willy the penguin. Oh gee, oh gosh, I'm chilly all the time.
Up, 2, 3, 4. Up, 2, 3, 4. Up, 2, 3, 4. Ho! Order arms, man. Yow! Your plane is ready, Admiral.
Good. Now guard that food until I return.
Yes, sir. That's Admiral Byrd. Vamoose, boy. No free lunch.
Good night, everybody. Thanks to everybody who watched live. Contest winner, send me an email of where to mail your prize to at goldr3@aol.com. As well as this Lance Chafin, who's every time he sees me in chat, he says, when are you going to have me on as a guest? I'm like, anytime, bro. Send me the email. He never follows my simple directions. Send an email so I can contact you, not by phone. I just need to be able to at least send me an email address where I can say, okay, do this. I'll send you, where I can send you the doggone link, right? Okay. Happy holidays, everybody. One final comment coming in. Good night, says Facebook user. Good night indeed. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, everybody. This is Chance Bartels finally signing off from the nostalgic Podblast. Farewell.